Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, I will now continue the unfinished story volume 2 part 1. Chapter 101. Luo Ling used his fan to cover his smile. If his friend hasn't fallen yet, he's bound to fall soon. When Wang Han Shuang looked over, Luo Ling winked. He received a glare in return. He curled his lips up in interest. This Han Shuang beauty was like a kitten demon. When she was happy, she'll show her belly for you to scratch. When she wasn't happy, she'll swipe her claws. But she was so cute. Wang Han Shuang was made speechless due to the smiling peacock. She once again gave him an expression of disdain. Zun Mai and Gong Zai's exchange did not go unnoticed by Liu family's husband and wife couple. Madame Liu Fu Xinzhai felt happy yet a bit complicated. Knowing that there was someone that will take care of her daughter made her happy. But she knew who the other party was. This was a renowned cultivator. Apart from cultivation, he didn't care about anything else. Now seeing the two gaze at each other, she didn't know if it was good news or bad. Liu Huiran was surprised, then joyous. If Liu family could ally with Gong Zaisu through marriage, they would be raising their status to new heights. Seeing that this daughter's cultivation ascend and even become involved with Gong Zaisu, he decided to reluctantly accept her back into the household. She had to get married anyways, since the heiress position was Ziro Zin's. He was busy imagining how revered Liu family will be in the future, but never considered getting Zun's opinion on the matter. Bang! The sound of a gong sounded, drawing everyone's attention. Zun Mai and Gong Zaisu turned to the stage at the center of the room. The head of the Gui Yuan sect was already standing there. He politely said a few words before explaining the rules. Our prize for this competition will be an ancient 9th-level pill-making recipe and a high-leveled martial arts skill book. Gasps of shock and surprise sounded through the crowd. 9th-level pill-making recipe, that alone was a rare treasure. But the addition of a martial arts skill book, the competition was really generous this time. The challengers rolled up their sleeves, ready for battle. Who wouldn't want such good prizes even if they didn't need it? The 9th-level pill-making recipe could be used to exchange with others. Zun Mai was also intrigued by the award. Although she wouldn't be able to cultivate martial arts, that didn't mean her disciple wouldn't find it useful. Now that she's seen the high-leveled martial arts skill book, she had to take it home or else her heart would hurt. As for that 9th-level pill-making recipe, she wasn't interested at all. Her system space had an infinite number of last world's medicine formulas stored. It was just that she had been hesitant to take out medicines that didn't exist in this world. The Zai Sui pill that she had given her first elder was a 9th-level pill. In the cultivation world, it would have only been seen as an ordinary item. Han Shuang, that martial arts book is pretty good. Try your best to win if you can. Even if you lose, it's not a big deal. I can help you seize the book. Zun Mai tilted her head to tell Han Shuang. She was worried this little girl will try for the prize without caring for her life. Han Shuang wiped her drool and nodded. Teacher, don't worry. I won't go in blindly. She understood that doing too much can be worse than doing nothing at all. Zun Mai relaxed. She was worried that Han Shuang would really be led askew by her. In order to not go against her established personality, she would usually smack anyone trying to provoke her with her bamboo flute. They were lucky that she didn't directly beat them. But over time, it seems that Han Shuang has also become a bit violent. Liu Huiran coldly snorted, "You are boasting shamelessly." He was angry that Zun Mai didn't have the thought to gain the high-leveled martial arts skill book for Liu family. Zun Mai didn't even look at Liu Huiran's direction and continued ignoring him. Meanwhile, Fu Xinjie gave Liu Huiran's abdomen a taste of her fist, making Liu Huiran's face distort. "Madam, what are you doing?" His anger erupted. Not doing much. I just wanted to wake you up, don't just dream during the day." Fu Xinjie didn't show her disdain on her face. She knew what this old thing was thinking. After being wife and husband for so long, she already understood Liu Huiran. Zun Mai turned away to avoid looking at Liu Huiran's face. On the inside she was satisfied. This madam sure was formidable. That could explain where the original soul got her temper from. Although she looked weak and fragile on the outside, she was merciless as soon as fists were involved. You just sit still. Can't you see where we are right now?" Liu Huiran finally stopped the pain and began reprimanding Fu Xinjie. Fu Xinjie coldly looked at him. Who blind was I then to take a fancy for you? She had nothing to worry about now. Her only daughter had been driven out of the home by Liu Huiran. Her daughter saw her as a stranger now. Everyone knew mother and daughter are connected by the heart, yet she didn't even have the qualifications to be concerned about her daughter. How could she not hate? Especially after she learned that her daughter had had her cultivation destroyed, her meridians snapped, and pushed into death's eye. If not because she first needed to find evidence, she would have gone to fight Liu Huiran then and there. She definitely won't let Liu family go. Fu Xinjie, just wait until we get home. Liu Huiran barely held in his anger. Zun Mai held her teacup, engrossed in the drama. It seems as if Liu madam held resentment for Liu family head. The killing intent emitting from Liu madam's eyes was not fate. But in her memories, the relationship between these two wasn't bad. Could it be because of her tusk? How would that be possible? If the change really was because Liu Zun Mai, then where was Liu madam when she had been framed and suffering? Zun Mai averted her eyes and lowered her head to cover the coldness brewing in her eyes. Sometimes missing the timing meant everything. If they had overlooked it, then they can never go back. This was more than true for the deceased original soul. "Teacher, I picked the first one." Awang Han Shuang came back holding a number sign and a pitiful expression. Her heart was filled with self-blame. She had thought that, even with her bad luck, the worst she would choose was somewhere in the middle. How did she get the first round? It will be so tiring to try to hold on until the last round. Zun Mai raised her eyebrows, letting out a reckless smile. "First one then. You can take down all your competitors in one sweep." They didn't say we couldn't use strategy or pills in the competition. Tan Xuan noticed the flash of darkness on her face. He thought of a bad possibility, causing him to strengthen his grip on his cup. "That's right, teacher. You are the smartest. Then I'll go prepare now." Awang Han Shuang brightened and bounced away to wait below the platform. Chapter 102. Soon, Liu Zhenzin also returned. She held the very last number plate in her hand. The first one and the last one. What an obvious contrast. Zun Mai scoffed. So she wanted to use all those other people to consume Han Shuang's energy so that she can easily win at the end. Did Jun Xie think that she was just going to let that happen? Even if Han Shuang doesn't have enough endurance, she could just give her a nutrient fluid bottle that would immediately have Han Shuang jumping around with energy again. Not only were disciples expected to compete, but the representative leaders of the sects also needed to. Those representing stronger sects were placed on the last day. Zun Mai watched Awang Han Shuang's killing spree on stage and smiled in satisfaction. That's how a female lead should be. If anyone dared obstruct their path, shall fight first before negotiating. Awang Han Shuang truly listened to Zun Mi's words. As soon as she got on stage, she set up a small-scale hallucinatory formation. Standing inside, she added a itching powder to her defense, courtesy of Zun Mai. She was in charge of fighting strategy, while her teacher was in charge of providing the products. They were truly good partners in crime. Therefore, when her opponents thought she would be an easy target since no one had even heard of her and went to attack her, they became an easy target for Awang Han Shuang's formation. The entire time, Awang Han Shuang only needed to sit quietly on the stage. She smacked on a batch of cultivation pills as if they were candy, watching her opponents fight amongst each other. A few reckless ones flew to her side, but were immediately sucked into her hallucination, with their bodies shaking, and began turning red all over. After this process repeated a few times, no one else was willing to come close to her. Awang Han Shuang giggled carefreely. Zun Mai looked at the unbearable sight from below the stage. She had suddenly realized that the pupil has outdone the teacher. As the teacher, she doesn't even have the opportunity to act so flamboyantly. That's cheating, this can't count. That's right, this is against the rules. If everyone acted like this, then it would be a mess. If they are really skilled, then they should use actual skills. What's the meaning of this? Liu Guang sect, this is bullying. The audiences loudly complained. Were they looking down at the rest of them by preparing a bag of tricks? Especially that handful of pills, seeing them luxuriously pull that out from the start, their eyes turned red with jealousy. As the elders and heads of other sects, they also had financial resources. However, they weren't rich to this degree. Chuan Guang's face had already stiffened. He was also speechless due to this teacher-disciple pair. Like Zun Mai, he was envious of opportunity to act so flamboyantly. When he saw Awang Han Shuang snacking on the pills, he almost cursed. She hadn't even used up any energy. Why was she eating pills? Even if she ate, did she have to eat in a way that would garner her so much hate? His eyes were also red with jealousy. Okay. Liu Guang head, you must give us an explanation. As soon as one person spoke, another followed. Soon, their voices became one as a crowd gathered. Chuan Guang wasn't happy. Explanation. What explanation? He himself wanted to go get some pills from his junior sister. Did Liu Guang sect violate any of the competition's rules? Did Liu Guang sect do any behind-the-scenes manipulations? Did Liu Guang sect maliciously mistreat anyone? Then why would you expect an explanation? Zun Mai waved her sleeve, letting an invisible aura emit from her entire body. Chuan Guang was clapping for Zun Mai in his heart. How dare these people attack Liu Guang sect? Humph. Perhaps they were intimidated by Zun Mi's high-level aura, but they immediately swallowed their complaints. However, there were some that didn't know how to read the situation, like Liu Huiran. Liu Huiran had heard Zun Mi's previous words but just didn't take them seriously. Now, seeing Awang Han Shuang carefreely snacking on stage, he was unhappy. Thinking back to the Dar Huan pill she gave the first elder, He was even more annoyed. Although you have so many pills on your hands, you can't waste it like this. Don't you see Liu family has a lot of hurt fighters? Have your disciple share some of the pills. There was no politeness in his voice. In Liu Huiran's eyes, Liu Zunmai was his daughter. She should do whatever he says. With his words, the entire site thoroughly quieted down. Everyone had been completely shocked by Liu Huiran's shamelessness. It had been Liu Huiran himself that spread the news that Liu Zunmai had been kicked out of Liu family. Now, he so boldly demanded precious pills from the daughter he had ruthlessly kicked out. The crowd sighed. Is Liu Huiran stupid, or will Zunmai be foolish? Zunmai snorted. Liu family head, who exactly are you? What is your relationship with me? Why would I give my pills to someone I'm not related to? Where do you get this confidence? She really wanted to give this man a taste of her fist. He really was insane. He must be delusional. That's right, my teacher is Liu Guang sect's visiting elder. She's got nothing to do with the Liu family. From the stage, Wang Han Shuang quickly added as she looked down at Liu Huiran in disdain. She's said it so many times already, but why do these houseflies keep popping up? Xuan Guang and Tian Xuan's faces were dark. Was this publicly trying to steal Liu Guang sect's people right out from under them? Even if they didn't like Junior's sister as much as they did, they wouldn't let outsiders bully Liu Guang's members. Liu family head needs to be more mindful of your words, or else you might make others misunderstand. Liu Huiran frowned impatiently. Since Liu Zunmi's surname is Liu, she is a member of Liu family. What? I can't even ask my own daughter to do something as expected. This daughter isn't as worry-free as Xiao Xin. If Xiao Xin had been in this situation, she would have spoken up for him. She would never unite with outsiders to fight him. Liu Zunmai is so unfilial. What a joke. When has Liu family head ever called Liu Zunmai your daughter? Everyone sitting here only knows of Liu family's daughter named Liu Zhenxin. Since you think that the last name Liu makes someone a member of the Liu family clan, then I might as well just change my surname. Zunmai laughed in disbelief. It was the original body's bad fortune to have such a father. Liu family head, don't make me revoke my promise to protect Liu family for the next 10 years. I'm a woman, not a noble person. Did he really take her to be a pushover? Liu Huiran's face froze. He felt that Liu Zunmai was purposely making him lose face in front of everyone else. Liu Zunmai, do you think that, besides Liu family clan, anyone else is willing to give you protection without the Liu family? You aren't anything at all. Evidently, Liu Huiran still remembered that Zunmai was on her way to becoming sole senior. Hello, I don't know if you have been checking my Ko-fi site, but that is where I will posting any updates on posting schedule changes. I just posted there about what you can expect schedule-wise this week. Chapter 103. Liu family head. Have you forgotten about Liu Guang sect? Junior sister Zunmai is Liu Guang sect's person, so naturally, we will protect her. Tan Xuan's voice was cold. Xuan Guang's eyes were wide. This Liu Huiran really was an intolerable bully. What is the surname Gong Zai? Just as everyone was entering a state of hostility, a light voice leisurely sounded. White jade is flawless, Gong Zai is comparable. Zunmai blurted out, looking at Gong Zai Su with eyes flowing with dazzling brightness. Then you can share my surname. Gong Zai Su wanted to keep her by his side and watch her smile carefreely. He thought she was truly suited for the color red, bold and passionate, yet noble and proud. All right. Gong Zai Zun Mai, and it sounds pretty good. Zun Miss smile grew. Everyone, from those in the audience to those battling on stage, strangely felt as if they had been slapped in the face with sugar. Many stood with their mouth agape. Why were they one step slower if they were able to take in such a powerful soul senior beauty? They would be happy to support her. She was barely 2 decades old, yet has already been able to reach soul senior rank. She might even break through to higher levels soon. Regretfully, someone had stolen her away first. Xuan Guang was also stamping his feet in dismay. Junior sister was Liu Guangset's. If she needed a new surname, it should be a name from Liu Guangset. Who was this man that had cut in front of them to steal her away? Even worse, he had successfully stolen her away. Aoyang Han Shuang watched happily. Then you must take good care of my teacher. Don't let anyone else say anything like besides Liu family, no one else will protect you. Even though my teacher doesn't even need anyone else's protection after all, her teacher was so powerful. Only she could bully others, no one can bully her. The only way Liu family and Liu Zhenxin were able to succeed that time was because teacher hadn't had her guard up against family. Gong Zaisu didn't say anything, but walked to Zun Mi's side. He gently placed a penetratingly blue jade necklace around Zun Mi's neck. The necklace wasn't too large. The jade was delicately carved into a flower that Zun Mi didn't recognize. In the flower sat a dragon with folded wings. Zun Mi rubbed the necklace pendant in her hand, her eyes gentle. She didn't know what it symbolized, but there was no way this was an ordinary object. When you are done, come find me. I'll be waiting for you in Shenggu, Valley of Saints. Dong Zaisu concisely said while looking down at the dragon calmly laying atop her white collarbones in an inexplicably enticing manner. Okay. Zun Mi didn't ask why he didn't plan to stay and watch with her. In the past, she had relied on her husband. Now she wanted to act by herself. She wasn't being fastidious or egotistic. Instead, it was because this world could be very beneficial for her. Bao Bao said that when she went to higher-leveled worlds in the future, she might not have time to slowly climb her way up. Thus, when she was in these worlds that would allow her to cultivate, she should first conserve her strength, understand the structure of the world and learn some technical skills. Luo Lin looked at his friend flabbergasted. His speed was a bit too fast right just a while ago. He had been worrying about when this friend would ever become enlightened. The next thing he knew, his friend was already gifting his own surname to her. As expected of Gong Zaisu, he's quick with cultivation, so he's also quick with girls. Liu Huiran had the ugliest facial expression right now. The daughter that he never cared for had now attracted such an useful resource. Yet, she didn't even have any thoughts of paying back her family. The most annoying thing was Liu Guangset and this Gong Zaisu fellow, who were both standing on that unfilial girl's side. Slam! The sound of a hand banging onto a table once again brought the crowd's attention to Zun Mi's table. Zun Mi expressionlessly watched as Liu Huiran erupted with anger. She directly turned around and walked to Xuan Guang's side. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't need to care about. Gong Zaisu also returned to his seat and quietly sat down, as if he hadn't even been involved in the earlier disturbance. With all the noise, it was impossible for Gui Yuanset's head to not notice. He immediately stepped up to mediate. It's almost the last round of the competition. Let's keep the mood amicable. Fu Zhenjai was also unhappy. There was finally someone to protect her daughter, Yet that old thing, Liu Hui Ran, actually dared to object. Liu Hui Ran, "What are you doing? Sit down." She bluntly slapped her hand down on Liu Hui Ran's left shoulder. Immediately, he could only feel a piercing pain running down his body. He glared at Fu Xinjie. He really wanted to slap her. However, due to Fu Xinjie's powerful family, he could only endure it right now. That's right. The reason that he had decided to so fanatically pursue Fu Xinjie in the first place wasn't because of love, but because of her power. Fu Xinjie was the eldest miss of one of the hidden family clan, Fu family. Back then, she had a bad reputation for being bossy and domineering. However, her status was perfect, so there was still many fawning over her. Unfortunately, there wasn't anyone that met her eye, not until Liu Hui Ran. She was moved by his show of affection. As a result, she allowed Liu Hui Ran to become Liu family's successor. That's to show that if you marry a powerful wife, the husband's family would be supportive no matter how much they disliked her. After marrying, Liu Hui Ran didn't immediately change his behavior. He continued to spoil Fu Xinjie like before, causing Fu Xinjie to become more and more forceful. In Liu family, she wasn't popular. Everyone was afraid of her and often talked behind her back. She herself had heard the talks. In a fit of fury, she had even killed a few people. Afterwards, she went into secluded cultivation. However, during her seclusion, problems arose. The reason she had come to the competition today was to find Fu family. Although Fu family wasn't as powerful as the other hidden family clans, but they were still very robust. The noisy chaos began winding down after the sect head's words. No one noticed that in the corner, Liu Zhenzin's aura of dark energy became more and more concentrated. She enviously looked up at Wang Han Shuang on the stage and then at Liu Zunmai below. Even if she didn't have the title of Liu family's eldest miss, she now had Liu Guang sect and that man's support. She hated that the heavens went far. Since she had already rebirthed, why won't they let her destroy those two? Lowering her head, she walked slowly to the stage. She needed to kill her. She wanted to kill her. The unstable Liu Zhenzin's energy slowly corroded the atmosphere into darkness. Gong Zaisu and Liu Ling both narrowed her eyes. They looked around the room but couldn't find any abnormalities. Arsu, was that feeling a misperception? Liu Ling asked with doubt. No. Gong Zaisu was sure that someone had just succumbed to their inner demons. Chapter 104. What's wrong? There seems to be demon energy here. Liu Ling was filled with astonishment. Hadn't the demon energy already been sealed? The so-called hidden family clans were hidden because they needed to secretly protect the entire Tianzi mainland to prevent the sealed demon energy from seeping out. If it did, it would only lead to uncontrollable consequences. Gong Zaisu narrowed his eyebrows. His permanent wooden face's change was obvious as his puzzlement shone through. It's either it invaded the body or the body voluntarily took it in. If it were the latter, then the situation could get a bit messy. If the body was voluntary, then the demon energy would integrate fully with the host body. While this would allow host body to become powerful, it would also slowly erode the host from inside out. Even if the host comes to their senses later on, they would have already been harmed beyond restoration. Was there a problem with the sealing? But we always go back every once in a while to inspect and strengthen the seal. Liu Ling was baffled. It didn't matter how that person they sensed had gained demon energy. Instead, their main problem was figuring out how someone was able to bring the demon energy out of their seal. Or had the demon energy sneaked out of their seal by itself? Gong Zaisu didn't say anything, only rubbing the blue jade ponchon in his hand. If one took a closer look at the ponchon, they would find that it was the exact same make as the one he had given Zun Mai. The only difference was that Zun Miss Dragon faced left while the one in Gong Zaisu's hand faced right, as if they looking right at each other. Just like Zun Miss Pendant, his wasn't a common model. Rather, it was a magic treasure that had the ability to nurture the body as well as help disperse any demon energy. Martial skills was divided into low, middle, and high within the basic level, low, middle, and high within the intermediate level and the spirit level. Magic treasures was also divided into basic, intermediate, and spirit level. The same goes for demon beasts. Zun Miss Snow Fox was a young beast, so he only had medium-level strength. When he grew older, he will be able to directly enter the spirit level without a doubt. Arsu, I'm going to send information home and ask around. Luo Ling saw that Gong Zaisu was busy thinking, so didn't bother him. The results on the fighting stage was also slowly appearing. The only person standing in good condition on stage was Ouyang Han Shuang and Liu Zhenzin. Ouyang Han Shuang naturally had depended on her formation strategies so that she could goof off on stage without being harmed. Meanwhile, Liu Zhenzin appeared a bit disheveled. Her white gown was covered in dust. However, her eyes were unusually bright to the point that it gave people a strange feeling. Zun Mai had been paying attention the entire time. There was a bad premonition expanding in her heart. Bao Bao, come out. Is there some kind of mysterious presence in this world that I haven't unlocked yet? The strange feeling that Liu Zhenzin was giving her was recent. Madam Host, I just checked. There really is, but the information is all confidential. Madam Host needs to come across it yourself. Right as a friendly reminder, Liu Zhenzin's blackening measure has already shot up. Bao Bao responded but didn't show himself. If someone saw him appear, they would definitely think they saw a ghost. When Zun Mai heard the blackening news, she was bewildered and amused. It's been a few worlds since she heard the good feelings measure and blackening measure being brought up. That means Liu Zhenzin that had been provoked to her limits. Right, could it have happened just now after experiencing the vampire world? Zun Miss senses have been sharpened. Just now, she thought she smelled a rotten and stinky odor. But since she couldn't put a name to the scent, she had given up and turned back to the stage. Taking a closer look now, Zun Miss' heart jumped. How did Liu Zhenzin's strength suddenly increase by so much before? She hadn't even broken through to Soul Monarch yet. Who can explain the Soul Sage-leveled killing intent emitting from her? Did Liu Zhenzin taken cultivation pills? No, this hadn't come from pills, but that earlier scent. So what could that sudden scent have been? Ouyang Han Shuang was also astonished. She was actually being suppressed by Liu Zhenzin's pressure. If not for her extensive equipment, she would probably already have fallen to her knees. How did Liu Zhenzin's strength increase so quickly? It took her an entire half-year to go from 0 to Soul King. Teacher had even called her Heaven's Daughter for cultivating so quickly. Han Shuang quickly pulled out a random magic tool from her inventory and dodged to the side. Turning to jump off the stage, she said, "This miss doesn't feel like playing with you anymore. The ultimate winning will be Liu Guang set anyways." The fact that the actual winner was Liu Zhenzin made her a bit sullen and confused. She needed to go talk with her teacher. Liu Zhenzin was really fishy. She needed to warn her teacher to be careful. Liu Zhenzin wasn't going to let Ouyang Han Shuang off so easily. After all, this was the woman that she wanted to gnash to death in her past life. Liu Zhenxin's hands darkened as she prepared to attack Aoyang Han Shuang while her back was facing her. Zun Mai saw her actions clearly. Not having the time to worry about accidentally revealing her hidden wildcards, she immediately flashed forward. Numerous flower petals appeared mid-air. As if they had their own consciousness, they assembled together and firmly protected Aoyang Han Shuang in their embrace. Meanwhile, Zun Mai held her jade flute in one hand and stopped in front of Liu Zhenxin. She struck her flute onto Liu Zhenxin's forehead with force and kicked her chest. Bang! Liu Zhenxin fell onto the stage floor, splashing up a pile of dust. Zun Mai coldly walked towards Liu Zhenxin and used one leg to step onto the wrist of the right hand Liu Zhenxin used to try to sneak attack Aoyang Han Shuang. A blood-curdling scream sounded as the wrist stiffly snapped. Zun Mai had also used spiritual energy to shatter her meridians. She herself hadn't even done looking for revenge yet. Why did Liu Zhenxin repeatedly come looking for trouble herself? In the crowd, the audience was once again stunned by this sudden twist. What a mysterious method! They've never heard of such a strategy. The ability to control flower petals itself wasn't too rare. However, she was able to make flower petals appear out of nowhere. The petals' fiery red color was just too complementary to the woman in red that was controlling them, as if they had been created for her. Luo Ling carried Aoyang Han Shuang away, safely placing her down onto the ground. He wasn't too focused on Zun Mai's mysterious methods. Just now, his feet had moved before his mind to get to Han Shuang's side. But this kind of feeling wasn't bad. Aoyang Han Shuang was a bit upset. She was still too weak. Liu Zhenxin, I'm just teaching you a lesson today. You better remember my people aren't people you can bully just because you want to. If this happens again, it won't just be a broken hand. I would be very willing to take your ugly head as punishment next time. Zun Mai dug her heel down before coldly continuing, those that belong in the darkness should come strolling out into sunlight. Taking a look around at those around her, Zun Mai's red lips curled up. I am truly sorry for making everyone see such a chaotic scene and causing a disruption to the good mood. To demonstrate my remorse, our Liu Guang sect will be gifting everyone here today with a Dar-Huan pill. Zun Mai really had Liu Guang sect in her heart. She was always looking to benefit Liu Guang sect first. Chapter 105. The crowd immediately changed their view of Zun Mai. Dar-Huan pill was an invaluable 8-level pill now. Liu Zun Mai was saying each person gets one. It was either she was dumb or they had hearing problems. After also seeing her disciples on stage performance, everyone thought she was just too dumb. Zun Mai didn't mind what the others thought. This was exactly the result she wanted. She knew that pulling out so many 8-level pills all at once would be received with suspicion. But this was a great opportunity and she didn't want to have it go to waste. She leisurely left with her disciple to make arrangements. Teacher, would that be too much? Aoyang Han Shuang didn't quite understand her teacher's thought process. It wasn't teacher to act as a nouveau rich and throw money around. Dummy, what did we hear the most on our way over? Zun Mai couldn't resist knocking on Aoyang Han Shuang's forehead. Based on the plotline, Aoyang Han Shuang was a pretty smart modern girl. Why was her IQ falling? Did she really think she was someone that would make decisions that would harm herself? What we heard the most stuff like Liu Zhenxin picked up another treasure, etc. Teacher, what have you prepared? Moving closer to Zun Mai, she whispered. Borrowing another's knife to do the dirty deed, then shifting the blame. Zun Mai glanced at Ouyang Han Shuang before walking forward. Han Shuang, you must remember, we are just ordinary people. Coincidentally, someone gave us a peek at the recipe for Dar Huan pill making. Afterwards, we followed the instructions to make all of this. But because we have limited ingredients, we've already used them up now. If anyone wants any, they can first go collect all the necessary ingredients and come find me at Liu Guang sect. With a few words, Zun Mai removed herself from any suspicion. Ouyang Han Shuang couldn't help but be a bit proud of her teacher's intelligence. She happily went off to find her martial uncle to give him a pill and tell him to pass down Zun Mai's message to others. As Zun Mai and Ouyang Han Shuang left, two figures appeared. One was the elegantly cold man in white. Another was a distinguished man in blue. "Arsu, you have pretty good taste." Luo Ling clicked his tongue. Gong Zaisu gave Luo Ling a side glance. "You have responsibilities to complete." All right. Okay, my young master. I'll get on it immediately." Luo Ling bowed while cursing secretly in his heart. He's obviously neglecting friendship after finding love. When he got back home, he'll definitely tell the other two to come protest his actions. Humph. Oh right, what about that demon person? Luo Ling walked away but suddenly turned back. The demon energy in her body is already dissipating. Just observe her for the next 2 days. Gong Zai's eyes flashed. His family clan hasn't replied with an answer yet, so he didn't know where the root of this demon energy came from. Okay. Luo Ling was also unsettled. Usually, their family clan would reply to their message by now. If not for Liu Zun Mai, no. If not for Gong Zun Mai holding back that woman in time, the demon energy could have been transmitted into another person's body and caused them to also fallen into darkness. Within one night, a small rumor began spreading inside Gui Yuan sect. No one knew if the rumor was true, but human greed allowed the rumor to spread smoothly. A furied Liu Zhen had just violently killed the fourth wave of people coming to raid her. She had been recalling what happened on that stage when they attacked. She would have eliminated Ouyang Han Shuang if not for that bitch Liu Zun Mai. Therefore, she didn't show any mercy to those that had appeared in front of her once again. A thick smell of blood drifted into the night air. Zun Mai stood on a roof in the distance, watching as a group of people advanced towards Liu Zhen's room. As she watched, she thought back towards the rumors that she had heard overnight. Did you hear that Liu Zhen is a living treasure-finding map? Of course I heard. The news has been spreading all over. I heard that the treasures she found are all ancient heavenly objects. How can she be so lucky? How can she be able to obtain all of these treasures? Even this time's Dar Huan pill is in her hand. The news I heard was that someone is preparing to steal something from her at night. Then we should go tonight too. We might even be able to steal the person herself away too. That's right. Although Zun Mai was a bit flabbergasted by how fast the whole situation concluded, she was reaping the results of calamity. To allow Liu Zhen to concentrate on her killing spree, she had even manufactured some inconveniences for Liu Huiran, making him conveniently unavailable during Liu Zhen's demon spell. That's right, Zun Mai had already known that those people were only going to help add to Liu Zhen's experience but didn't stop them. Why would she do such a thing? The answer immediately appeared in front of her. Liu Zhen, how could you be so cruel? Gui Yuan sect head was the first to rush over. Looking at the bloodbath in the yard, his face scrunched together. He had originally wanted to capture Liu Zhen for Gui Yuan sect's use. He had been able to arrive so quickly. Someone had disclosed information saying the men he had sent out had all died. Moreover, Liu Zhenxin was on a killing spree. If he stepped up now to direct the conclusion and imprison Liu Zhenxin, he can easily replace the original with a fraud and still gain from the situation. However, looking at the devastation before him, he couldn't help but feel as if this was horrifying. Liu Zhenxin's eyes were black. Her whole body had an invisible dark energy twisting around her. It didn't seem like demon energy, yet it was too similar to demon energy. She was looking at the people in front of her as if she were a poisonous viper. Gui Yuan's set head couldn't help but instinctively step backwards, while shivering from head to toe. He was actually frightened by this little girl's gaze. Liu Zhenxin, you have violated our regulations, massacring the innocent as the competition's host. I must arrest you. He pompously justified his next actions. Don't try to resist. I won't show mercy against you. The people that came with Gui Yuan's sect head immediately swarmed forward like a group of hornets. In their eyes, their numbers was already overwhelming Liu Zhenxin's chances of getting away. But soon, they were smacked in the face with reality. Liu Zhenxin was a soul king. With a recent catalyst, she had directly moved up to the edge of soul sage level. These disciples that had barely even entered soul general level couldn't even be considered Liu Zhenxin's opponent. Liu Zhenxin already forgotten reason. Her entire mind was filled with a need to kill, 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 and kill. The Gui Yuan sect head was left trembling in fear as he watched Liu Zhenxin's eyes turn red. Chapter 106. Zun Mai tapped her feet and sat on the ledge, watching with interest. Gong Zaisu appeared noiselessly by her side and handed her a plate of washed Mingluo fruit. Zun Mai casually grabbed one and popped it into her mouth. After finishing chewing the first fruit, she finally remembered to look up for the source of her snack. Tilting her head, her eyes met a face that could make young maidens' hearts skip even in the dark. Her ears turned red. RRR. Didn't even notice when husband appeared. How shameful. Gong Zaisu copied Zun Mi's position and sat on the ledge to watch the distant showdown. He placed the plate down so that it would be within Zun Mi's reach. Su, thank you. Zun Mai lightly said while grabbing for another Mingluo fruit to nibble on. The originally sweet Mingluo fruit now tasted as if it was overflowing with sweetness. Within a few minutes' time, Liu Zhenxin had already moved up to battling Gui Yuan's sect head himself. A soul sage at his peak versus someone just at the brink of soul sage level. Logic would say Gui Yuan head sect would dominate, but reality was Liu Zhenxin was overpowering Gui Yuan sect head in every aspect. Those who had rushed over after hearing the rumors were astonished. Even Zun Mai raised an eyebrow. Liu Zhenxin must have some hidden treasures on her, or else she couldn't be so powerful. Seeing Liu Zhenxin smack Gui Yuan's sect head away with one palm, Zun Mai stood up. She smoothed out her clothes. It was about time she entered the stage. Be careful. Just as Zun Mai was about to step out, a cold voice spoke with added concern. Zun Mai turned to Gong Zaisu and smiled sweetly. Wait for me. Wait for me to come back and find you. Wait for me to go to Shanggu to find you. In the dark night sky, her lofty red figure was seductively eye-catching. Gong Zaisu quietly sat down in his original place and watched her red silhouette wander through the crowd. As soon as Zun Mai appeared, Aoyang Han Shuang and the others immediately took notice. Her clothing style was too distinguishing. Only Zun Mai could make that red gown seem so elegantly enticing. Teacher, Wang Han Shuang stepped forward and pretended to give a brief summary of events to her late teacher. Zun Mai nodded. Liu Zhenzin is our Liu Guang sect's member. However, we won't be biased. Those who have done wrong deserve to be punished. Senior brother, first go placate those other sects with Xuan Guang. Senior brother, I'll go seize Liu Zhenzin. After undergoing a one-way massacre, the rest of the fighters had no more desire to steal treasures. They wanted to kill the woman that caused them to lose so many elite members of their sect. But they knew their own strength, so they didn't dare attack again. Hearing Liu Guang sect say that they were willing to step forward to take care of the situation, they quickly separated to give Zun Mai room. Dui Yuan sect head, with the help of a disciple, stumbled over to Zun Mai and cupped one fist in his other hand as a sign of respect. Thank you, Miss Zun Mai, for undertaking the task of subduing this evil creature and for giving justice for those injured sect disciples. Zun Mai raised an eyebrow. This Dui Yuan sect head really knew how to talk. He was trying to push all the problems onto Liu Guang sect and claim themselves as innocent. Would innocent people appear in a woman's residence in the middle of the night? How laughable! She snorted, bypassed him and headed towards Liu Zhenzin. With a flash, she had entered the fight. Liu Zhenzin, you still haven't woken up. If you don't stop now, then don't blame me for showing no mercy. Zun Mai held her jade flute horizontal to her chest. Her eyes were chilly as she spoke with moral austerity. Wang Han Shuang secretly rolled her eyes on the sidelines. And her teacher dared to ridicule her for being dramatic. Look, she's pretty over the top herself. Okay, can't she see that all the men around them were looking at her with utmost adoration? Liu Zhenzin didn't have the rationality to respond to Zun Mai's words. She could only tell that this woman in red before her was a bit familiar. The ruthless violence in her heart began rising again. There was a voice telling her, kill her, kill her, kill her. She raised the chain in her hand and charged at Zun Mai. Her demon energy didn't decrease. Rather, the killing intent surrounding Liu Zhenzin increased, causing the shaking audience to step back one step further. Zun Mai's eyes darkened. What exactly was this extra force? Why was it so powerful? Windborne flower petals twirled around Zun Mai, constructing a firm layer of protection. Her body was still weak. Any little injury could cause her entire body to collapse again. The sharp shout echoed through the night, carrying a boundless killing intent. A call hungering for bloodshed, a shudder of the soul, the urge to fight to the death. A pair of bony hands advanced down towards Zun Mai. However, an invisible force nailed her down to the floor while making her insides stir even more restlessly with agitation. On the other side, a red liquid dripped down from Zun Mai's lips but was quickly absorbed by her ice-blue jade flute. Her light breath was immediately covered with a smell of blood. I want to kill you. Liu Zhenzin repeatedly broke through Zun Mai's yin shar tactical formation, leaving deep wounds all over her body. However, even though her wounds were deep to the bone, Liu Zhenzin showed no signs of stopping. She continuously forged ahead, continuously waved the chain in her hands. The power of the Black Iron Chain, a high-ranking magic treasures, was already formidable. Zun Mai's eyes narrowed. Everyone could see from the current situation. If she were to attack with the purpose of killing, it would be completely logical. With a change in pitch, she transformed her attack to her own creation, Mai. Mai meaning to destroy but also representing the rebirth rising from the extinguished ashes. The melody flowed smoothly yet was ear-piercing. The melody attacked from all directions and poured into Liu Zhenzin's body. The flower petals surrounding Zun Mai suddenly flew rapidly and completely binded around Liu Zhenxin. They refused to allow her to budge. With a combination of Zun Mai's magic and spiritual power, the jade flute transformed into a sharp dagger and penetrated into Liu Zhenxin's heart. Standing behind Liu Zhenxin, Zun Mai's lips curled up nefariously. When she turned around, her expression had returned to coldness. Liu Zhenxin preserved the fierce malevolence in her face. Her hands waved disorderly before finally freezing. Her wide eyes clearly expressed her incredulity and inability to accept. Drip, drip, drip. The sound of blood dripping onto the limestone floor was particularly clear in this instant. "Teacher, you're hurt," Wang Han Shuang screamed as she noticed that the hand holding her jade flute was unceasingly dripping blood. But before she could fling herself over to her teacher, another person had already rushed over and carried her teacher away. Wang Han Shuang puckered her lips and pitifully frowned before quickly following behind them. Dong Zai-Su's entire body was emitting a cold air that could freeze people in their place. The only reason he had allowed the woman in his embrace to go out was under the guarantee that she wouldn't be harmed. But the results were now telling him she had allowed herself to get hurt. Chapter 107. Seeing her get hurt under his watch, when he wasn't able to protect her in time, a feeling of self-blame sorrowfully occupied his entire mind. Su, don't worry. I'm not hurt, really. This blood is all Liu Zhenxin's, believe me. Zun Mai knew what her lover was thinking, and immediately explained. She raised the originally bleeding hand to Gong Zai-Su's face so he can take a look himself. There wasn't even a bit of a wound left. Gong Zai-Su relaxed in his heart, but his facial expression remained tense. He felt there was a need to have a serious talk with her. No matter what, she needed to place her safety as her highest priority. When they returned to the room, Gong Zai-Su placed her on the bed. He dampened a handkerchief and began wiping her bloody hand. Afterwards, he picked up 2 Mingliuo fruits from the table. Your body can't stand high-intensity usage of spiritual energy right now. It's only because that woman's strength wasn't strong that you went hurt this time. If you encountered a soul senior, do you know what would have happened? As Gong Zai-Su spoke, he realized what this feeling was. This was fear, worry, and terror. Just like Liu Ling said, he had always been immersed in cultivation. There wasn't anything else that could raise his interest. That was why he had been so helpless and quiet when they first met. Zun Mai obediently munched on the Mingliuo fruits. She seriously nodded along to every sentence. However, she couldn't help but curve her lips up. Wow, husband is so caring. Su, I promise. I absolutely won't fight in any battles I'm not sure of winning. Really, I promise. I still need to go back to Shanggu with you, so I will definitely come out without any harm. Don't worry. Alright, I will take care of myself, but you also need to promise me that you won't get hurt either. Just like you worry about me, I will also be worried about you. You are the person I care about the most in this world. I would rather get hurt myself instead of seeing you in pain. But I also know that if I were to get hurt, you would also feel pain. So I will take care of myself and make sure to grow stronger so that I can stand by your side. Gong Zai-Su's cold peach blossom eyes could only fit the person in front of him. Her red gown was a flirtatious color, but it made Zun Mai appear more bright and lively. I'll wait for you. He didn't say any superfluous words. Tonight, he needed to rush back with Liu Ling tonight. He was done with his matters here. That demon was dead, and they will leave disciples behind to participate in the remaining 2 days of the competition. Jun Xie could tell that Su Su needed to leave soon. Her heart ached a little. She was reluctant to part with him, but she quickly changed her perspective. When she finished her business here, she'll be able to go and find Su Su. It will be soon. Liu Zhenxin was already dead, so there was only the frustrating Liu family head to take care of now. As for the requirement for Han Shuang to become a winner of life, Jun Xie has already been slowly shaping that path for her. After she breaks through to Soul Sage, she'll be able to head off to Shinku. Besides, it will only take Han Shuang at most up to the beginning of next year to break into Soul Sage level. Gong Zaisu and Jun Xie sat silently, the atmosphere peaceful and comfortable. It was as if time slowed, a beauty forming in stillness. When Liu Ling came to call for Gong Zaisu, they knew that their time was up. Su Su, this is for you. Jun Xie grabbed Gong Zaisu's arm as he stood up. She pulled out a large bottle of essence pills from her inventory and slipped it to him. These were all Zaisui and Darhuan pills that she bought from the space market. As they were system-produced, they were guaranteed to be premium quality. Gong Zaisu didn't ask what was inside the bottle but accepted her endowment. He turned and walked 2 steps but couldn't resist retracing his steps back to her. Pulling her into his embrace, he spoke. "Come find me. I'll be waiting for you." His warm voice flooded into her ear. Liu Ling watched the reluctance parting with wide eyes. If this was just a few days ago, no one could have even imagined such a scene occurring. But now, reality was widening their world of views. Gong Zaisu released Jun Xie and, using spiritual energy, sped away. He was afraid that if he left slowly, he'll try to take her back with him. But he knew he couldn't. He knew she still had many things she wanted to finish. Liu Ling watched flabbergasted as Gong Zaisu quickly disappeared and left him behind. As expected, when one finds his wife, they forget his brothers. While blaming Gong Zaisu in his heart, Liu Ling rushed after him to catch up. "Teacher Aurang," Han Shuang whispered to her distracted teacher. Jun Xie munched on a manglio fruit. "Why are you frowning? If someone didn't know, then they would think you were being abandoned." Aurang Han Shuang. She was just trying to looking out for her teacher. She had been scared her teacher would feel heartbroken, but suddenly her teacher had turned the attention to her. "Right, is the Liu Zhenxin matter handled?" Jun Xie changed the topic again as she leaned down on the bed. Liu Zhenxin is definitely dead. When that Liu family head heard, he exploded on the spot. Rumor has it that he wants to take revenge and doesn't plan on letting you off. Aurang Han Shuang's attention was successfully shifted as she spoke up in anger. That Liu family head really is no good. He actually treated that trash Liu Zhenxin as a treasure. "Teacher, you were right to leave Liu family. If not, you would have been ruined by him sooner or later." She didn't have a good opinion of Liu Huiran to begin with. Now, she only wanted to get rid of this nuisance. Jun Xie indifferently raised an eyebrow. She wasn't the original soul, so she had limited feelings of affection towards Liu Huiran. However, no matter who the debt was owed to, it still needed to be paid. Since she was now occupying the original soul's identity, Jun Xie naturally needed to fulfill her wishes. "Don't get angry. As long as he doesn't actively come to provoke me, it'll be fine. If he dared to make the first move, then she won't show mercy." Jun Xie's cold expression didn't change at all. Aurang Han Shuang's pretty bright eyes looked up at her teacher, her eyes flooding with emotion. Her teacher is so domineering, especially when she was acting so cool. She looked so handsome. The teacher-disciple pair began scheming their next actions. Jun Xie had read the original plot, so she knew there were treasures to be found. It wasn't her style not to act on such good information. Thus, she decided that, after the competition, she'll take her disciple to rake in all those treasures. In the process, she can let Han Shuang see the world and raise her level through fighting demons. Speaking of which, it's been too long since she's last been to Death's Eye. She needed to go this time. She quite missed the demon beasts there. Demon beasts, why do we get the feeling that some bad thing is about to happen? Chapter 108. Liu Jun Xie, come out. Bright and early, Jun Xie felt a heavy breath approaching her. Immediately, she lost her sleepy mood and changed into a costume to await the intruder's arrival. Although she could guess who it was, she was still upset by the loud roar. Why would you be so loud so early in the morning? Jun Xie finished a manglio fruit and washed her hands before leisurely walking out. There were a lot of people here today. Their seating arrangement was also quite interesting. Liu Huiran sat in the frontmost seat. Behind him was a select few Liu family members. The other people seemed as if they wanted to stand as far away as possible from them, so they were crowded along the sides of the room. If Jun Xie's room didn't have a restriction seal, then Liu Huiran would probably have directly charged inside. Awang Han Shuang popped out from amidst the crowd. Teacher Liu family head burst in here. I couldn't hold him back. Awang Han Shuang blinked her eyes innocently. In reality, she knew she wouldn't be able to hold him back, so she didn't even try. Jun Xie rolled her eyes. This little girl has become more brave. Chuan Wang and Tan Chuan also walked to Jun Xie's side and watched her with worry. They have already witnessed Liu Huiran's shamelessness before. Tan Chuan had originally been grieving over the loss of beloved disciple, but he also knew that it had been his disciple's fault. He thought that the matter had been over, but Liu family head's early morning raw told him differently. Liu family head has business here. Jun Xie left her face expressionless. When Liu Huiran saw Jun Xie, it was like he was looking for somewhere to place his anger. Immediately, he began rambling. Liu Jun Xie, do you care about Liu family at all? Xiao Xin is your little sister. She made so much effort for Liu family, yet you killed her. I shouldn't have allowed you to be born back then. Even when you were born, I should have killed you before you grew up and caused such disaster for the Liu family. He stepped forward as if to slap her. But Jun Xie wasn't going to stupidly stand in place for him. Liu family head, you sure are fresh with your words. Jun Xie's eyes darkened. Since this is what Liu family head believes, then there is no need to follow through with my previous promise. As long as the Liu family head is Liu Huiran, Jun Xie will not lend any help towards Liu family. Simultaneously, you should remember that I am not the naive Liu Jun Xie of before. 2 years ago, I already paid back your gift of life. Our relationship is just like this tree withered. Liu Huiran. Liu Huiran. How can you be so blind to reality? Besides the female lead, Liu Huiran couldn't even see anything else. How insulting. If the original soul was here, she would be heartbroken again. Liu Jun Xie, you dare speak to me with that tone? Liu Huiran trembled with anger, pointing a finger at Jun Xie while shouting. If you abolish your cultivation, and give all your cultivation pills and magic treasures up, I'll spare your life today. Otherwise, I'll take revenge for Xiao Xin. Before Jun Mai could respond, those around her spoke up. Wow, is Liu Huiran bad in the head? This is the first time I've seen such a shameless person. This Liu Huiran is the true scum. No one else could even compare. You're right. Even though we are also covetous of wealth, but we are not his level of deranged. The two talking were members of yesterday's secret raid. They had escaped early, so they were able to come out alive. When I get back, I'm going to tell my sect to not collaborate with Liu family. That's right. If he could end up biting us too. We need to block off Liu family from now on. So Liu family was actually this kind of trash. There's nothing worth admiring about them. The comments continued without stopping. The people that came with Liu family felt their faces redden. They had always acted arrogantly due to their status as a member of the Liu family clan. Others had always envied them for being a part of Liu family too. But now it was as if they had been slapped in the face. They couldn't help but look at Liu Huiran with a bit of resentment. It was because of him that they were now in these circumstances. Liu Huiran, I really think there's something wrong with your brain. If you keep barking, Liu Guang sect won't feel the need to be polite to you. Xuan Guang was truly disgusted by Liu Huiran's shamelessness. This was the first time in his few hundred years of life meeting such a thick-skinned person. It was like Liu Huiran couldn't see the disdain on the faces of those around him. He completely ignored Xuan Guang's words. I am speaking with a member of Liu family. This has nothing to do with Liu Guang sect. Could it be that something really was wrong with his brain? Everyone was thinking the same thing. Jun Mai was kicked out of Liu family a long time ago. How could he still have the nerves to call her a member of Liu family? Not only did he have the nerves to do so, but he did it with a sense of self-confidence, as if it was her honor to be a part of Liu family. Jun Mai almost gagged from disgust. After walking through so many worlds, Liu Huiran was the unbeatable one in terms of brainlessness. Xuan Guang angrily stepped forward to directly teach him a lesson, but was stopped by Jun Mai. Senior brother, don't dirty your hands by dealing with such a brainless person. It's about time I completely cut ties with Liu family anyways. So don't worry, I'll settle this. Jun Mai comforted Xuan Guang and Tian Xuan as she pulled Han Shuang to their side. Taking 2 steps forward, she pulled out her jade flute and allowed her pressure aura to fully emit. Since Liu family head wants to get revenge for Liu Zhenzin, then come forth. Only those who are able to win against me have the right to look down on me. Luckily she had nutrient fluids that allowed for a naturally fast restoration in her inventory. She had already replenished the spiritual energy she had lost last night. Liu Huiran disapprovingly said, Today I'll finish this disaster-causing daughter of mine. Jun Mai snorted. It was far too early to tell who would be finished off. Liu Huiran's weapon was also a rare treasure, a black sword. Chapter 109. Jun Mai controlled the assemblage of flower petals while holding her jade flute in the other hand. Her entire aura was austere as the wind around her became sharper. Bang! 2 strong energies slammed together. Liu Huiran stumbled backwards as he spit out blood. Jun Mai remained standing in her original place steadily. Liu Huiran looked shocked, as if he had only now discovered his daughter had changed. Just her aura alone could oppress him to the point of giving him internal injuries. Exactly what level of cultivation is she? Jun Mai's lips curled up. With a flash, her jade flute pierced into Liu Huiran's shoulder. Another round of blood spurted out. Liu Huiran felt like his right hand was completely broken. Zun Mai glanced at him. With a twist of her jade flute, she pierced the sharp edge into Liu Huiran's other shoulder. Without the help of a Zai Sui pill, it would be hard for Liu Huiran's bone and tendons to be reconnected. She won't cripple his cultivation just yet. Giving someone hope before watching them fall apart was a more rewarding process. Liu Huiran, I'll let you off today. But there won't be a next time. If I find out you're still trying to cause trouble, I'll definitely destroy you. Zun Mai turned to leave without wavering. With such a turn of events, Liu family could only decline. It would be impossible for Liu Huiran to steadily stay in his family head position for much longer. Wang Han Shuang mockingly looked down at the middle-aged man on the ground. Even though he had a handsome face, he was still scum. Humph! She happily turned to follow her teacher out. Chuan Guang was also dragged away by Tian Xuan. The group of people standing in the backyard also began to disperse. As for Liu Huiran, Liu family's members looked at each other before dragging him out. When Fu Zhenjai returned to the Liu family clan yard, she saw the disciples gathered outside discussing something. She had previously received a letter from her family and gone to see them, so she didn't know anything about what had happened at Dui Yuan sect. "Madam, you're back," a disciple weakly greeted before quickly summarizing what had recently happened. He had originally wanted to just give her an update, but he hadn't expected Madam to laugh with glee at the information. "Mir is truly great. That kind of scum deserves to die. As Liu family's disciples, then you have to make sure to keep your eyes open. You need to know what kind of people are worth following. When we get back, recount these events to the ancestors and the other relatives. Got it? Remember to be completely honest." Fu Zhenjai felt as if she got to release her anger. Now, Liu Huiran was no better than if he had his meridians crippled. But this wasn't enough. Stroking the sword on her waist, Fu Zhenjai pushed open the door and walked inside. The disciples outside were still busy digesting her words when they heard a scream coming from inside the room. They looked at each other, not sure whether or not they should go in. Inside was the family head and the family madam. Would it be appropriate for them to go in? Within the time they were hesitating, Fu Zhenjai came back out with a newly red sword. "Carry him back." She glanced back before leaving. Liu family's disciples nervously walked forward to see a bleeding figure on the bed. A few easily frightened individuals fell with fear at the sight, holding onto the door handle and refusing to take another step further. Finally, a brave soul stepped up. From his view, he saw that the person on the bed had had his legs cut off. The outpouring blood dyed the bed sheets red. The person's eyes were wide open, yet he couldn't make a sound. The disciple reached out his hand shakily. There was still breathing, very weak, but enough to show that he wasn't dead yet. "That's good. That's good." He called two others to get water and medicine while he grabbed a clean quilt to wrap around and carry him. They needed to quickly return. If they stay here any longer, they really couldn't imagine what else would happen. The pleasant competition concluded with many unforeseeable endings. Zun Mai explained her plans to Chuan Guang and Tian Xuan before leaving for Death's Eye together with Wang Han Shuang. This was the best place for practicing cultivation. There was food, dwelling, and entertainment. Zun Mai herself also needed a peaceful place to break through to soul senior level. Now that Liu Zhenzin and Liu Huiran had been taken care of, she could relax a little. Zun Mai was a bit distressed while carrying her a weak white fox. When she let this fellow out last night, he had acted as if he didn't have any energy and was completely indifferent to her actions. Xiao Bai, are you reaching hibernation? Why do I feel like you are about to go to sleep at any moment? Zun Mai caressed Xiao Bai's soft fur while asking. Xiao Bai glanced at his master with disdain. He turned his head, refusing to acknowledge her. Zun Mai. Aoyang Han Shuang couldn't hold back her laughter, causing Zun Mai to glare at her. Teacher, this fox isn't in hibernation season yet. Perhaps Xiao Bai is feeling uncomfortable somewhere. Is he hungry? She was just randomly guessing. She hadn't expected to see her teacher's face light up as if she saw the light. Her lips twitched. Teacher, don't tell me that you haven't been feeding Xiao Bai. Wow, she suddenly felt her teacher contract beast was so pitiful. His master didn't even know when he was starving. I forgot. Zun Mai awkwardly laughed. After taking Xiao Bai from Death's Eye, she had thrown him directly into the inventory space. Bao Bao had been accompanying Xiao Bai during this time, so she really wasn't paying attention to this part. She pulled out a piece of beef jerky she had stored in her inventory and gave it to Xiao Bai. As soon as he saw it, his eyes lit up. Zun Mai felt even more sorry. Xiao Bai, it's my fault. I forgot. Eat slowly, I have a lot more. You can have as much as you want. When we get to Death's Eye, I'll catch all your favorite Duowai beasts for you. The Duowai beasts were very similar to roosters. The difference was that they were much more powerful. Their many tails had large, sharp feathers. Aoyang Han Shuang really didn't know what to say to her teacher. In major events, she wouldn't make the slightest mistakes. But in details within her private life, she really could act like a fool at times. Forget it, she was used to it at this point. The two of them plus a white fox cheerfully arrived at the small village that they had first met in. If they passed through this place, they would be entering Death's Eye's parameters. On their way over, they had encountered numerous robbery attempts. However, they were able to use their might to suppress all the attempts while handily stealing from those that had come to rob them. But seeing the woman standing before them, emitting black energy and bearing Liu Zhenxin's face, Zun Mai and Aoyang Han Shuang almost fell over. Chapter 110. But seeing the woman standing before them now, with black energy all around her and bearing Liu Zhenxin's face, Zun Mai and Aoyang Han Shuang almost fell over. This wasn't logical. They had barely been able to walk arrogantly for a few days. Who was this person coming to destroy their mood? They were very tired too. Okay, shouldn't they get a chance to be carefree for a few more days? But moreover, who exactly was this person? Teacher, are my eyes blurry or does Liu Zhenxin have a twin sister? Aoyang Han Shuang rubbed her eyes while tugging on her teacher's sleeve. Zun Mi's lips twitched. How would I know? In her memories, her second uncle only had one daughter. Or maybe they were twins, but one of the daughters had been secretly hidden away after birth. Liu Zun Mai, you don't remember how much fun you were having when you killed me? Nope, it was just Liu Zhenxin herself. Seeing Liu Zun Mai frown made Liu Zhenxin happy. Ha. You didn't think this would happen, right? You didn't think I would appear again. This time, I'm going to send the two of you down to hell. Prepare to die. While Zun Mai and Han Shuang were muttering to themselves, Liu Zhenxin revealed her identity on her own. She had originally thought it would scare the two, but she instead saw their faces relax. They weren't scared at all. Instead, they looked at her with a strange expression. Zun Mai and Aoyang Han Shuang were both very open-minded. They went scared of the Liu Zhen that had risen from the dead. Instead, they were pretty interested. How did this person die and come back to life? The question was itching on their minds. They wanted to explore for answers. Their focal point seemed to go a bit off topic. As if they also realized this wasn't the time for pondering, Zun Mai and Wang Han Shuang quickly turned to each other and began whispering. "Teacher, I think there's definitely some kind of magic treasure on her. Should we take it?" Zun Mai scratched her chin. "It seems like it's at least a deity-leveled treasure, maybe even higher." "I'm tempted, envious, teacher." Wang Han Shuang began acting cute while swaying Zun Mi's hand. She kept her eyes on Liu Zhen as if staring at a piece of juicy meat. Zun Mai was also envious. She exhaustively did all those missions, but she still hasn't seen any deity-leveled magic treasures. Since it's like this, then let's go finish her. Afterwards, we can take the treasure. Zun Mai made the final decision as she took out her jade flute. Wang Han Shuang pulled out her silver fan and rushed forward. The two's converging attack meant that, even if Liu Zhen was able to escape this time, her cultivation would be weakened to soul sage level. Liu Zhen also realized that she couldn't win against the two of them. In a fit of nervousness, she wanted to escape. But Zun Mai wasn't going to let her off so easily. Han Shuang, block her. She's trying to escape. She flashed to the opposite side to block Liu Zhen's path. Her jade flute transformed into a long sword that defended against Liu Zhen's whip. However, only a small sliver split on the whip due to the impact, demonstrating how high quality the whip was. Not to be outdone, Wang Han Shuang slapped her fan onto the back of Liu Zhen's head. Zun Mai slashed her sword forward, pushing her whip aside. The glint of the sword blinded Liu Zhen's vision. In that moment, Zun Mai and Wang Han Shuang both pushed their weapons into Liu Zhen's chest. Wide-eyed, Liu Zhen watched a sword slit into her chest for the second time as she slowly fell backwards. Zun Mai extracted her sword as she tilted her head midthwart. She had clearly seen that as her sword entered her body, the black energy around her body had high corrosive ability. If not for the fact that her sword was originally a jade flute, it might have melted. How could one person's body have corrosive ability? Wang Han Shuang wiped her silver fan clean before running to Liu Zhen to search for treasures. But after searching left and right, she still couldn't find any worthy things. Her face fell. She felt like she had been scammed. Teacher and her had wasted so much energy and yet weren't able to gain anything, so unhappy. Teacher, what should we do with her? Should we dig a hole? Although she felt grievances in her heart, she still wasn't willing to just leave a corpse out here in the wilderness. Zun Mai also didn't know what to do either. Let's just dig a hole here. Wang Han Shuang obediently banged the grounds a few times on the ground, creating a hole just big enough for Liu Zhen. Without much tenderness, Han Shuang followed her teacher's instructions and dumped her in. With a wave of Zun Mi's hands, a pile of dirt fell into the hole. After patting their hands, they swiftly left the scene. They didn't really care whether someone was going to come up trying to dig up the hole. The two walked onto another path and found a country house to lodge in. Bao Bao, come out. Explain the Liu Zhen situation to me. Zun Mai didn't believe that she didn't kill her the first time. She had taken action herself, so she was confident. Even if Liu Zhen hadn't died that night, she couldn't have completely restored her strength in just 3 days' time. Bao Bao finally found a tool that could help hide his body. Hearing his host beckon for him, he immediately appeared in front of her. "Madam Host, I really don't know. You have access to all the unlocked information about this world. Moreover, my screen is saying that there is no locked information left. Unless what?" Zun Mai asked. "Unless there is something existing in the world that outsiders haven't heard of, or less than 2/3 of the people don't know about." Bao Bao floated while rambling on. He flipped through the data regarding this world but couldn't find any problematic areas. Zun Mai rubbed the jade pendant on her neck. A guess emerged in her mind. "Bao Bao, scan this jade to see if it's a high-grade energy item." Bao Bao quickly opened the system's scanner capability and looked at the screen displaying the SSS result. He almost shook all the white fur off his body in shock. This isn't something that should exist in a 5-star world. "Bao Bao, tell me the truth only." Zun Mai had been watching Bao Bao's reaction. Based on that fur, she knew that there was definitely a problem. "Madam Host, I think we were scammed. This world must have a hidden element. Moreover, the hidden element seems to be very, very dangerous." Pulling on his fur, Zun Mai placed Bao Bao into the palm of her hand. "Since we've already arrived, that means we have no other way out, right?" Bao Bao nodded his head furiously. "If we force exit, it will cause harm to host's soul. We will also deduct 20,000 points." "Madam Host, I'm sorry." Chapter 111. Bao Bao, calm down first. "I'll finish this mission quickly. Afterwards, we'll see if we should leave this world." Zun Mai comforted. They weren't even sure what exactly was going on right now. They needed to focus on more urgent matters. Bao Bao nodded dispiritedly. He completely didn't know the root of this problem. This was like a slap in the face for him. Zun Mai didn't sleep that night. When Aoyang Han Shuang woke up and went to call her teacher, she found that Zun Mai was already in the courtyard waiting for her. "You're up. Let's go." Zun Mai left 2 gold pieces for the owners of the household and quietly left. When they arrived at Death's Eye, she kicked Aoyang Han Shuang over to go play with the demon beasts. She left a bunch of Duo-Y beasts for Zyro Bai and found a place to go into secluded cultivation. She stayed in seclusion for 2 whole months. When she woke up, she was at the lower levels of Soul Senior but had the strength of a high-leveled Soul Senior. Not many people would be able to compare to her strength across Tanzi mainland. But she had no interest in becoming a major figure in this world. She was only interested in looking for that person. She freely swam in the lake for a while, sending news out for Aoyang Han Shuang. For these 2 months, Aoyang Han Shuang was laden with grief. Those demon beasts must be very scared of her teacher. Even though her teacher was in secluded cultivation, they still hid in their nests and refused to come out. Even when she searched through the entire Death's Eye, she still couldn't find any demon beasts. She passed 1 month just searching. When Zyro Bai's rations were out, he finally took her to look for those hidden demon beasts. She didn't need to do much. When he saw one, she would just go up to steal one. Like teacher, like disciple. With the addition of Zyro Bai, Aoyang Han Shuang could be said to be someone who could travel carefreely through Death's Eye. During her leisurely walks, she was able to gain a vermilion bird egg. That was an ancient animal deity, much more powerful than the more recent animal deities. "Teacher, I missed you so much. You're finally out." Aoyang Han Shuang immediately threw herself onto Zun Mai. In this place where there was nothing but demon beasts, she really was lonely. All that the demon beasts knew how to do was hide, hide, hide. Zun Mai patted Wang Han Shuang's head. You've moved up in levels really quickly. Your aura also feels very steady. Let's stay another day and then leave here. We've been out for a few months now, it's time to go back. She needed to hand Wang Han Shuang off to senior brother Tan Xuan and ask him to watch over her. Then she'll go to Shanggu and find her dear husband. When Wang Han Shuang heard that they were leaving, she shouted out with joy. To others, Death's Eye was a graveyard, but to the two of them, it was like their family backyard garden. When they wanted to come, they'll come. When they wanted to leave, they'll leave, completely unobstructed. Actually, the demon beasts had a lot to complain about. These two violent women always had their eyes on them, but they weren't able to defeat them in battle either. So if they don't hide, were they supposed to wait to be stolen? In good spirits, the two went back to tormenting the demon beasts. Zun Mai was very benevolent this time. She left a medicinal pill for the demon beasts that she was already familiar with. Of course, she didn't forget to steal a few things from them first. Seeing their eyes brimming with tears, Zun Mai hardened her heart and walked away. Stunned demon beasts who said that looking pitiful will make her soft-hearted liars. With their new harvests, Zun Mai and Wang Han Shuang began heading back. While others needed to practice for at least half a year, these two were able to accomplish everything in 2 months and even raise their cultivation level. When they were nearing Liu family, Zun Mai and Wang Han Shuang heard some surprising news. The Liu family head has changed. They had anticipated this news. The surprise was that the new Liu family head was a woman. Moreover, that woman's name was Liu Zhenzin WTF. Zun Mai and Wang Han Shuang simultaneously cursed. How could this world play them like this? Dying and coming back to life once, okay fine. But dying and coming back to life twice. They wanted to go on strike. They wanted to protest. Teacher, is this Liu Zhenzin some kind of cat demon? Maybe she has 9 lives. We've killed her twice, but she's still jumping around. Wang Han Shuang was getting frustrated. What method can keep her dead? Did they really have to kill her 9 times? Zun Mi's face also darkened. This was about to become her internal demon. Let's go take a look at Liu family. Liu Zhenzin's ability to resurrect must be related to that black corroding energy. She didn't forget about that mysterious factor. Now she was thinking that thing could be world's hidden element. Wang Han Shuang angrily stabbed her bowl of rice. That damn Liu Zhenzin was so troublesome. Zun Mai didn't know how Liu Zhenzin became the Liu family head. Her intuition was telling her there was something fishy. The two of them unrelentingly hurried to Liu family residence, arriving as the sun set. They hid in the dark and waited for nightfall. While they waited, they realized many problems. Liu family's defenses were very relaxed, as if they weren't worried about any surprised visitors. Moreover, the people in the Liu family residence were strange. Their movements were very rigid and their eyes were lifeless, as if they were marionettes. Looking at Zun Mai, Wang Han Shuang quietly said, "Teacher, I think Liu family has taken a turn for the grotesque. It's like all these people are being controlled, as if they've lost their souls." Zun Mai rubbed a leaf that she picked off a tree, her eyebrows furrowed. Devouring heart method. Based on Bao Bao's scan, she found out that this world had quite a lot of forbidden methods. This particular method had stopped being passed down 1,000 years ago. And now it appeared in Liu family. Han Shuang, stay behind me later. Don't walk too far away. What exactly was Liu family hiding? Bao Bao wasn't able to find out through his scan. He could only see an entire screen of red dots. She wanted to know if first and second elder were okay. She hoped it wasn't too late. Wang Han Shuang realized that she only had an one-sided understanding of this world. Sticking close to her powerful teacher was the most reliable option. The reliable Zun Mai, she was actually very tactless too. Okay. Two foreigners to the land began their night observations of Liu family's behavior. Zun Mai brought Wang Han Shuang to the restricted area. They didn't need to observe those people outside anymore. 2 months ago, Liu Zhenzin was a soul sage. Even if she didn't level up, she would still be on equal combat strength as the two elders. Passing through the broken protection field, Zun Mai walked forward with a heavy heart. As she walked towards the back of the mountain, she could feel the disgustingly unpleasant smell growing stronger. Chapter 112. A total scene of obliteration, without a single living breath left. A black smoke wrapped around the scene, enveloping any living plants in its path. But miraculously, it avoided Zun Mai and Wang Han Shuang almost as if it was scared. Zun Mai didn't care too much about it. She was only afraid that she had arrived too late. The forbidden areas outside was already like this. What could the inside look like? On their way here, they hadn't seen a single living animal. By the time she arrived at the cave that the two elders had entered, secluded cultivation, Zun Mai had practically lost all her hope. Teacher, maybe they were only injured. I'll go in first to check. Wang Han Shuang grabbed Zun Mi's hand to pull her back. There was obvious traces of combat on the ground, with some places soaked in red liquid. She couldn't be confident in what the scene inside would be like. If it was really bad inside, her little teacher will be heartbroken. Zun Mai closed her eyes and walked to the side. She also didn't know how she would react to the two elders' condition. Wang Han Shuang rushed inside, preparing for the worst. Even then, her eyes widened from shock. Teacher, come in. Zun Mai heard Wang Han Shuang's shout. With a flash, she appeared inside the cave. Seeing the devastation in front of her, her legs almost gave in from under her. Luckily, Wang Han Shuang reacted fast and supported her. There was not an uninjured part on the two seniors' bodies. Their eyes had been dug out of their sockets. In the empty holes, numerous worms were already wiggling around. Their noses had been broken off, their mouths opened wide to reveal white bugs currently gnawing on the insides. First Elder's body had already been eaten to the point that his skeleton was showing. The second Elder's lower body was still untouched. Their belongings were scattered around their bodies, including the Zai Sui pill bottle that Zun Mai had given. Bang, her knees hit the floor as tears flowed down her face. Even though she wasn't the real Liu Zun Mai, she could still felt the stuffiness of her heart clenching. She knew that this world was ruthless. She knew that everyone was going to die under death's sword one day. But she never thought that these elders would die without the dignity of an intact body. Wang Han Shuang also knelt to the ground as her tears poured out. She had only met these elders once. But it was obvious through their one meeting that they were filled with affection and kindness. How could such people end up like this? First elder, second elder. I know burning a body with fire represents the person had done an unforgivable crime. It's not an honor but a type of punishment. However, I'll have to apologize today. I hope that you will forgive me. Because where I come from, cremation would be a type of purification of all filth before ascending to the heavens. I think if there is really such thing as gods, they would definitely understand. A fire assembled in her hands. This was a skill reserved for soul seniors and above. But the skill also depended on the presence of a basic foundation. In the past 1,000 years, no one had been able to control fire. Jun Xie closed her eyes. With a wave of her hands, fire encircled the two bodies on the ground. The white bugs scurried over each other trying to find their way out. Watching as the white bugs tried to escape the fire, Jun Xie's eyes became darker and darker. With another wave of her hand, a hotter fire attacked the white bugs. These weren't bugs that scavenged on corpses. Instead, they were magic bugs that only consumed human meat and blood. These bugs were hard to raise. If these bugs appeared, then that means there was also an original body that sustained these creatures. Jun Xie clenched her jade flute. Liu Shenzhen, he'll make sure you die in shame. Taking a deep breath, she wiped away her tears roughly. When the last flames died out, Jun Xie waved the bone ashes up and placed them into a small box. Since First Elder and Second Elder liked this place a lot, she'll help them tidy it up. Wang Han Shuang quickly picked up the overturned table and chairs so that her teacher could put down the box. With a tap of her finger, cleaning method flowed out of her fingertip. In a single moment, the disorderly mess was spotless. Walking out of the cave, Jun Xie added 2 more protection membranes and yet another around the outer surroundings. If anyone wanted to charge in, they won't be greeted warmly. Teacher, what should we? Wang Han Shuang new teacher was feeling unstable right now. Even she felt as if her heart was clenched after seeing such a scene. Sweep out Liu family, kill Liu Zhenzin. Jun Xie brought a corrosive chemical from the space market. When anything came into contact with it, that thing would die. Wang Han Shuang took out her silver fan from her space ring and followed her teacher as she furiously charged towards Liu family. With one kick, she pushed open the front doors. The two of them were very fast, but by the time they arrived in the hall, Liu Zhenzin seemed to have already received the news and was seated in the highest position waiting for them. Jun Xie's jade flute transformed into a long sword pointed directly at Liu Zhenzin. Her voice sounded as if it could turn water into ice. Liu Zhenzin, I won't allow you to have the possibility of resurrection today. With a tap of her foot, she soared into the sky as her sword teared through the air. The wind blew stronger and more powerful. Liu Zhenzin didn't take Jun Xie seriously. She was already a soul singer now. She could finally finish Liu Jun Xie off now. Even if she hadn't come to find her today, she had planned to go find her herself. Liu Jun Xie. You've really delivered yourself to my doorsteps. Today, you'll be dinner for my little babies. She rushed forward, ready to suppress Jun Xie. Jun Xie narrowed her eyes and muttered an incantation while gripping her sword. Liu Zhenzin swiftly swung her whip harshly across Jun Xie's middle, laughing crazily. Liu Jun Xie. I've killed you. Everyone will die. When everyone's dead, no one will dare oppose me. I'll be a god. Wang Han Shuang stared in disbelief at the person that had disappeared in midair. She had been ready to rush forward fight against Liu Zhenzin, but suddenly realized that something wasn't right. If her teacher was really killed, why didn't she see her body fall down to the ground? Why did it disappear instead? Liu Zhenzin, you are too confident. Don't you know that arrogance is a fatal weakness? Jun Xie reappeared behind Liu Zhenzin and pushed her sword into her back. Jun Xie didn't give Liu Zhenzin any time to rebel, and immediately doused her with a chemical. Chapter 113. Zun Mai moved too quickly for Liu Zhenxin to react. What is this? Liu Zhenxin painfully shrieked. That liquid spilled off her scalp and onto her face. By the time it reached her shoulders, it felt as if her body had been surrounded by fire. Bang! She fell to the floor with a thud. White meat bugs scurried out of the parts of their host body not yet corroded and began gnawing on the fallen pieces of blood and ground meat. Zun Mai and Awang Han Shuang felt nauseous from disgust. Even as her face turned pale, Zun Mai endured to watch until the end. When there was only white bugs left, Zun Mai and Awang Han Shuang flew above the Liu family residence. The bright fire in her hand surged. Liu family should go accompany first and second elder. The blaze blasted down onto the Liu family residence. Screams and frightened shouts sounded out through the night. People rushed to the front doors and banged on the walls. Although these people had already lost their souls, they still had their survival instincts. Zun Mai formed a binding spell and used the golden seal to completely seal off the Liu family residence. Let's go. The mighty Liu family transformed into a mere mark on history in just one night. Awang Han Shuang watched over her teacher's mood as they left. She finally let out a sigh of relief when she noticed that her teacher was no longer drowning in pain. When she heard her teacher explain her plans to go to Xinggu to find her lover, Awang Han Shuang decided to follow along. She definitely wasn't going to be a third wheel. She was just curious and wanted to go visit this hidden secret family clan. Junior sister, are you sure? Tan Xuan asked worriedly. In the few months that he hadn't seen her, his junior sister's cultivation has once again risen. Tan Xuan was a bit saddened. He hasn't been focused lately, so his cultivation hasn't been able to increase. Maybe he could go and experience while Liu Guangset doesn't have any important things going on currently. Zun Mai nodded. Senior brother, I've already talked with Xuan Guang. Senior brother, I don't know when I'll be coming back this time. Junior sister doesn't have much to give you, but take this Zai Sui pill as a goodbye gift. I hope that the next time we see each other, we can have a friendly competition. Partly due to the original soul's influence, Zun Mai always had the urge to use her fists. Tan Xuan didn't persist. He understood his junior sister. In the future, he needed to gift more treasures to his junior sister. All right, be careful, junior sister. If there's anything you need, just send a message. Zun Mai smiled lightly and waved to Tan Xuan before taking Awang Han Shuang onto the big green finch on the side. This was a demon bird that Zun Mai had conveniently picked up while leaving Death's Eye. It could only be said that the greenfinch was unlucky. He had been hiding but unfortunately reappeared just as Zun Mai was leaving Death's Eye. Therefore, it was casually grabbed up by a lazy Zun Mai that was tired of walking. It had been a well-known demon lord back home, but was now a saddle horse for this violent girl. What are the results of today's protection seal? Liu Ling rushed forward to greet Gong Zaisu as he left the restricted area. When they came back, they found that it was the seal against the demon energy that had loosened, causing numerous deaths in their clan already. More alarmingly, the seal was still slowly splitting open. No matter how much spiritual energy the family elders and members used, they were unable to restore the split. They could only attempt to suppress the demon energy. When Gong Zaisu and Liu Ling came back, they were able to mediate the situation a little. Demon energy was of the yin energy form. To suppress it, they needed some yang energy. In the entire hidden family clan, There was only about 4 people that practiced a yang energy form of cultivation. The strongest of the 4 was Gong Zaisu. But no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't restore the broken seal by himself. Thus, the clan was discussing a plan to have Gong Zaisu mate with another yang energy woman. With the added yang energy from the woman, and the help of the clan elders, they could potentially restore the seal. At best, it could hold back the demon energy for a few more decades. This would give them the time to look for a more permanent solution. However, Gong Zaisu had been against the idea from the start, leading to an increasingly strained atmosphere within the clan. As Gong Zaisu's close friend and the one that had accompanied him previously, Liu Ling knew why Gong Zaisu was so adamantly opposed. He had already given his heart out to someone. How could they ask him to marry someone he didn't love? Gong Zaisu, the situation doesn't look good. Liu Ling, I need your help. Zun Mai, I will wait for you to come to me. If I absolutely cannot wait for you, then I will come find you first in the next life. Liu Ling's heart jumped with a bad foreboding feeling. He hesitatingly asked, what are you going to do? If one day the clan is unable to hold down the seal, use me to create a new one. Gong Zaisu knew that transforming himself into a yang energy magic treasure would allow him to restore the seal. He wasn't a great man that would sacrifice himself for others. He would only do it because a person called Zun Mai existed on Tanzi mainland. If this demon energy continued spreading out, she might get injured. He didn't want to gamble with her safety. She was the light of his heart, so he only wished that she could live well. You're insane, Liu Ling shouted out sharply. He was about to slap him to help this man come to his senses. Gong Zaisu, do you know what you are saying? Have you thought about how your uncles and aunts would feel also? Liu Zun Mai, no. Gong Zai Zun Mai, have you thought about her? You told her to come find you, but if she came only to find that you've left the earth, how do you think she'll feel? Liu Ling was about to go crazy. His friend had always been very rational, so why was he suddenly saying something so absurd? Gong Zaisu looked at Liu Ling calmly. His voice remained steady. It's because of her that I need to do this. Liu Ling fell silent. After a while, he muttered, do you think it's worth it? Was it really worth it to throw your life out for a person you had only met a few times? Completely. Gong Zaisu replied without a single trace of doubt. He turned to leave, not glancing back at the hesitating Liu Ling. Gong Zaisu was actually a bit reluctant in his heart. He wanted to see that fire-red figure a few more times, but he was scared that he would be even more reluctant to do his duty after seeing her. He needed her to stay alive. Liu Ling watched as his childhood friend walked away. Suddenly, life felt too heavy. Of course, why wouldn't it be worth it? They have been guarding this secret from one generation to the next. Everyone's already tired of it. Chapter 114. He had finally met someone to love. Of course it was worth it to do this for her. Liu Ling knew that was approaching this from a determined manner. Clenching his fists together, Liu Ling headed in the opposite direction. Maybe she could change his decision, or maybe she could propose a better strategy. Either way, he needed to go find her. He couldn't look on helplessly as Gong Zaisu went to become the new seal. As soon as he left the Shangdu Mountain Protection Field boundaries, he sensed that someone had been here. In fact, it seems like there had been 2 visitors. They were able to find Shangdu but weren't able to come in. Then they definitely weren't members of the hidden family clan. Then who could they be? Wait, could it be her? Liu Ling followed their traces to look for them, spending 2 long days looking for them. But luckily, heaven shined down determined ones. In a hidden forest nearby, he found the 2 people at rest. "Teacher, we've already circled around the mountain base multiple times and we still can't find an entrance. We can't keep doing this. Should we just try forcing our way in?" Aoyang Han Shuang lazily leaned on the sturdy tree trunk, enjoying the sunlight as she spoke to the resting Zun Mai above her. It was early winter now. Even though those with cultivation couldn't really feel the changing of the seasons, Aoyang Han Shuang still wasn't used to such a bright sun in an unpolluted sky. This feeling really was the best. No, there are many high-leveled prohibiting seals within this hidden family clan area. If we hastily charge in, we could suffer. Zun Mai opened her eyes and looked at the distant mountain. Why hadn't she asked her husband for a password or something? As expected, her IQ fell when she was in love. If not for the jade pendant and Bao Bao acting as guides, she wouldn't have even been able to find Shenggu Mountain. Aoyang Han Shuang looked up at the sky in grief. Why hadn't she asked her teacher what Shenggu was, where Shenggu was? If she had asked earlier, they wouldn't be pacing back and forth right now. What should we do then? They couldn't just stay out here. Su should have come out to get us. Zun Mai wrinkled her eyebrows a little. She had sent a message to Su on the day they had arrived. Since then, 10 days have passed without a response. Did something happen with Su, or maybe her letter was intercepted? Either way, she believed in Su. She believed in her lover. Someone is coming. Zun Mai rose and grabbed a green leaf in preparation for action. The arriving party seemed to be impatient. His breath was heaving up and down. Aoyang Han Shuang sat up straight to stay alert. When she saw a familiar figure in blue, she shouted out, "Our teacher, it's Liu Ling. Liu Ling. What are you doing here? Are you here to pick us up? But how did you know we were here? You sure took your sweet time getting here." Aoyang Han Shuang had a pretty good impression of Liu Ling. After all, he had saved her before. When Liu Ling saw the 2 of them, his heart calmed down. "Zun Mai, Han Shuang, come with me quickly. Our Su will definitely want to see you." He didn't stop to explain more. Instead, he quickly grabbed Zun Mai and Han Shuang before running again. Zun Mai pulled out of Liu Ling's grasp. "Did something happen?" She called out for her giant greenfinch. "Riding this will be faster." The greenfinch was a king in the sky. Not many would even dare treating it as a saddle horse. The new saddle horse greenfinch, he was filled with regret. He shouldn't have come out looking for food when he did. He fell in his own trap. Resignedly, he spread his large wings and flapped up to the sky. On their way, Liu Ling gave a brief overview of the clan situation. However, he left out any mention of the demon energy and the seal. He thought that our Su wouldn't want Zun Mai to know about this. The problem should be left for the persons involved to solve. After 9 crooks and 18 turns, they finally reached the outsides of Shengdu Forest. Zun Mai and Aoyang Han Shuang felt as if they were experiencing an epiphany. So it wasn't that they couldn't find the right spot, but that they were looking at it from the wrong point of view. They just weren't able to find the entrance from the perspective. When the 3 entered Shenggu, Liu Ling had Zun Mai call back in the greenfinch and brought the 2 through small marketplace roads on the way to Gong Zaisus residence. Zun Mai and Aoyang Han Shuang both curiously observed the people in this hidden clan, but they weren't much different than those outside. They just looked more plain and harmonious. The long road was adorned with vendor booths and little cottage shops on both sides. Their tables were spread with numerous glittering jewels. From afar, they could vaguely make out sporadic buildings further away. Perhaps it was because it had been a while since there were foreign visitors in the hidden clan, but everyone's eyes curiously followed the two mysterious and beautiful ladies that Liu Ling brought in. Liu Ling, who are these two beauties? An uncle with a long beard asked, while smiling widely. He looked at Zun Mai with a too-eager expression filled with combativeness. Zun Mai blinked for a moment before splitting into a friendly smile. It seemed as if this uncle was also someone that liked speaking with his fists. He probably discovered that her own abilities are high, so was eager to compare notes and experience through battle. Liu Ling awkwardly coughed. Second uncle, don't even think about it. His second uncle was a fighting madman. As soon as he saw a strong young gun, he would feel the urge to drag them away to talk. Right, second uncle, where's our Su? He quickly diverted second uncle's attention. Luo Xing Feng began jabbering as soon as he heard the name Gong Zai Su. Our Su is of course at home. His father is discussing his plans to marry Hua family's young Miss Hua Wu Mo. You also know that young fellow has Yang spiritual energy. Hua family's young miss would be the most suitable for him. What do you think you're doing that hurts? Liu Ling had been trying to give him a subtle look. Realizing that his uncle was unable to understand, he began harshly pinching his second uncle's hand. But he was still too late. His second uncle's big mouth had already revealed too much. He sneaked a peek at Zun Mi's expression. Liu Ling suddenly felt a bad premonition. She had a slight smile, as if she hadn't heard anything. However, the whirlpool in her peach blossom eyes contained a heavy sense of chilliness. Aoyang Han Shuang blew up. Gong Zai Su is marrying someone else, damn it, where is he? I'm going to kill him. How dare he deceive her teacher's feelings? Zun Mi's eyes flashed with quick laughter as she reached a hand out to pet Aoyang Han Shuang's head. Han Shuang, you must remember you are a lady. Remember your manners. After pacifying the explosive young girl, she turned to apologize to the middle-aged man. I'm sorry, my disciple's words were a bit too much. Senior, please don't take her words seriously. Liu Ling stood on the side sweating nervously. He had a feeling that he was about to suffer some sort of calamity. Chapter 115. Second uncle, we have things to do, so we are going to leave first. Liu Ling grabbed Zun Mai and Han Shuang and ran off. He was afraid that more unhappy news would come out of his mouth if he stayed any longer. He only slowed down after reaching a different road. Suddenly, he remembered something. He turned back to explain to Zun Mai. Zun Mai, our Su didn't volunteer to marry Hua Wu Mo. You have to believe him. Please don't get angry because of these unnecessary things. Our Su really needs you right now. Zun Mai smiled as she wanted Liu Ling's anxious expression. I don't think I ever said that I don't believe him. All right, take me to see him. She believed that anyone could betray her. The only exception was the man whose love for her penetrated deep into his soul. That's good, that's good. Our sus house is straight ahead. Liu Ling sighed with relief. The three quickly appeared in front of a simple and dignified courtyard. Although it was expansive, it looked comfortable. Liu Ling greeted the gate guards and walked in. As they walked, they could hear the mutterings of discussion. More specifically, they could hear the words, wedding, young master compatible being repeated. Zun Mai was very calm with a slight smile, as if she was not affected at all. Meanwhile, Liu Ling was nervous, carefully observing Jun Xie's expression. He made a quick prayer in his heart. Please don't run into any big-mouthed servants. He really was scared of this madam suddenly exploding. But Jun Xie's expression did not even change once until entering the grand hall. Uncle, Auntie. Liu Ling happily greeted the two people in front of him. There was many people gathered in the guest hall. A bright young girl sat on one side. She had large round eyes and was very adorable looking. Gong Zaisu sat across from her on the other side of the room. His face was cold, his eyes were lowered so that no one could guess what he was thinking. Gong Zai Lai Ren saw Liu Ling's happy expression, and couldn't help but smile and nod in return. He was about to speak when he saw two unfamiliar women. And who are these two? Everyone turned at Gong Zai Lai Ren's words with different expressions. Uncle, these two are friends of our Su and I. Liu Ling skipped to Gong Zai's side, awakening him from his daze. Our Su. Look who's here. Liu Ling knew his close friend too well. Since he had no way of getting out of these time-wasting meetings, he would only pretend to listen while actually escaping into his own thoughts. He truly was a legend. He's been spacing out for so many years, yet no one has ever noticed. Gong Zaisu had closed off his five senses and was busy chasing after the red figure with a tender smile in his mind. He had been interrupted by Liu Ling's ramblings. He wrinkled his brows together but didn't completely exit his imagination. When he finally raised his head and saw a very familiar red, he stood up in excitement. Mir, is it you? Did you come to find me? Jun Mai curved her lips up into a brighter smile. She walked towards Gong Zaisu one step at a time. Su, I promised to come find you. Why does it sound like you didn't have confidence in me? That would make me very unhappy. She raised one eyebrow with a mischievous and flirtatious expression. Gong Zaisu pulled the person he had been longing for into his embrace. His empty heart was suddenly whole again. For every day that they had been separated, he had felt as his heart was barely beating. Mir. Jun Mai allowed him to continuously whisper her name. Every time he called out, she would cooperatively respond. The onlookers felt as if these two were in their own world. No one else could enter. A handsome man warmly hugging a graceful woman. One in red and one in white represented both ice and fire. Hua Wumo looked enviously at the dazzling newcomer, her eyes obviously showing her jealousy. She had liked Su Jige for so many years. She had thought that she could finally become Su Jige's wife this time. Even if she lost all her cultivation in exchange, she was willing. But this woman had messed up all her plans. Su Jige's eternally indifferent expression was now filled with sweetness and doting. She knew exactly what that meant, because that was how she looked at him. Only love could make you look at someone with such boiling passion. But Su Jige's eyes held a love more passionate than hers, as if his world could only hold this one person. Or as if she was his entire world. Gong Zai Lai Ren and his madam looked at each other with realization. No wonder they felt as if their son was a little different after returning this time. Their son has a love interest now. Except this timing really wasn't great. Jun Mai felt people looking at her from all sides. Her cheeks turned red. She really had forgotten about all the people here. She pushed away the person hugging her and smiled apologetically up at the two people sitting at the front of the room. I apologize for my momentary lack of manners. I am Liu Guang, sect's Jun Mai. This is my disciple, Awang Han Shuang. I hope you can forgive us for presumptuously visiting the hidden family clan. Not at all, Miss Zun is being too polite. Liu Guang sect members are all so bright. Having such a high-leveled student at such a young age, it is obvious that Miss Zun is a young heroine. Gong Zilai Ren laughed and said. He had a good feeling about this straightforward girl, but his eyes glanced at Hua family's young miss. He felt a bit awkward. He had just been discussing plans for her to marry his son just a moment ago. Now, he was praising the girl that his son loved. Farther, the person I like is Mir. I want marry Hu Wu Mo. If you don't agree, I will solve this issue myself. Gong Zaisu stood by Zun Miss' side protectively while speaking to his father. Also, Mir is not Miss Zun. I've given her the surname Gong Zai. In this lifetime, Gong Zai sus madam can only be her. His stubborn and firm words suddenly made Gong Zai Lai Ren remember Gong Zai Su at age 5. That time, he was also standing in front of him, determinedly saying that he was going to Death's Eye to cultivate and gain experience. As a father, he couldn't allow his 5-year-old child to go to Death's Eye. But in the end, he still agreed. His son left for 10 years. By the time Gong Zaisu came back, he was already stronger than seniors of his generation. Now in the present, Gong Zai Lai Ren was once again looking at his son, even more determined in his decision now than he was years ago. Gong Zai Lai Ren really didn't know how to feel. He should be proud, though, that Gong Zai family's child is willing to take such responsibility for their actions. Forget it, enough. Do as you wish. He knew that he couldn't change his mind. Chapter 116. Hua family's family head wasn't having it. He slammed the table and angrily retorted, Gong Zai Lai Ren, how could you agree? We've already said that Gong Zaisu will marry our Zyro Mo. Now you are going back against your words. Do you really view us as allies also? Do you know what situation we are in? How can you treat this matter so lightly? The seal was getting bigger by the hour. If the seal cracked completely one day, their entire clan will perish. Third Hua uncle, didn't Arsu say he will find another way? You must believe him. Arsu is so powerful, he will definitely solve this seal problem. Liu Ling reassured the Hua family head but was also worried at heart. But his still supported Arsu. Just like Arsu said, he will do his best to fix his seal because it affected her. Su, what seal can I help? Zun Mai saw how grave everyone's expression was and quietly asked. How can you help? You aren't even a part of our clan, nor are you a yang energy cultivator. If not for you, Su Jige would marry me. It's all because of you. You are harming every member of our clan. I hate you. Why did you come here? Why did you come here? Su Jige is mine. Don't you dare try to steal him away. Zyro Mo. Gong Zaisu coldly interrupted Hua Wu Mo. Mir was his person. No one is allowed to hurt her. Hua Wu Mo stamped her feet. Su Jige, even if you want to stop me, I need to say it. What can she do for you? What can she do for our clan? We don't have any more time left. Su Jige, I really don't love you, so please marry me. Hua Wu Mo stopped holding back her tears and began bawling out loud. Zun Miss' smile shrank. Based on these words, it seems like the hidden family clan has confronted a serious problem. It even be a crisis so severe that it could perish the entire clan. The solution to the problem seems to be related to yang energy cultivation. And her Su and that Huey young miss had yang energy cultivation, so the clan hoped that the two would marry. I'm terribly sorry, I might not be able to help much on your clan's crisis. But I definitely won't let go of Su Su. But I can promise you one thing. Besides letting Su Su marry that young miss or me leaving Su Su, I will help you to the best of my ability. She definitely needed to ask Liu Ling about what exactly happened. She could tell Su Su would be afraid of her worrying, so wouldn't tell her. Our words are easy to say. Then can you restore the seal? You're just a little lady who thinks too highly of herself. The Huer family head ridiculed while patting his daughter's back in comfort. Third Hue uncle, I respect you as an elder, so please be careful with your words while speaking to my lover Mir. Gong Zai-su held Zun Mi's hand and steadfastly staring down the Huer family head. The Huer family head choked. He swiftly turned his head and coldly snorted. Excuse me. Can you explain the seal issue? Is the seal keeping in a black-colored gas the corrosive type? A bright light flashed in Zun Mi's mind. She suddenly thought of the black energy that revolved around Liu Zhenzin's body after she was resurrected. Bao Bao had said that there was a dangerous, mysterious existence in this world. So based on her educated guesses, Liu Zhenzin's resurrection was due to that black energy. That black energy could control people, or even invade them. Moreover, Su Su and the others here coincidentally experienced some seal breakage problem. If you put these two pieces together, you could see the complete picture. How did you know? Gong Zai Lai Ren and the Hua family head simultaneously cried out. Gong Zai Su, also worried, asked Zun Mi, Mir, did you encounter it? Zun Mi was no certain of her guess. She nodded her head. Yup. Do you remember Liu Zhenzin? Of course, she was that demonic person that you sucked the demon energy out from and killed. Don't tell me she resurrected. Liu Ling shimmied to Zun Mi's side. When he heard her, he immediately butted in. What, those demon people outside? When did this happen? Why didn't anyone give a notice? Gong Zai Lai Ren coldly asked. His expression was filled with killing intent. The demon people were the species that almost destroyed the entire Tianzi mainland a few thousand years ago. Senior, don't worry. Liu Zhenzina, the demon person you speak of, was already killed by my teacher. This time, she's died to the point that she can't die anymore. She definitely can't be resurrected. Orang Han Shuang spoke up proudly. Yes, her teacher was that amazing. Before, she had been controlling all the people in Liu family. All those people also had that kind of corrosive black energy around them. After I killed Liu Zhenzin, I set fire to burn down the entire Liu family residence. Zun Mi gave a summary of events. That fire also symbolically put an end to all of the original soul's gratitude and grudges with the Liu family. Eldest, no. We need to dispatch people down to seal off that entire area. A simple fire won't kill anything. That demon energy is still out there. The Hua family head was very rational when dealing with business. Gong Zai Lai Ren also solemnly responded, Liu Ling, go call your second uncle over. The demon energy had already flowed outside. That made matters even more problematic. Zun Mi and Awang Han Shuang felt as if they were poured a bucket of cold water. Was her sacred flame not considered an outrageously extra and formidable technical skill in this world? If the sacred flame can't even get rid of it, then what can even be used to wipe clean the area? Teacher, do you know? Awang Han Shuang was purely curious and puzzled, so she openly voiced her question, forgetting where she was. Zun Mi shook her head. I don't know. She really didn't. Little girl, What did you just say, sacred flame? Who knows how to use sacred flame? There's someone here that knows how to use sacred flame. Gong Zai Lai Ren was so excited that he rushed down from his seat above and grabbed Aoyang Han Shuang's shoulders. Aoyang Han Shuang almost jumped from shock, but still managed to stammer a reply. My teacher can, she's right there. Zun Mai was also shocked by his sudden excitement. Ha ha ha! Even the heavens are helping us. After thousands of years, there's suddenly an heir to the sacred flame technique. Good child, what a good child. Gong Zai Lai Ren could no longer use words to describe his current emotional state. His clan had hope after all. They no longer need to live scared and on edge. The Hua family had also stopped speaking after hearing about the sacred flame. Everyone knew how important the sacred flame technique was. It was the only method to remove demon energy. It was the grandest favor of the divine. Legend has it that all those who had the ability of sacred flame were also those graced with the god's favor. You really are damn lucky. After calming down a little, Gong Zai Lai Ren began slapping Gong Zai Su's shoulder and leaning back with laughter. Gong Zai Su didn't say anything. He only warmly gazed down at the woman next to him. Woo, this arc is finally coming to an end soon. Chapter 117. Zun Mai silently rolled her eyes. Can these people first explain everything clearly? Why were they getting so excited? She didn't know anything yet. What can sacred flame do for them? Finally, Gong Zai Su felt Zun Mai's puzzlement and let out a light chuckle. Sacred flame is an extremely intense technique. Only those considered heavenly gifted can cultivate such a technique. Demon energy is created from a yin grievance energy type. Nothing can dissolve it except for sacred flame. The reason our hidden family clan is hidden is to guard the forbidden forest filled with demon energy. It was fine before, but during the competition, demon energy attacked the seal and created a split. We first thought that no demon energy was able to escape, but based on what you just said, it seems that the demon energy charged at the seal because it felt Liu Zhenzin's beckoning. Zun Mai listened to everything seriously. That means that to restore the seal, we need a strong yang energy cultivator. And yang cultivators are few in the clan, so you needed a shortcut, which was to have you and another yang cultivator get together. Black lines appeared on her forehead. This kind of series of events were far too familiar. If this was the average person, the next step would be the man having no choice but to leave his lover and marry another woman for the greater good. Then, the man's lover would leave in tears and meet another man that will heal her broken heart. 2 couples and 1 happy ending. Or maybe the woman would discover that the man was forced and that he actually still loved her. After the seal was resolved, he would come to find her. After another series of chasing and rejecting, I love you and I hate yous, they would get their happy ending. 3. Luckily, her and Su Su were not the average couple. They didn't want that kind of stupid misunderstanding and sadomasochistic love. She believed that love was fragile. No matter how deeply you love, if you are hurt, there will be a wound. Even if you don't mind in the moment, that wound will fester sooner or later. They all say you never forget the one that got away, but, to her, that was just another type of obsession. You feel a bit unjust in your heart. Why can she have him and I can't? There might have been real love once, but it would only degenerate in such a relationship. Gong Zai Su nodded his head and pulled Zun Mai's hand to have her sit down with him on the side. When demon energy enters the body, that person becomes a demon too. The power of black magic will grow too. When it reaches a climax, it can awaken the Demon King. A few thousand years ago, the Demon King almost toppled Tanzi mainland by himself. Reportedly, someone that had already ascended as a god came down and sealed him up. Then he selected my clan to oversee and guard the seal. They didn't know how true the story was, but they knew clearly the power of the demon energy. Any living creature that inadvertently approached the forbidden forest would be corroded quickly. Thus, they would inspect the seal each year and strengthen it so that the demon energy could not escape out. What do you need me to do? I'm here with you. Restore the seal with me. Gong Zaisu helped brush a stray hair to rest behind Zun Mi's ear. Okay. Zun Mai rubbed her cheek on Gong Zaisu's hand. Hua Wu Mo's eyes swelled as she watched the two. In the end, Su Jige still wasn't hers. But she really loved Su Jige. Your family head patted his daughter's head and sighed. He could have tried to force Gong Zaisu to marry her then, but now. Hua Wu Mo ran out heartbroken. She didn't want to see a woman more outstanding than her standing by Su Jige's side. But she couldn't stop them. The Hua family head led a few people to chase after his daughter. Gong Zai Lai Ren rubbed his nose and chuckled sardonically. Su, take them to rest first. They must be tired after rushing over. They've secured their son's future happiness, and there's a solution to the seal problem. Everything was perfect. Gong Zaisu supported Zun Mai up and left the grand hall. Luo Ling and Wang Han Shuang also followed behind them. Su, yang energy is most exuberant at noon, so let's go at noon. It's better to get it over with so we can stop worrying. Zun Mai grabbed Gong Zaisu's sleeve and tilted her head up at him, her eyes glittering with anticipation. The seal's condition must be poor, or else they wouldn't have stooped to such a plan. Gong Zaisu tenderly touched her hair. Mir, how could you be so kind? I didn't even say anything. You don't even know what price you might need to pay, yet you voluntarily jump into this trap with me. How was I so lucky enough to gain your pure heart? Zun Mai leaned into Gong Zaisu's embrace and smiled brightly. I'm not kind-hearted. If someone provokes me, I'll retaliate immediately. It's just because my Su is frowning because of this problem, and I don't like seeing Su unhappy. Moreover, this is something within my abilities. It's not like I would overexerting myself. So stop overthinking Su. It's decided. Well, go at noon. She rubbed her face onto his wide and warm chest with satisfaction. Nowhere could beat her husband's embrace. Wang Han Shuang enviously watched the two in front of them. In this moment, she also wanted someone to wholeheartedly stand by her side. She really was grateful for her teacher. Since coming into this world, it was Zun Mai that protected her. But it's been a year. It's almost time to leave her. Even though she didn't want to part, she still needed to. When she finds her own special someone, she'll also explore every corner of the world with him. Hey, what are you thinking about? You're smiling demonically. Luo Ling lightly bumped Wang Han Shuang's shoulder. He definitely wouldn't admit that her sudden smile almost made his heart beat out of his chest. Han Shuang rolled her eyes at Luo Ling. I can tell you I wasn't thinking of you. Why not? Luo Ling was a bit disappointed. He suddenly yearned for this person to think of him just a little. He was at first scared by this sudden feeling, but then broke out into a smile. It wasn't a bad feeling. Wang Han Shuang twitched her upper lip. What was this fellow laughing dangerously about? Keek Shuang. After we fix this seal, let's go out and travel together. Luo Ling awkwardly rubbed his nose, embarrassed when Wang Han Shuang turned to look at him. Go out and travel with you, okay? Her teacher and her husband were planning on traveling the world anyways. It would be boring for her to then head off alone. Now, there was someone saying that they wanted to go with her, so of course she wouldn't refuse. Zun Mai and Gong Zaisu were in the front, silently listening in on their conversation while smiling at each other. Chapter 118. The midday sun in the winter warmed the air. When they arrived at the Forbidden Forest, Zun Mai immediately felt a sinister atmosphere infiltrating the air. It was as if something was blocking it from escaping, leading it to wander idly. Before this, resentful air hadn't even appeared. Now it's getting thicker and thicker. Luo Ling explained to Zun Mai and Han Shuang. Every time he came here, he ended up sighing. Since coming back here, the younger generation had been coming with the seniors to strengthen the seal. Luckily, there was a savior for them now. The group arrived at the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. Zun Mai knew immediately that this place emitting the black energy was where the seal was. There was a layer of what seemed to be a firm golden boundary that stopped those things from breaking out. Teacher, that black stuff is so ugly. They're just like those white bugs. Wang Han Shuang rubbed her arms in disgust and moved closer to Zun Mai. She could just imagine all this black gas forming together to make an ugly, malevolent human face staring sinisterly at her. Zun Mai stepped forward and placed her hand on the golden boundary barrier. This seal isn't broken, just loosened. If it was split open, they would need to either restore or recreate a seal. But if it was just loosened, it would only need to be restored and strengthened. But when she touched the golden barrier, she had felt an incredibly strong yang energy fluctuation, as if it could burn up everything. Then let's begin. Young girl, since you have the sacred flame ability, you would at least be a soul senior, right? Well, first clean up the dark energy around the loosened edges of the seal. When it's a good time, you guys can restore the seal. The best method should be to first use the sacred flame to burn the dark energy and then to deal with a seal. But Gong Zai Lai Ren looked at the dark energy emitting within the golden barrier and sighed. There was too much demon energy. She would waste an abnormal amount of spiritual power using sacred flame. Forget it. They would fix the seal first before approaching this problem. Zun Mai knew that the seal was just a temporary result to a permanent problem. It would be best to completely wipe out the demon energy entirely. Let me try, Zun Mai said to Gong Zai Lai Ren. She simply nodded at Gong Zai Su, who was holding her hand and attempting to stop her. Han Shuang, prepare the medicinal pills for me. Wang Han Shuang acted quickly. She took a huge pile of pills and placed it to the side. She then pulled out a small table and positioned all the pills she will use on top of it. Then, she sat herself atop the table close to her teacher, prepared to feed her Dar-Huan pills at any moment. The others looked at each other. What kind of strange duo is this? Where did they get so much medicinal pills based on the aroma floating from them? It was clear that every one of them was high quality. Gong Zai Su saw that Zun Mai had decided, so he simply stood by her side to silently protect her from behind. Gong Zai Lai Ren called on the other seniors to begin. Zun Mai continued to stare at the seal. Seeing the demon energy begin to spread from the loosened section, a blazing red fire burst out of the palms of her hands and rushed into the small crack of the barrier. Soon crashing sounds could be heard from within. The golden barrier was inflicted with a passionate red, lighting up the area. Boundless energy swept across the dark gas. For 2 hours, Jun Xie's face went from deathly pale white to a rosy energetic red as Han Shuang continuously fed her Darhuan pills before the massive ball of demon energy finally shrank to the size of a thumb. Then, Jun Xie flew a few more flames out before beginning to work on the seal with Gong Zaisu. When the seal disappeared completely into the ground, the resentful air surrounding the forest also left without a trace. The gloomy atmosphere suddenly brightened. The dead wood resurrected as healthy trees. Green grass and flowers bloomed from the soil. Birds chirped together in the forest. All of these signs was telling them that they succeeded. We've finally defeated this demon energy. Eldest, we won. It's been over 1,000 years, but we can finally stop worrying about this burden on our backs. I need to go back home and pack. I can go to the outer world now, let's go. Everyone cheered. They were filled with excitement and joy. Jun Xie and Gong Zaisu watched the others with satisfied smiles. This fellow, the iron tree, is finally blooming. I've seen you smile more today than in your previous 20 years combined. The second uncle they had met on Jun Xie's way to Gong Zaisu's residence teased him. Gong Zaisu didn't respond, only smiling. Mir, this is second uncle. Hello second uncle. I am Jun Xie. Jun Xie obediently nodded her head in greeting. Good. The younger generation has surpassed the old. Second uncle praised. If not for this fragile-looking young girl today, they would have suffered many more hardships. Second uncle, I'll bring Mir back to rest first. Gong Zaisu carried Jun Xie up in his arms. Although she had taken many Darhuan pills, her face was still too pale. She had used too much spiritual power. It was best for her to rest for a while. Go. Second uncle waved his hand. The issue was settled, so everyone began leaving together. A problem that had stressed the clan and threatened the entire Tanzi mainland for over 1,000 years was finally put to rest. As the crowd left, they completely missed seeing a dark red gas flash underneath the golden barrier. Jun Xie woke up in a beautiful room situated within a tree. Vines wrapped around the walls as flowers bloomed from them. Under the sunlight, the green leaves shined like emerald jade, making people believe that they've perhaps walked into some kind of wonderland. Jun Xie stepped her bare feet onto the white furry rug and walked to sit down by the door. She placed her feet over the ledge, swaying them back and forth as she watched a white fox chasing after a red duo-eye demon beast. Why are you up? You're not even wearing shoes. When Gong Zaisu returned with a bag of Mingluo fruits, he saw a red figure smiling peacefully. His heart immediately melted. He leaped onto the tree and brought a washed Mingluo fruit to her lips. Jun Xie looked at Gong Zaisu's hand and took a big bite of the Mingluo fruit. Sweetness erupted in her mouth and heart. Chapter 119. Jun Xie didn't ask why she woke up in Death's Eye. Su, let's go. Let's go out looting with Zyro Bai. It's been too long since she last saw those demon beasts. They must have raked in a lot of treasures during this time. It would be a pity not to go take a visit. After, they have too many for them to use up anyways. With malicious intent, Jun Xie dragged Gong Zaisu off to restart her looting business, LLC. On the first stop, Jun Xie found a very cute, very fluffy brown bear. Although it was huge, it was very mild-mannered. Of course, if you provoked it, it could still strike you to death with one bear claw. The brown bear was currently deep in sleep snoring. It was winter, the best time for bears to sleep. However, its dreams were quickly smashed to pieces. Happily, it stood up and roared at its visitors. It wanted to scare them away. If that didn't work, the bear was prepared to swallow them. Bear, long time no see. How are you so good at sleeping? Jun Xie looked up with an innocent smile while walking towards the brown bear, the mischievous glint in her eyes giving her away. The brown bear fell to the floor with shock, staring wide-eyed at the woman in red slowly approaching it. The bear was grieving in its heart. It had obediently stayed home, but why did this madam follow him here? Tears rolled down its face. The pitiful expression paired with its enormous body really was a bit funny. Jun Xie reached out her hand to pet the brown bear's head and spoke in a soft voice. Bear, be good. It's just been a long time since I've seen you, so I'm just here to visit. And since I'm here, I might as well borrow some little toys from you. You have no use for them here anyways, so isn't it better for me to take them and make great developments with them? She looked at the brown bear with anticipation, but the brown bear could see that her eyes read, if you dare say no, I'll just steal it myself. The brown bear shivered. It had no other choice. This violent woman was much stronger. It unwillingly turned and slowly dragged the things in the cave out for the violent woman. Jun Xie happily picked among the goods. Finally, she chose a fiery red whip. The material was unclear, but the texture was high quality. Then, she chose a beautiful white jade hairpin for her dear husband. It also functioned as an interspatial storage container. She happily set off to the next location, leaving the brown bear tearfully looking down at the remainder goods. But thinking about the other demon beasts that she would hit up next, the brown bear suddenly didn't so bad. In the span of an afternoon, Jun Xie looted 5 unlucky demon beasts and once again evoked havoc in Death's Eye. Gong Zai-Su dotingly stood by Jun Xie's side. When she looted, he helped her collect the goods. Their teamwork was perfect. They stayed in Death's Eye for a month and visited practically every demon beast's home. Only then did Jun Xie and Gong Zai-Su leave to travel the wide world. Jun Xie only stayed in this world for 200 years, shorter than the time she spent in the vampire world. But she was able to gain a lot of knowledge in this time. In the moment that Jun Xie was about to leave this world, it was as if Gong Zai-Su knew. He held her tight in his embrace as a dark whirlpool formed in his eyes. Mirror, wait for me. I will find you. He carried her back to Death's Eye. She had said that she liked that place the best, because the demon beasts here were all frank, sincere, and adorable. He buried her underneath their treehouse and laid down next to her. Slowly, he drew his last breath. Wang Han Shuang vs Liu Ling Epilogue. It's been a year since her teacher left. During this time, she successfully rose to Soul Senior rank. Wang Han Shuang replaced her teacher as Liu Guang sect's visiting elder and was overseeing Liu Guang sect with her senior uncle Tan Chun. Besides gaining a clinging shadow, everything else was the same. Shuang, let's go out and play. Gong Zai-Su said that Death's Eye was really interesting. Let's go take a look. Liu Ling held a paper in his hand while running to stop Wang Han Shuang. Wang Han Shuang froze at the mention of Death's Eye before smiling. Her teacher was probably bullying those demon beasts again. But Death's Eye really was fun. It wasn't a bad idea to go for a visit. All right, I'll go tell the senior uncles. Wang Han Shuang nodded. It's been a year since she's seen her teacher. She hoped that she would be able to meet up with her this time. Then I'll go prepare and pack. Liu Ling was happy. He finally was able to take Shuang away. He knew that there are a lot of people in Liu Guang sect that coveted his shuang. Humph, shuang was his. The two quickly began their journey to Death's Eye, arriving in just a few days. Wang Han Shuang didn't see her teacher, but instead saw the letter and things her teacher left behind for her. The letter noted the location of the demon beast's caves that she hadn't looted yet. It told her to go take a visit if she had any free time. After all, one could never have too much treasures. Wang Han Shuang laughed helplessly. Her teacher was still the same. She was once suspicious that her teacher was also a transmigrator from the 21st century. But she couldn't find any proof. Afterwards, she stopped caring. No matter her background, Zun Mai was always going to be her teacher. The one who chose to protect and teach her from the first time they met. Shuang, come quick. It's so beautiful. Let me make one for you too. Liu Ling spun around Gong Zai's treehouse with fascination. He also wanted to build a house like this for Shuang and him. Wang Han Shuang smiled at Liu Ling. Build one for me. Shouldn't you be building a golden cage to hide me in this dummy? Did he really think she didn't understand what the affection in his eyes meant? Seeing Gong Zaisu watch her teacher with that expression has made her very familiar with it. Okay. Liu Ling froze. Shuang, you're willing to live in that. Although he wasn't sure what a golden cage meant, but if Shuang wanted it. You really are a dummy, Wang Han Shuang scolded while laughing. When you're done building it, then come invite me. Okay, then I'll get started immediately. Shuang, wait for me. Liu Ling felt his heart boil over with excitement. Does this mean Shuang is promising him a year? It doesn't matter. He'll need to get that golden cage ready first. Wang Han Shuang laughed at the man rushing out the door. This must be what happiness feels like. Chapter 120. When she returned to her Sea of Stars system space, Zun Mai flopped onto her big, comfy bed and rolled around. In the next world, she definitely needed to work together with her husband until the end. Bow, in worlds where the average lifespan is long, will there always be a limit on how long I can stay? Yup, Madam Host, the longest would be 500 years. Bow swayed back and forth and floated up to Zun Mi's side. Zun Mai closed her eyes. Even though she knew she was already blessed with the time she had, she still wanted just a little bit more. As expected, humans were innately greedy. Bow, you said before that I could choose to return back to a world, right? Madam Host, that's not the only thing. Since you protected the entire Tianzi mainland for at least 5,000 years, the world is rewarding you with yet another chance to travel back to a specific dimension. Taking out the system's rewards, you have 2 chances. Bow happily jumped up and down. Madam Host really was amazing. He felt like he was closer and closer to his promotion. Systems also had their own ranking systems, subsystem level, high-grade system, and master system. The next level would be system god. Those that become system god can possess a complete physical body and become a high-level intelligence. Zun Mai rubbed her chin. 2 worlds, that's good. She had 2 worlds that she wanted to go to. Let's go back to the gem betting one first. Return to the day right before the royal family's gemstone convention. She remembered that the royal family had also sent her an invitation letter. This time, she won't miss it. In the blink of an eye, Zun Mai appeared in a violet room. Her fingers stroked the soft pillow and threw herself into the pile of stuffed animals. A happy little smile formed on her face. Han Ji im back knock. "Young miss, are you in?" the housekeeper's voice called out from outside. Jun Xie was a bit suspicious. Why would the housekeeper call her at the time? Did something happen? "Housekeeper uncle, I'm in. What's up?" She emerged out of the plush toys pile and opened the door. Mr. Mo is here. Han Ji came, then I'll go find him." Why did Han Ji come at this time? Didn't he leave a while ago? As soon as she walked down the stairs, she saw the tall man huffing out of breath. His stone-cold face was currently gloomy and sorrowful. Jun Xie didn't understand, but that didn't stop her. She ran and hugged Mo Wen-han from behind. "Han Ji, I really missed you." She had been separated from her dear husband for a few hours already. When Mo Wen-han saw Jun Xie, some of the tension in him eased. He pulled her forward into his embrace. "Mir, you're still here." He had been returning home, but felt his heart suddenly skip a beat as panic ambushed him from all directions. A strong sense of unrest made him hurry back to the Jun house. His heart only calmed when he saw her standing in front of him. Jun Xie nestled into Mo Wen-han's arms and looked up at him with a brilliant smile. "Han Ji, why are you here so late? You couldn't bear to part with me." She mischievously blinked a few times. "How about you stay here tonight? There's a lot of guest rooms here, so it won't be a problem to take you in." She didn't like the sadness in Han Ji's eyes. Although he and Su Su didn't have the same face, she immediately felt naturally relaxed around her person. It was the same in the previous worlds. No matter how different their personalities and faces were, their soul and their love for her always was the same. "Okay." Mo Wen-han leaned down to kiss Jun Xie's forehead. After sending Mo Wen-han to a guest room, Jun Xie gave the housekeeper a call. She hung up the phone with satisfaction and returned to her room to sleep. "And Xie, don't worry. I definitely won't let you die so easily." The next morning, the Jun parents froze when they saw Mo Wen-han seated at the dining table. Didn't this person leave last night when he come back? Jun Xie hid her smile while watching her parents' expressions. In the last world, her biological parents was unconcerned with her death and even turned to help someone that was not their biological child. Their cold-bloodedness was really pathetic compared to the affection she received from the parents here. "Dad, Mom, I'm preparing to participate in today's gemstone betting appraisal." Jun Xie spoke. "I received the invitation 2 days ago but didn't tell you because I didn't want you to worry. This world's setup was ridiculous. The royal family was separated from the gemstone betting industry yet possessed definite authority within it. The royal family was the king of the field, but Mo Wen-han was the king's father. The two forces both hold each other back and give support to each other." Father Jun and Mother Jun both smiled. Their child has grown up. A few days ago, they thought this change was because she was backed into a corner and was fighting desperately for a way out. But now, they could see the pride and confidence in their daughter's eyes. That's right, their Keel should be proud. She was the best. I'll go there to support you with your mom. No matter what the outcome is, you'll always have Jun family. The royal family gemstone appraisal wasn't like the public market where losing meant paying a small fine. Instead, failure meant that the stench will follow you. Those without the skills will sensibly choose not to attend. Jun Xie nodded. Through her experience in the previous worlds, she had enough prowess that she could win the entire gemstone betting world even without Bao Bao. After breakfast, Mo Wen-han drove Jun Xie into the royal family's courtyard. A few gemstone masters had already arrived, and Xie also arrived with the gemstone betting committee's masters. When Zun Mai and Mo Wen Han arrived, they became the focal point of the crowd. Zun Mai wore a tender green gown. Her jet-black wavy long hair was laid freely on her back. A pair of peach blossom eyes expressed childlike clarity, yet the corners of her eyes arched seductively. Her full lips were pursed temptingly. Innocence and seduction juxtaposed on her body yet appeared surprisingly harmonized. The tall and handsome man behind her was not inferior to her good looks. His dark green pupils were like winter ice. His lips were minced together as the aura of a king naturally emitted from him. Chapter 121. He walked by her side as if they had walked out of a painting. Zun Mai greeted people she recognized with a light smile. As her eyes roamed the crowd, she didn't miss the shiny eyes that Zai used to latch onto Han Ji. Zun Miss Peach Blossom eyes flashed with a dangerous glint. What an irksome presence! She even dared to lust after her Han Ji. The queen seemed to have a pretty good impression of Zun Mai. As soon as she saw her, the queen grabbed on without letting go. She only left Zun Mai when a coordinator requested her presence elsewhere. Zun Mai was surprised too by the treatment. She thought the queen would be a 50-something old woman. However, the queen was actually pretty young, with a natural aristocratic air. She had dark blue eyes that brought an exotic charm. Her skin-tight golden suit thoroughly revealed her graceful feminine figure. She was a complete beauty. With the addition of her high status, she was fit to be every man's female goddess representative. Whether coincidentally or purposefully, Zun Miss' seat was right next to Nzai's. They looked at each other with animosity, but due to their surroundings, they held in their emotions for the time being. Zun Miss' face was calm, but on the inside she was cursing Nzai 1,000 times over. Bow bow, should I let Nzai believe she's about to win before I twist things around? It was satisfying just thinking about it. Bao Bao crouched on Zun Miss' shoulder speechless. His host must be suffering from amnesia. She did the same thing at the previous gemstone betting convention, so what's the point of pretending to be a good person now? Zun Mai didn't know Bao Bao was actively criticizing her. She was already thinking of using 18 different torture methods to torment Nzai. But first, she needed to take away her lead halo. It's best to get rid of that pair of hands, too, to avoid letting her use it in some inappropriate way. Zun Miss' finger tapped lightly on the table in front of her. When her number was called, Zun Mai stood. She walked onto the platform. There was 10 glass columns on the stage, each holding different stones inside. It seems that the royal family was putting their own spin on gemstone betting. Based on the stone's quality and design, participants will first appraise and predict the stone type. Afterwards, they'll have a chance to physically touch it. Only in the final stages would the participants be allowed to cut the stone. If the original appraisal matched the results after the stone was cut, then that participant would gain the prestige of the royal family's issued approval certification. Considering the high prize, it was no wonder this competition was so strict. This was the best chance to make a name out of yourself. Zun Mai was already planning to sell the certification. She wasn't interested in that prestige and certification, but she would like some cash. Either way, she already considered the certification her easy prey. Zun Mai took a look at each stone while combining their appearances to the knowledge stored in her brain. Planning ahead, she walked to the side and wrote down her predictions. Afterwards, she carefree walked down from the stage. It was like she was only here as a visitor rather than a competitor. And Zai bit her lip with envy. It was the same in the last life. No matter what this person did, It was always done in such a carefree manner. She refused to allow her to get away with that attitude in this lifetime. There was no way that the heavens gave her this rebirth opportunity just for her to watch firsthand as that bitch Jun Xie walked another road to success. No, that couldn't be true. In the last life, Le Chen Xie loved Jun Xie more than life itself. Now, Le Chen Xie loved her. Everything was already different. It was a sign that the heavens were on her side. As long as she tried a bit harder, she'll be able to defeat Jun Xie and Mo Jige will be hers. She straightened her chest and brushed past Jun Xie as she walked to the stage. Her head lifted high made people raise an eyebrow in her direction. Jun Xie's eyes flashed with suspicion. What did she just do? Why did she feel as if Anxie's hatred just grew? Where's the system's good feelings measure? Why did it just disappeared after the first world? Bao Bao choked after hearing Jun Xie's words. Madam Host, did you not notice every single time you meet the male and female lead, the good feelings measure and blackening measure would jump up respectively? Thus, the system automatically locked the good feelings measure as there was no need for it. I didn't notice. Did it now? Jun Xie said in surprise. She really didn't know. It did. Madam Host, look, Anxie is about to cause another scene. Bao Bao quickly changed the topic. Madam Host is about to create another scene too. Jun Xie looked up to the stage. Anxie's hand was currently placed on the glass. But that didn't matter. Jun Xie had already placed a barrier on each of the glass containers while she was on the stage. Even if Anxie was secretly able to touch the stones, she still wouldn't be able to feel any energy fluctuations from inside. She turned to look at the other gemstone masters. The first 3 rows were participating gemstone masters. The middle 2 rows sat various big names in the gemstone betting world. The last section was for new gemstone bettors here to observe. Of course, even the newcomers were all those that had the high status to be invited by the royal family. The first seat of the first row was naturally left for uninvited but warmly welcomed Mo Wenhan. Anxie's movements were obscured so that practically no one saw her, but the change in expression on her face was clear to everyone. No matter how many times she tried, there was no reaction from the stones. Anxie was getting flustered, but she still had the rationale to maintain a facade. She angrily walked to the side and wrote down her hesitant guess. Nothing's wrong, she comforted herself. She'll be able to touch the stones soon. Then, she'll definitely be able to turn the tide. Jun Xie, just wait. I'll definitely beat you. The first round's results have been collected. Please begin the second round. The MC received the books that everyone wrote their answers in and removed the glass covers to fully reveal the stones. The gemstone betting masters walked up on stage one by one. After carefully observing and touching the stones, each participant stated their updated answer. Soon, it was Jun Xie's turn. Jun Xie raised an eyebrow and picked up the first brightly glimmering stone. This one appears brilliant on the outside but has spider web-like cracks proportioned inside. Therefore, I'll judge that this is a bleached and filled jadate. She picked up another and continued. This one is polished finely, but there are parts with tiny cracks that contradict it. This would also be a filled jadate. This one is too. It looks sleek and glossy. Although the cracks are minimal, but there are many similar jadate lighting characteristics. Chapter 122. She quickly summarized her predictions in one breath, only leaving behind one relatively large stone that was already revealing a slimmer of green color. And this one is a fake. Jun Xie turned it around in her hand. The green color emitting seemed pretty accurate. Under the light, it flashed a brilliant green. Hearing that the half-opened stone emitting a dazzling green was being called fake made the audience scoff. On what grounds are you saying that this is fake? Its color is bright, clear, and pure. You should be able to tell immediately that this is a fearsome-type gem. One of the gemstone masters retorted immediately. The other gemstone betting masters watched with a bit of schadenfreude. Jun Xie calmly glanced at the gemstone master that had spoken. After remembering his face, she started speaking. This stone is created from a hard outer layer of a jadeite shell. Then, various quartz pieces were glued to the jadeite shell. Therefore, it's soft. It doesn't have the natural feel of a real crystal. How could you take this to be a fearsome type? I really don't know how you even got into this place. Was your invitation card forged? Although Jun Xie's poisonous tongue ability was at its max, she was still careful to not insult the royal family. After all, she just came back from a world where she had used her fists to do most of the talking. It was a bit of a challenge to suddenly switch back to talking with reason. She was already impressed with her ability to control her temper to this extent. The gemstone master's face turned red after being completely ridiculed by Jun Xie. Angrily, he pointed at Jun Xie. You are speaking without thinking. Jun Xie narrowed her eyes. Didn't anyone tell you that when you point at someone with one finger, the rest of your fingers are pointing back at yourself? She had gotten used to a certain kind of behavior in the Xuanyuan world, so it was hard to just endure someone's provocation. But Jun Xie still restrained herself a little. This wasn't the right place. The gemstone master was once again pierced by Jun Xie's words. His face darkened. However, he listened and dropped his hand to his side. Jun Xie shrugged her shoulders. Rather than disputing with me here, why not improve your own skills and efforts? Logically speaking, there shouldn't be a counterfeit article at the royal family's gemstone appraisal convention. The royal family's personal gemstone master also wouldn't allow such a smear on his reputation. Yet, reality said differently. There was only one possibility: this was arranged by royal family. The reason was obvious. Jun Xie quickly thought through everything in her head while maintaining a willful smile. Anxiety, let's see if you are truly that dumb. Jun Xie really was bad. She had removed the barriers on the other stones, but kept the barrier around the fake stone intact. Bao Bao floated in the air, his fur standing on end. Who had taught his gentle and warm-hearted madam host to be so mischievous? As expected, Anxiety also said that the counterfeit article was a fearsome type. After the last gemstone betting participant gave his prediction, the master cutter standing on the side stepped forward to prepare breaking open the stones. With each split stone, there were some participants that smiled with satisfaction and others that frowned with worry. Anxiety was part of the latter group. Out of 10 stones, 8 had already been split open. Out of those 8, she hadn't been able to get even one right. By the time the last stone was cut open, it was clear that her luck had run out for today. Out of 10 stones, Jun Xie had gotten them all right, including the one she predicted to be a fake. How could this be? How did this happen? Anxiety recoiled as her complexion paled, completely unable to maintain her facade as the innocent beauty. She glared at the Jun Xie, who was receiving praise and cheers from the audience as if she had already won. She didn't believe that this was true. She didn't believe that the previously trustable and accurate power of hers would suddenly mess up like this. Jun Xie must have interfered somehow. Zun Mai didn't think that she could win over her, so she cheated somehow. Surprisingly, Anxiety had actually guessed the truth. Zun Mai, it's you, you're the one who did this to me, right? I should be the one winning. How could you compare to me? Anxiety was wearing a long white dress as usual, her natural makeup making pleasing to the eye. If viewers could ignore the unrestrained craziness in her eyes and the ugly words coming out of her mouth, she would still be considered a beautiful woman. Zun Mai very inelegantly rolled her eyes. She walked forward, as if she was looking down at her. Miss N, you really think highly of yourself. I did win over you, and you did lose. But how shameless are you to say I harmed you just because you lost? Seriously, just because you think so highly of yourself doesn't mean I do too. She patted Anxiety on the shoulder, making sure the ridicule in her voice was obvious. Anxiety, I suggest for you to avoid losing face here if you don't have the abilities. You want to throw the blame on me for losing today. But who will you blame tomorrow? I'm embarrassed for you. With an unyielding smile, Zun Mai walked off the stage. The results had been revealed. She already received the certification, so now she can discussing selling it with her Han Ji. Thinking about it now, wasn't there an evening party too? But she didn't want to go. She would much rather escape for some alone time with her Han Ji. Mai Wen Han watched contentedly as she headed straight for him. Han Ji, look. I won. Zun Mai showed the gilded certification booklet to Mo Wen Han. Mo Wen Han stroked her hair. Zun Mai is really impressive. Then Han Ji, you need to give me a reward. What do I want? She tapped her nose, pondering. She has everything she wanted already though. Oh right, there was one other thing. No matter what you want, I'll get it for you. Even if it's stars in the sky, Mo Wen Han would find a way to get it for her. Zun Mai stood on the tips of her toes and whispered into Mo Wen Han's ear. You still owe me a wedding. Let's get married. The last time she was here, she was kicked out of the world right after she said yes to Han He's proposal. That was her eternal regret. Mo Wen Han's heart jumped, his face unable to hide the absolute joy resulting from her words. Okay. That way, this person would be completely his. Mo Wen Han hugged Zun Mai and spoke to those around them. I'll like to take advantage of this opportunity to announce to everyone that Zun Mai and I will be holding our wedding very soon. I invite everyone to attend. I'm so happy, Mir. He lowered his head to look at her while smiling widely. His smile was like the bright hemisphere sun, having the ability to melt any glaciers. In that one moment, ice melted and flowers bloomed again under this dazzling image. Chapter 123. Zun Mai was left stupefied by this sight. She knew that Han Ji was good-looking when he smiled. She also knew that he often had a cold face. The most expressive face he would make is a light smile. This was her first time seeing Han Jess smile so freely. She felt as if she was intoxicated. No matter what her husband's personality was, he would always show a hidden side of himself to her only. Han Ji, you can't smile like this to anyone else. From now on, only let me see that smile. After she snapped out of her infatuation, Zun Mai saw how all the other ladies on the sidelines were looking at her dear husband with fondness, making her want to explode with discontent. Her husband was hers, so Han Ji naturally was hers too. No one else can covet him. Damn it, if they keep looking, she's willing to dig out their eyes. Especially that Anxiety. She had fallen into a daze, as if stuck in her own world. But when Mo Wen Han laughed unrestrained, her attention was completely captured. Han Ji, if you smile like this to others, I will be unhappy. Zun Mai grabbed Mo Wen Han's necktie and pouted. Mo Wen Han laughed, amused at Zun's expression. Mir obviously cared about him if she was acting so possessive. This was very good. He had always feared that his feelings were one-sided, and Zai's jealousy and malice could not be concealed. The queen used a fan to cover her face and continued to watch with glee. She had a good impression of Zun Mai because they had similar personalities. Now, seeing someone trying to cause trouble for her, the queen had naturally sat back and watched. Zun Mai and Mo Wen Han both skipped the evening party. Instead, they went home to discuss wedding planning with Zun's parents. As for Zai, Zun Mai had someone send her home and monitor her in the meantime. Han Ji, La family is now just an empty shell. I want La Chen Zai to marry Zai Tan Tan. What do you think? Zai Tan Tan likes La Chen Zai so much. They'll probably get along swimmingly in the future. Bao Bao cursed silently. How exactly did you perceive these two to have an amicable relationship in the future, Madam Host? You're lying through your teeth. Zun Mai slanted her eyes and replied silently, nonsense. I'm obviously lying through my mouth. Looking at her expectant gaze, Mo Wen Han's heart softened. Okay, well, do whatever Mir says. If Zai family doesn't agree, hell, just have them go down to join La family. But Mo Wen Han was actually overthinking. The Zai family had only had one daughter, Zai Tan Tan. Since his daughter unfathomably fell for La Chen Zai, he was willing to help his daughter accomplish her goals. Father Zun and Mother Zun were on the side deciding on the best date, completely ignoring the young couple's lovey-dovey actions. They had become immune to it after being overexposed to their behavior in the past 2 days. Zun Mai kissed Mo Wen Han on the cheek and cheered, "My Han Ji is the best." Father Zun looked up in jealousy. Do your mother and I not treat you well enough? A married daughter really is like spilt water. Tian Chinese saying, basically meaning that a married daughter now belongs to another family. You haven't even gotten married yet and you're already favoring outsiders. Humph. He turned to his wife for comfort. Mrs., look at how disobedient your daughter is. Mother Zun shoved Father Zun away and placed one hand on her hips while using the other to point at him. Why are you causing mischief? I had just calculated the most fortunate date, but now everything's mixed up again. Just sit quietly. If you disturb me again, I'll smack you. She then sat down again with her tablet and almanac and scoured through the pages. Father Zun obediently sat back down, not daring to make sudden movements. Zun Mai painstakingly held in her laugh by burying herself into Mo Wen Han's chest. However, her rising and falling shoulders still revealed the truth. Father Zun fumed, wanting to erupt. But one glance at Mother Zun made him wither again. Mo Wen Han liked watching the older couple's interactions. Love didn't have just one type. Just like Father Zun and Mother Zun, even though they looked like they were raucously shouting all the time, they were very much in love. He and Zun Mai were another type of love, steady with a sprinkle of happiness that only they could understand. Zun Mai finally crawled out of Mo Wen Han's arms after controlling her laugh. She picked up the phone laying on the table and made a call to the Zai family head. She placed the call on speaker after the other end answered. Zairo Zun, did you need anything calling at this hour? Zai family head's tone was very pleasant, carrying a senior's concern for a Juna. Uncle Zai, do you remember what I mentioned to you before? Zun Mai was straight to the point. Tan Tan and La Chen Zai, I remember. Our Tan Tan has been begging to see La Chen Zai these past days. But Le Zai refuses to see her. What an ill-fated relationship. Zai family head sighed. Don't worry, Uncle Zai. Can you ask Tan Tan if she is willing to marry Le Zai regardless of whether or not he loved her, if she won't regret it later, if she is willing to bear any consequences in the future? If she says yes, it'll help her. But Uncle Zai, you must make sure Tan Tan has thought this through before making a decision. Zun Mai had sympathy for the Zai Tan Tan in this lifetime. She hadn't actually done anything bad yet, and Zai threw her into jail and ruined her reputation. Even if she got out, high society would still dislike her. Now, the possibility of marrying into a good family would be limited. All right, thank you, Zairo Zun. I'll give you a reply in a few days. In his heart, Ziyan already could make a guess as to what his daughter's response would be. Based on her recent behavior, she definitely wouldn't want to miss such an opportunity. All right, then see you later, Uncle Zai. Hanging up the phone, Zun Mai let out a mysterious smile. Han Ji, what do you think Zai would do if she knew Le Zai was marrying someone she hated? The system had already told her that the mission for the original soul to counterattack was completed when she departed from the royal family's appraisal site. Now she needed to make Le Zai feel regret. Mo Wen Han pulled Zun Mai back into his arms and stroked her back, safety first. He didn't request anything from her, but the only thing he refused to compromise on was her safety. Zun Mai firmly nodded her head. She had gained numerous abilities now. There shouldn't be anyone in this dimension that could hurt her. But she still knew to be cautious. It's this day, the timing is perfect on this day. Mother Zun smacked the table with resolve. Zun Mai and Mo Wen Han looked at each other before turning to look at her. But, Mother, isn't that day just 2 days from now? Wouldn't the timing be a bit too rushed? They haven't even begun to prepare yet. Mother Zun waved her hand. That's right. Your father and I have been preparing for your marriage for almost 10 years. Don't worry about stuff like the food or invitations. I'll contact Yu Chen to design your gowns tomorrow. Chapter 124. On the day of, all you two need to do is calmly enter the wedding chapel. Don't worry about anything else. Mother Zun was getting emotional. Her baby daughter was finally getting married. Then, I'll have to trouble you, Mom and Dad. Mir and I will go up to rest first. After thinking about it, Mo Wen Han agreed with their decision. Even though the marriage was his and Mir's matter, but he was willing to take advantage of any possibility that would allow him to spend more time alone with Mir. Moreover, it looked like his new mom and dad would very much like to personally arrange the wedding ceremony. How could he not help achieve their small request? When Han is really thoughtful. You are much more sensible than our girl. In the future, we are handing our girl off to you. If she's willful, please don't mind too much. If there's any issues, let me know. Mother Zun affectionately patted Mo Wen Han's shoulder with gratitude. She had always been concerned about her baby daughter. Ever since the engagement with Le family, she had observed Le Xie's growth. She had been worried that child would have faults and wouldn't be able to match her daughter. There was no way she would let him bully her daughter. In the end, the child didn't have many faults. However, he was so easily affected by a common girl. Luckily, her daughter had good taste, so she didn't like Le Zai. Mom, don't worry. I will definitely take good care of Mir. Since Mir is willing to marry me and spend her years with me, I am the lucky one. As long as I am still breathing, I will never hurt her. Mo Wen Han solemnly knelt in front of Father Zun and Mother Zun and recited his promise. Before meeting Mir, his life was black and white. After meeting her, his life finally had color. Good, good, good. Father Zun smiled. You're not a bad fellow. Mo Wen Han, the gemstone betting bigshot, was now kneeling in front of them for Zun Mai. Just on this, he could see Mo Wen Han's sincerity towards his daughter. Zun Mi's eyes moistened. Han Ji, I will keep your deep infatuation close to my heart. Zun family was very satisfied with their future son-in-law. Meanwhile, an contrasting image was playing out at the Zai residence. Zai Yan was just about to call Zun Mai back when Le Zhengtian dragged Le Chen Zai to pay them a visit. This could only mean that Le Zhengtian found out about Zai Tan liking his son and wanted the two families to ally through marriage. Originally, Le Zhengtian still had his hopes set on the Zun family. However, Mo Wen Han's high-profile declaration of their wedding told him that Zun Mai would only be a dead end. Le family's situation needed to be treated with immediate action. They could only cling onto Zai family now. Of course, Le Chen Zai was very unwilling. He still loved Zai. Zun Mai had informed media to temporarily delay the release of any news regarding Zai. Therefore, besides those that were there that day, no one knew that Zai had suffered a startling defeat and was even removed from the Gemstone Betting Guild. After all, out of 10 stones, she hadn't gotten even one right. All the signs seemed to indicate that she was like a fake diamond, impressive looking, but worthless. Perhaps her previous score rate was actually a strike of good luck. In one day, Zai's reputation fell without a possibility of rising again. This alone wasn't anything worth controlling the media for. However, Zun Mai had a taste for the malicious. She wanted to make sure Zai felt as if she was still on top. Then, when she was left with no other possibilities, she'll find out that Le Chen Zai was about to marry. She needed to inform the queen, Audrey, in advance to make sure she has time to buy a ticket to watch the upcoming show. Brother Zai, I've come rudely uninvited today, but you have probably guessed the purpose of my arrival. Le Zhengtian looked as if he had aged immensely. His previously black hair was graying at the temples. Zai Yan ordered the butler to serve tea. Le old pal, us smart people have no need to speak in circles. You know Tian is my only daughter. I'm also confused as to why she suddenly started liking Le Chen Zai, but that doesn't stop me from wanting to help her achieve her dreams. Old pal, if you would like to have a marriage alliance, I can agree. If you want me to help Le family, I can. But on one condition: Le Chen Zai will marry into Zai family and cut all ties with any of those shady outside women. He didn't need to specify who he was referring to. Le Zhengtian stiffened in anger, but had no choice but to hold it in. He could agree to anything, but having his son marry into the bride's family, how could he agree to that? I won't agree. The person I love is Zairoyi. I won't marry Tian. Farther, even if you force me, it'll be useless. And Zai family head, don't try to threaten Le family because of this. Le Chen Zai stood up in fury. He will only ever marry Zairoyi. He definitely won't betray her. Zairoyi must still be scared because of last time causing her to leave him. As long as he explained thoroughly, Zairoyi will definitely return to his side. Oh, you won't marry me, Le Chen Zai. It seems you've misunderstood something. A woman in a red gown leaned on the railing and looked down mockingly at Le Chen Zai below her. Her lips curved upwards. Right now, it's your Le family coming to beg my Zai family. It's not like Zai family needs to cling onto you. Do you think the family is still seated on top like in the past? Do you still think you're still the younger master that others need to flatter? She snorted. Stop teasing yourself. You're only a pathetic person now. If I want you, consider that your ancestors' honor. She slowly walked down the stairs. In the shadows, Tan's face twisted with hatred. Watching from home, Zun Mai and Bao Bao only felt as if this Tan was a bit off. She definitely didn't seem as if she was in love with Zai. Rather, it looked like she absolutely hated him. Maybe they had all been wrong. Tan, Yula Xie's natural temperament was still that of a pampered young master. He couldn't lower himself to curse. Tan was more composed. Miss Zai, your attitude is a bit improper. Since you want to marry my son, you must pull back your heiress temper. Even if La family has fallen, we are still the La family. Zai Yan wasn't surprised by his daughter's reaction. He was already used to it after the past few days. Ever since the jail time, his daughter changed. But this change was good. The only bad part was that she wanted to marry Zai. Bao Bao, I think this scene seems off. Zun Mai leaned back onto the comfortable sofa. Chapter 125. Bao Bao also watched the scene in confusion. Why was she going against her established personality like this, Madam Host? Do you think Tan also could have? Zun Mai didn't say anything, but her quietness affirmed Bao Bao's suspicions. Bao Bao, take a look at any loopholes in this world. Look for any potential causes. It was getting late. Han Ji and her parents will be back soon. She stood and walked into the kitchen. She hadn't had the chance to cook yet, but her cooking ability really was praiseworthy. In less than an hour, 4 dishes and a soup sat on the dining table. Sweet and sour pork, beef tenderloin with garlic, sauté bok choy, stir-fry potatoes and sanzian soup. They all smelled, looked, and tasted good, leading the 3 people arriving to salivate. Dad, Mom. Han Ji, you're back. Just in time. Go wash your hands so we can eat. Zun Mai set the table and urged. The 3 arrivals obediently washed their hands and took their seats, looking at the dishes with gratitude. Honey, this is the first time I'm trying your cooking. It's pretty good. Mother Zun picked up a spare rib and took a big bite. Father Zun quickly followed suit and snatched up a beef tenderloin piece. Mo Wen Han first gave Zun Mai a piece before getting one for himself. Very quickly, they finished a wonderful meal. Afterwards, Zun Mai and Mo Wen Han took a walk hand in hand. Zun Mai looked up at the tall buildings around them. My God, it had been a few hundred years since she last saw such constructed buildings. So nostalgic. That hadn't sunken in when she was at the royal household a few days ago, since that castle was very similar to her Wild Rose castle. Afterwards, she had spent her time resting at home. If not because she was going to try on her wedding gown, she probably wouldn't even have come out today. Han Ji, let's go eat ice cream. Zun Mai looked longingly at the nearby ice cream store. It had been so many years since she last had any. Her bright eyes then turned to look up at Mo Wen Han with anticipation. Mo Wen Han dotingly tapped Zun Mi's nose. You can only eat one. It's too cold, so don't overeat. He led Zun Mai across the intersection and arrived in front of the ice cream shop to buy a vanilla ice cream. Zun Mai happily took the ice cream and took a satisfying bite. It was still the same taste she remembered. Mo Wen Han lightly smiled as he pulled the distracted girl in closer to him. He thought that Mir has become more lively lately. Mo Wen-han used a finger to wipe a stray ice cream stain off the corner of her lip and licked it. Sweet. Zun Mai froze dumbfounded and stared in shock at his lips. Suddenly, her cheeks turned red. Did her husband just tease her? It's supposed to be sweet, she murmured before turning and walking fast. Mo Wen-han followed after her, his eyes filled with warmth as he rubbed Zun Mi's head and placed his arm around her shoulders to pull her closer. Those left in the ice cream shop were forced to watch the cheesy scene with interest. Wow, what high beauty standards! What lovely interactions! A kind-hearted and beautiful woman, and a warm and handsome man. The so-called kind-hearted Zun Mai the word kind-hearted really had nothing to do with her. When they walked into the Zun family-owned design shop, they were immediately escorted to the second level. This was the second time she was meeting Yu Chen, the Zun family's in-house designer. Even now, she noticed his elegance. He was different than her husband's powerful beauty that captivated the attention of others. And Yu Chen looked no older than 20-something. He had handsome features with a light smile and an exceptional aura. He wore a light blue shirt and black trousers as he stood with his hands in his pockets. He had a thin and straight figure like a calligraphy brush with a striking air that attracted the attention of others. She knew that this designer had massive public support. With his image, it was understandable. Miss Zun, Boss Mo. Your formal attire are about finished. Please try them on first. And Yu Chen asked his assistant to hand the attire that he worked day and night to make into their hands. Zun Mai and Mo Wen-han and walked into their respective changing rooms. They were only meant to get their measurements today. However, in a moment of excitement, Mother Zun dragged Yu Chen out in the middle of night. The next day, a sample attire had been produced. All that was left to do was confirm measurements and style. They would receive the final product by tonight. The two quickly tried on their clothing and passed on their satisfaction to the designer. Zun Mi's wedding dress wasn't the usual white, but rather a red color with gold imprints. It wasn't too extravagant, nor was it too forgettable. Yu Chen's creations are all masterpieces. Zun Mai handed the attire back to the assistant so that they could make final touches of embroidery. And Yu Chen didn't show exaggerated excitement in the face of Zun Mi's praise, but displayed a perfect smile. It's my honor to earn Miss Zun's satisfaction. Yu Chen, you are overly polite. My parents are always saying you are their godson. So you should just call me by my name. If you went only a day older than I am, I would just call G. But since we are similar in age, calling you older brother would make you sound too old. Hee hee. Zun Mai teased. But the sincerity in her words was clear. She thought Yu Chen was a good person. He appeared briefly in the original story but had very little to do with the original soul. Mo Wen-han pulled Zun Mai behind him. He wasn't happy watching Mir smiling so brilliantly at this handsome man. And Yu Chen froze for a second before breaking into a friendly smile. Zun Mai, when the formal attire is done, I'll have someone send it over. I'll get to work now. This Boss Mo's eyes were obviously saying go away. Mir is mine, so go away. Actually, the rumor told cold and heartless Boss Mo was actually pretty adorable. Zun Mai covered her smile behind her hand. Han Ji looked really adorable when he was jealous. She grabbed Mo Wenhan's hand. Han Ji, let's go back. If they didn't leave now, she was afraid her dear husband would explode. Mo Wen-han pulled on their clasped hands, making Zun Mai fall into his embrace. This was much more satisfying. He wanted everyone to know she was his. No one can think about stealing her away. Jun Mai allowed Mo Wenhan to display his possessiveness for a moment. She smiled with sweetness. But their moment was soon interrupted. Just as they arrived on the lower level, Jun Mai saw someone that she commonly thought about. I didn't know they allowed any random cats and dogs in here. Those eyes were really annoying. Jun Mai really wanted to dig them out. Chapter 126. Thank you so much, Christine, for your continued support. Much appreciated. You can support this story too through the Ko-fi link to your right or by directly using my PayPal link. Jun Mi's heart was filled with frustration, yet she smiled brilliantly. And Zai also hadn't thought she would run into Jun Mai here. This was the person she hated in her last life. Now, in this life, this person was still so high above her. And Zai could only be considered marginally better off in this life. This was all Jun Mi's fault. She didn't want to let her off so lightly. Wenhan, we meet again. What a coincidence. Are you busy tonight? I heard the Jade Pavilion's steak is very good. Could I have the honor of inviting you to dinner? And Zai ignored the malicious glare Jun Mai was shooting at her. Jun Mai was very unhappy. This woman really knew how to make trouble for herself. Han Ji will naturally be accompanying me. Who are you? What qualifications do you have to be inviting Han Ji out to eat? She pulled on Mo Wenhan's tie and angrily spoke. Han Ji, are you going to eat with me? That evil woman wanted to steal her person. If this was the last world, she would have pulled out her whip. I will only eat with my wife. Let's go. You don't need to think about irrelevant people. Mo Wenhan didn't even glance at Zai. He was instead smiling warmly down at Jun Mai. Hugging her to his side, he walked right past Zai. But the old saying, enemies will meet on a narrow road, always applied to Jun Mai. Just after meeting Zai upstairs, they encountered La Chen Zai and Zai Tan Tan downstairs. Jun Mai was beginning to think this was planned. She had originally wanted to pass by as if they were strangers. But Zai Tan Tan stopped her. Jun Mai. Jun Mai turned her head back and asked with her eyes, what do you want? I need to talk to you. Zai Tan Tan had made a decision after careful thinking. This life was different than her last. The change seemed to start with their family and Jun family's marriage engagement. Jun Mai wasn't killed by Boss Mo. Jun family wasn't devastated to the point of bankruptcy. And Zai's life also wasn't as smoothly. Although she still became someone with a famous reputation, her situation was different in this life. Zai Tan Tan felt as if Jun Mai had made this happen. After all, she didn't die inside prison this lifetime. All right. Jun Mai understand. She turned to Mo Wenhan. Han Ji, can you wait for me at the entrance resting space for a second? I'll be right back. All right. Mo Wenhan smoothed out Jun Mi's hair. Watching the two's cheesy movements, Zai Tan Tan was a bit envious. As someone who had gone through death, she didn't want to make hatred the entirety of her existence. That was something Jun Mai had said to Zai in the past life, but how would that poor girl understand the meaning behind those words? Madam Host, because her last life's regrets were too strong along with mistakes made by this world, Zai Tan Tan was accidentally reborn. Bao Bao cutely hovered around Jun Mi's ear. The truth was that this world suddenly developed an independent consciousness. The original plot was that only Zai would be reborn, but for some reason this independent consciousness decided to change things. Therefore, Zai Tan Tan was reborn. Moreover, she came back from the world where Zai was reborn. That was too messy, so Bao Bao decided not to tell Zunyi. There were individual guest rooms on the first floor. Coincidentally, the room at the end of the hall was empty. There were large green bonsai plants in front that blocked outsiders from looking in. What did Miss Zai want to talk about? Zun Mai took a sip from the lemonade that our server delivered. Zai Tan stared at Zun Mai for a while before finally feeling a bit of relief. She knew why she could never compare to this person in the last life or in this one. Although she thought about trying to surpass this person, she was always compared to Zun Mai. However, Zun Mai unexpectedly suffered a worse fate than her in her last life. Zun Mai, no matter whether you believe it or not, you need to be careful of Anzai. She will ruin you. She didn't plan on telling Wan anything about being reborn. Even though she decided to not make revenge the focus of her entire life, that didn't mean she planned to let certain people go. Le Chen Zai really was blind in his last life. For that white lotus flower, he cut of Zai family's raw stone material supply, causing Zai family to fall. Since things were different in this life, she needed to make good use of this chance. Zun Mai rubbed her hands together, her eyes thoughtful. Miss Zai, thank you for telling me. From when Anzai let Le Chen Zai reject our engagement without considering Zun family's reputation, I had a feeling that she was acting against me. Moreover, she dares to covet someone she shouldn't now. Miss Zai, don't worry. I have my own plans. But what about you? You should live for yourself. Don't walk into a dead end and end up like Anzai. She nodded at Zai Tan before leaving. She headed straight for the person waiting for her where they parted. She knew why he was scared that if he walked away from here, she wouldn't be able to find him later. She didn't want to hide anything from Han Ji. However, before figuring out this world's independent consciousness rules, she didn't want to rashly throw Han Ji into the situation. Done, let's go home. Mo Wen Han let out a light smile and placed his arms around the woman that just pounced into his embrace. He always had unlimited gentleness for this person. All right. After the two left, Zai Tan and Le Chen Zai bumped into the person having a discussion on the first floor. Zai, is that you? Le Chen Zai noticed Anzai coming down from the stairs immediately and ran forward. He grabbed her shoulders emotionally. Zai Tan only felt disgusted. She walked forward in her 10-centimeter tall red high heels, her pretty face sneering with malice. Le Chen Zai, you're grabbing another woman in front of your fiancé. Are you trying to break our promise? Don't forget, it was your father that agreed for you to marry into Zai family. Don't forsake the favor we are offering you. Zai family isn't that easy to bully. And Zai had been busy thinking about Mo Wen Han's beautiful face and Zun Mi's hateful behavior. She knew that she didn't have anything that she could use to provoke Zun Mai. However, it was like being given a pillow when feeling drowsy. Le Chen Xie's appearance gave her an idea. Chapter 127. However, the too familiar voice that immediately followed made the resentment in her heart surface out again. Zai Tan. She gritted her teeth and turned to look at that disgustingly pretty face. What are you doing here? Why are you here? Wasn't she supposed to be in jail? Shouldn't she have died there? No, that bitch Zun Mai let her out earlier. Those two were truly her unlucky stars. Her last life was completely ruined by them. She definitely won't let that happen again. Chen Zai. Don't you like me? You said you would marry me. You said that you would love me forever. How could you break our promise? How could you get engaged with this woman? And Zai couldn't accept this. Le Chen Zai was together with Zai Tan. Her eyes were red-shot, her entire body seemed as if it had lost self-control. Zai pitifully pulled Zai into his arms and comforted. Zai, I only love you. I only want you. It's not that I want to marry Zai Tan. How could she compare to you? My dad is forcing me. Zai, believe me. I've never lied to you. Zai thought Zai had lost control because she heard Zai Tan's words and was jealous. That meant she still cared about him. As long as he explained everything, they can still be together. If Zun Mai was here, she would say, where did your brain cells go? Why can't you see reality? Your La family is about to collapse. Your dad finally got Zai family to help, and went through so many reparations to keep the family from falling. And now, in a few words, you're planning to throw it all away. Zai Tan already knew these two were shameless and brainless, but she still felt enlightened. Oh, I didn't know this was what Zai was thinking. Very good. A melon broken off the vine with force is never sweet. If someone is unwilling, forcing something to happen is not worth it. It's not like you're the only one for me. I'll go notify my father now so we can cancel our engagement. If La family falls later, it will be of your own doing. Although Zai was obviously taller than Zai Tan, the onlookers could tell that it was she who was looking down at the other two. Seeing you two like this is really disgusting. Zai Tan sneered before clicking away in her high heels, leaving behind an awkward crowd staring blankly at Zai and Zai. They couldn't believe that La family's heir had such an ineffective brain. That woman's motives were so obvious, but he was still so blind. He was treating a black sesame seed as a steamed bun, meaning to overvalue something. Zai ignored the bystanders and casually brought Zai back home. Meanwhile, having already received Zai family's engagement cancellation, Tan only felt darkness all around him. There was no light. What horrors did he commit in his past life to incur such disasters? His son used to be so impressive that his business partners were envious. But after meeting Zai, everything was ruined. In such a short time, the pillar of the family fell. Tan was sent to the emergency room. Zai happily arrived home with Zai, only to be met with motherless resentful gaze. Zai froze. Why was his mother looking at him like that? Mom, he called out. I don't have a son like you. Get out. Get out. Hearing his voice made Mother collapse. It was because of this son that La family has been ruined. Tan has fallen. All their relatives that had previously been able to suppress were now attempting to rise up. In just a few hours, La family's capital had been divided up. Mother had no way of solving the problems left by this empty shell of La family. Moreover, she needed to take care of her husband in intensive care. How did things become like this? Zai was panicked. He ran up to his mother. Mom, what's wrong? It's me, Zai. Why are you kicking me out? This is my house. Slap. Mother harshly slapped Zai and let out a mournful smile. House, har. If you still have a conscience, then you should have remembered that La family was your home. Now look what you did because of this woman. You cancelled your engagement with Zun family without consulting us and angered Zun family. And then Zun Mai went out and showed everyone that you willingly threw away a precious jade in exchange for a counterfeit. Because of that woman, they think we're blind, but even though you knew the family was in a crisis, and that your father lowered himself to beg that Xie old man to protect this family, you still turned on him like this. How could you anger your father to the point of him needing intensive care? Your mother is about to be imprisoned. This is all because of you. Get out, get out. Tears streamed down Motherless' face and ruined her makeup. The once high-class madam now looked like a lowly street actor. She turned away from her disappointment of a son. Butler, kick Chen Xie and this slut out. After walking out of these front doors, he was no longer the family offspring. The official statement had already been sent out. Chen Xie, don't blame Mom for being callous. This was the only way to preserve the family's only heir. She hoped that he would mature from this experience. Chen Xie and Xie were literally thrown out, landing right outside of the family's gates. Reporters were constantly stationed near this rich community, hoping to sniff out a good story. Immediately, they swarmed forward. Xun Mai watched from home as they fled from the reporters. She couldn't believe that Chen Xie still didn't feel any regret. As expected, you can't use the same standards for a normal person and a brain-dead person. She called a newspaper company and told them let out the information regarding Xie. She planned to make this storm more violent. Chen Xie, I really want to see how much longer you can persist. He was already able to place Xie's importance higher than his parents. Having such a son could be considered the parents' bad luck. Stop playing. We have a long day tomorrow. Be good, let's go to sleep. Mo Wenhan took Xun Mi's phone out of her hand and led her upstairs. After the royal appraisal, Mo Wenhan officially rooted himself at Xun house. Xun Mai obediently allowed Mo Wenhan to lead her up. Mischievously, she bent her knees and jumped onto Mo Wenhan's back. Chapter 128. Her abrupt movements caused Mo Wenhan to stumble and almost throw Xun Mai down. He steadied himself and patted her twice on her behind. Don't do that. You could have fallen over. Although he was scolding, his tone was warm as honey. No one would think this voice belonged to the cold VIP of the gemstone betting field. Xun Mai shifted her body and comfortably relaxed on Mo Wenhan's back. She leaned her head onto his shoulder. I knew you would catch me. Her unhesitating trust made Mo Wenhan's heart melt. It was a feeling more intoxicating than even excellent wine stored for decades. Mo Wenhan carried Xun Mai up the flight of stairs. They still had a long time to travel every corner of the world. There was not a single person that didn't hear about the Mo and Xun wedding. One was a big shot and the other was an aristocratic family. It was the perfect match. Groups of luxury cars assembled at Emperor Hotel, bringing in witnesses for the ceremony. When the clock tour rang, Xun Mai walked out in a red gown with a long trail. The gown was embroidered with golden phoenixes with their wings outstretched. Her long hair was up behind a diamond crown. Her red lips were curved up in a happy smile and her eyes crinkled into half-moon shapes. On her wedding day, Xun Mai was gorgeous and noble. Her naturally aristocratic air was only further brought out by her wedding gown. Xun Mi's eyes remained on the man standing on the stage. He had golden cuff links on the sleeves of his black Weston suit to match her golden embroidery. On the collar of his white shirt was another layer of golden embroidery. A traditional black tie laid neatly under the collar. His tall figure resembled that of a Greek statue. His sharp features were strikingly handsome. Dark-colored eyes sparkled like obsidian, a high-arched nose, and pursed lips. He stood there silently like a king surveying his kingdom, making others unconsciously submit to his aura. Yet, when he saw the approaching woman in red, he let out a smile that completely contradicted his cold, unapproachable aura. Farther, Jun delivered her hand over into Mo Wenhan's waiting hands, his eyes moist. His daughter was getting married. Just like all parents, he was feeling happy, but a bit reluctant. At least this Mo fellow is living at their house. With a priest as witness, Jun Mai and Mo Wenhan made their vows, exchanged their rings and kissed. The beautiful bride was lifted up by the handsome groom. They walked down the long row and entered their waiting car together. The television in households, plazas, and shopping centers all broadcasted this moment. And Xie angrily smashed her television. Her eyes were bloodshot. How could it be like this? The more well-off Jun Mai became, the worse her situation became. She woke up to find that city's news was covered with reports of how she deceived the industry and faked her talent. This was all because of that bitch. They were jealous of her, so they were trying to discredit her. The most unbelievable thing was that the stupid Le Chen Xie was actually kicked out of La Family. Moreover, La Family declared bankruptcy and was officially under police investigation. Madame Le had already been sent to the station. Everything was different in this lifetime, yet her ending was still the same. She couldn't settle for this. How could someone as talented as her be happy with such a conclusion? Since being kicked out, Le Chen Xie had been in a muddle-headed state. Watching as the girl he once rejected became the center of attention, he was filled with regret. He didn't even have the energy to stop Xiaoyi from her violent rampage against the television set. He could still hear his mother's words from yesterday. La Family's collapse was his doing. This was all because of him. If he had listened to his parents and tried to peacefully cancel their engagement when Jun Mai came back, none of this would have happened. He was wrong, he was mistaken. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he watched Xie storm out. He fell to the floor. The biggest regret of his life was meeting Xie. Meeting her was the beginning of this catastrophe. He picked himself up off the floor and packed his things. He didn't have much anyways. Finding the property deeds, Le Chen Xie left the place that he once considered saw as his happiness. He was Le Chen Xie of the Le family. His parents were waiting for him to take care of them. Le Chen Xie's previously offline brain cells finally logged back in. He first sold the house and then exchanged the other real estate under his name for cash. Before Xie had time to react, he left the country. While Le Chen Xie was doing all of this, Mo Wenhan and Jun Mai began their honeymoon adventure. Jun Mai had Bao broadcast Le Chen Xie and Xie's situation to her live. Her interest peaked when she saw Xie come back from the Gemstone Masters Guild and the raw stones market empty-handed. It was about time for the final act. Xie was a panic after discovering that her powers were gone. She practically ran all the way home. There, she was hit with another round of shocking news. This house had already been sold off. She was kicked out without a place to stay. She had long abandoned her own house. She thought that was a disgrace to her. But now, she was left with nothing. The new owner wouldn't even let her in, so she didn't even have her thing with her. When she tried to make a scene by calling the police, no one cared. Instead, they took her back to the police station. There, she saw someone she never wanted to see again, Xie Tan. When Xie Tan left, she was also let out. However, her stay in jail had already had an effect on her unstable mentality. She didn't want to accept reality. She didn't want to accept that she had lost everything. Perhaps Zai Tan Tan was a bit soft-hearted in the end. Or perhaps she thought that placing and Zai Yi in a mental asylum would be another form of torture for her. After that, Zun Mai didn't even bother paying any attention to those people. There was only her dear husband on her mind. The couple traveled all around the world. They ate all kinds of cuisines and took in all kinds of majestic landscapes. When they returned back to S City, they heard that Zai Tan Tan took over as Zai family's new young talent, while Zai Yi suffered from a mental illness. In this lifetime, Zun Mai and her husband lived a serene life by each other's side until they both grew old. Chapter 129. I am Mo Wen Han, 27 years old. I have the best wife in the world. With me, she'll act spoiled, act naughty, and complain. She'll recklessly and immaturely ask me to comfort her. She also cooks for me. When I'm tired, she'll also give me a massage and a warm smile. I am Mo Wen Han, S City's biggest boss in the gemstone business. Everyone dorned over and kissed up to me. Many men and women delivered themselves to my doorsteps. But I never accepted their offers. My mother once said that marriages without love were unhappy. My father and her were in arranged marriage but treated each other with utmost respect until the moment they left the world due to a car accident. No one knew that my mother was the current queen's maternal aunt. That was why she had authority higher than the royals. On June 5, I fell into a scheme. I drank out of a drugged cup of wine. However, through this I met someone I wanted to protect for the rest of my life. This must be what my mother meant. As expected, love was sweet. At first, I thought this was yet another woman that wanted to use any means to climb into my bed. If not for my loss of self-control, I would have thrown her out immediately. But later, I could only be grateful for my loss of control. After a frenzied night, I didn't wake up to a performance of wailing or histrionics. Rather, it was an angry and arrogant attitude that made me unsure how to react. She was beautiful, stubborn, and rational. She said she had also fallen victim of a scheme. I didn't know why, but I immediately felt angry. Who would be so heartless as to hurt such a wonderful woman? Then, all I could think about was protecting her. I couldn't let anyone think about hurting her. But I wasn't someone good with words. Perhaps because of my status and childhood surroundings. Even when I wanted to smile, it would look forced. But she didn't seem to mind or find it awkward. However, I still saw the nervousness in her eyes. After my assistant delivered clothes, I invited her to eat. She agreed, which made me very happy. When we arrived at the restaurant, however, we bumped into her ex-Fank Chen Zai. In S City, the good news of the reputed families never made headlines, whereas the bad news would spread like wildfire. I was worried but didn't know what to do. I only stood and watched as she made the hypocritical woman tongue-tied. Pride erupted in my heart. I knew that I found the woman that I wanted to spend my entire life with. To others, this might seem unbelievable. We met through special circumstances where we were both schemed against. There shouldn't be any good ending to this story. But I didn't want to let go. Out of the billions of people in the world, there was that one person that caught my eye. Immediately, I knew she was my person. Now that she appeared in my world, then there was no way I was giving her a chance to leave it. I am a selfish man. I only wanted her to stay by my side, but I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to interact with her after I had been so aggressive. Luckily, she didn't ignore me after that night. Instead, she was amicable. I followed the instructions in the books and slowly made bigger and bigger steps towards her. I gave her a ring and proposed to her. When she agreed, it felt as if I had gained the entire world. She said there was no flowers or presents, so I rushed to the nearest department store. There, I encountered that hypocritical girl again. She kept chit-chattering next to me. Even though she seemed to have said a lot, I really didn't know what she was saying. My mind was focused on picking gifts for the love of my life, so of course I didn't have the energy to listen to irrelevant people. When others misunderstood our relationship, I felt angry. How could this kind of hypocritical person be paired with me? The person I loved was much more worthy. Cairo Yuan came on time to correct those people so that I could continue choosing flowers. I didn't understand the different meanings of different flowers. But when I saw that blue beauty, I knew this was the most suitable. But when I bought it, other people once again mistook it as a present for that hypocritical woman. I grabbed the flower and walked away. Seeing that woman always made me lose my appetite. I successfully made Jun Xie agree to marry me. We happily returned home to prepare our wedding. But all good things must come to an end. Later that night, I received news that she had left the world. I froze. I didn't believe it. How could that happen? She was smiling in my arms just last night. If I reject the news, turn off my phone, and refuse to leave the house, I felt that I could convince myself she was still here. But I had to face reality. When I stepped out of my front door, I walked into darkness as I promptly lost consciousness. When I woke again, I was sitting in my car. I felt that I shouldn't be waking up in the car, but I couldn't remember how I got there. My heart suddenly clenched. Without even thinking, I headed straight to Jun Xie's home. For some reason, I needed to see her and be by her side in that moment. I didn't want her to suddenly disappear when I wasn't aware. But why did I have this fear? When I saw her, that panic and unease in my heart disappeared. Her smile could always disperse my dark thoughts. Love wasn't all sweetness. There was also bitterness and fear. But I was willing to face all of it. As long as the other person was her, I could do anything. When I heard her say that she owed me a wedding, I almost cried on the spot. This beautiful woman was saying she wanted to marry me. I couldn't contain my happiness. I could tell she was hiding something from me. But I didn't mind. Since I was determined to marry her, then I will trust her, accept her, spoil her, and protect her. If she didn't want to tell me something, it must be something I should know. Then why should I ask and increase our worries? The day we got married, she wore a fire-red marriage gown and walked into the chapel that I decorated for her. Standing at the center of the chapel, we vowed to be together forever. Champagne glasses raised in the air to salute our happiness. Hearing the congratulations voiced all around us, I finally realized. I've been waiting for a person my whole life. Someone who would make me feel sweetness even when drinking plain water, who could make eating bitter melon taste like honey. Holding that person's hand will teach me responsibility and duty. Home is a very ordinary yet extraordinary word. Homes have warmed numerous souls and housed happiness for countless moons. Now, white-haired and wrinkly, I still held onto her hand tightly. Mir, I'm still so selfish. Accompany me, okay? Okay. Her tears fell, yet she responded without the slightest hesitation. Just like when she jumped onto my back all those years ago and said I knew Han Ji would catch me. Mir, I, Mowen Han, have no regrets in this life because of you. But am still greedy. In the next lifetime, in the vast sea of people, let's meet again. 2 posts today. Stay tuned. Chapter 130. Tian term literally means white moonlight, a term used to refer to that girl a male lead can't forget about and still holds a spot for in his heart. Aka she exists as a white light in his heart. Calculate the last 2 worlds. Sitting on the circular bed, Jun Mai lazily spoke up. Xuanhuan World Mission 1 counterattack completed, rewarded 50,000 points. Mission 2 protect female lead and help her become winner at life completed, rewarded 40,000 points. Hidden mission protect Tianzi mainland completed, rewarded 20,000 points. System reward charm 4, physical strength 20, high level nutrient fluid 5 bottles, Darhuan pills 10. Mission grade S. Gemstone betting world. Mission 1 counterattack anxiety completed, no reward. Mission 2 make Le Chenzai regret completed, no reward. System reward 1,000 points. Expenses used in Xuanhuan World 29,020. Profile. Host Jun Mai. Level 23 100. Age 20. Character multiple. Charm 100 maximum reached. Physical strength 70-100. Points 185,752. Inventories Sui pill X5. High quality nutrient fluid X5 bottles, Darhuan pill X10, 1000 feather mask, golden feather clothing. Evaluation S level upgrade available after acquiring 4 more mission grades of S. Why is there no reward for the gemstone world? Jun Mai was a bit disheartened. When was she ever going to make 10 million points at this rate? But with her husband to keep her company, she wasn't feeling that anxious. However, she did need to find out more about her husband's identity. But the only way to learn more seemed to be through becoming a higher-level host. The more unlikely alternative would be having Bao Bao upgrade into a master system. She needed to work harder and complete more missions. Because Madam Host failed the first time, you can only receive up to 10% of the original reward. Therefore, it only amounts to 1,000 points. Alright. At least I got some. Jun Mai looked at her points. I can still return back to one more world, right? Let's go to that first love and substitute lover world. The first love hidden in one's heart is like a red cinnabar scar. Jun Mai reclined back on the bed. But I'm going to nap first. When I wake up, well go Oz. Bao Bao froze stupefied, maintaining his pose while clutching the book that he was just about to rush to his Madam Host. He fell to the floor with a clash and glared at his Madam Host sleeping peacefully on the bed. In the end, Bao Bao still decided to not disturb her. He knew that her spirit was tired after so many different worlds. Getting rest was a good idea for her. After all, the humans said today's rest is energy for tomorrow's fights. I've handled the things you wanted. We can return back home tomorrow. A round-faced woman in a green apple-colored woman's suit placed a pile of papers onto the table in front of the person reclining on the couch. Her steady and mature voice was a direct contrast to her cute face. Then let's book the flight tickets. Right, spread the news that I am preparing to develop my career domestically. I've already taken over enough of the market here, so there's not much potential for further growth here. The woman on the couch had an elegant and quiet voice like the spring rain falling peacefully into a small brook and creating ripples. She turned her head. She had a small, egg-shaped face. Her eyes shined like crystals immersed in water. Her fair skin accentuated her pink lips. Her delicately curved jawline tilted up as her chin raised. Her lips were arched like a blooming flower bud. Along with her tiny rabbit-like expression, she looked adorable enough to melt anyone's heart. She was the current A-list queen of the screen, the first actress in their country to succeed as an international star. She had a name beloved by fans for its metaphorical meaning Nai Zun Mai. I search amidst the crowd only to find you, only to wait for you. Tian Zunni means to search for or to seek. Tang Yuo'er's eyes glittered. In her mind she was cheering goddess, you're a Sakutaya make me and to take you home wow. Zun Mai helplessly threw a chestnut at Yuo'er. Snap out of it. I really don't know what a young girl like you is always fantasizing about in your head. She arrived in this world yesterday to the exact moment at the airport that she urgently left last time. The storyline had only progressed to the point of the female lead and the male lead being rumored to be linked together. She didn't need to hurriedly return home without preparations. Moreover, the mission this time is half counterattack and half offense strategy, to receive Ujinyan's heart and to become the unforgettable monarch of this industry. She wanted to gain the admiration and adoration, but not the envy of others. The mission wasn't that hard, nor was it that easy. Although she had a lifetime to get it done, she didn't want to spend her entire time completing a mission. It's Miss' fault for being so cute. Tang Yuo'er pouted. Her righteous attitude made Zun Mai not sure whether to laugh or cry. The original body's character was indeed the cute type. Although she hadn't really encountered the darker sides of society, she had a fitting way of conducting herself in society. For example, she was innocent without being naive. Furthermore, she was incredibly perceptive towards others' moods, to the point that it could be considered her magic hack. But it could be because she was too innocent that she had overly simplified thoughts about everything. All right. Let's get back to business. I've already ordered public relations to spread the news of your return. Coincidentally, the genius director Lu Kaiani will be filming a massive epic series authorized by the government. The strict requirements for the character roles. Director Lu's assistant sent me the audition invitation. I think this is a very good excuse for coming back. We can say you're returning to participate in Director Lu's movie auditions. Tang Yuo'er seemed a bit clumsy in front of Zun Mai, but when it came to business, she made no mistakes. Zun Mai nodded. Her long, lean fingers began flipping through the documents on the table. They were all concerning the movie's historical period. The information was very thorough. It was obvious that the arranger worked hard. Yuo'er, thank you. Let's go with that plan. Oh right, remember to tell my second brother so he won't worry. Zun Mai knew from the original body's memories that Nai family was famous in B City. Her father was in politics. Currently, he was the secretary of the municipal party committee. Her mother was the chairperson of the Women's Alliance. She had 2 older brothers. The eldest was in the army as a major. The second was a businessman. Dreamcatcher Entertainment was one of B City's 2 largest entertainment enterprises. Based on her family, this girl was completely a daughter of fortune. Unfortunately, this daughter of fortune was completely ruined and died in discontent. Meanwhile, the female lead didn't have any family backing. Nor did she have a prettier face than Zun Mai. However, she was able to prosper more than the original body. In the end, she even became an international superstar. Her love and work lives both thrived as she became a winner of life. Tusk. This was the difference between the female lead and the second female lead. Zun Mai sighed. Chapter 131. Almost 10,000 people were at the airport holding banners with pictures of Zun Mai. Everyone took glances at the exit door in anticipation. When they heard that the flight had already landed at the airport, the crowd quivered with excitement. They were disappointed not seeing that person come out of the exit door immediately, but soon perked up to continue waiting. They were all gathered here today for their idol, their pride, the youngest best actress in their country's history. Jun Xie walked on the passageway. She looked a bit tired. A 10-hour flight really was torture for her. Luckily, her physical state had improved, or else she would have fainted. There's a lot of fans outside. It's creating some traffic. Let's leave through a side passageway. The car is already waiting. Tang Yuo ended her call and spoke to Jun Xie worriedly. They were the ones that let the news out, but they hadn't given an exact time. Jun Xie shook her head. Yuo, those fans must have been waiting since early morning. They didn't even know what time I was coming back. Since they're here and I am here, why not go see them? Let's go. Have the airport increase the security so that the fans won't get hurt in the pushing and shoving. She didn't want the fans to get hurt after coming here to greet her. Tang Yuo gave Jun Xie an expression that read, "I knew you would say that," and helplessly sighed. "All right, I really don't know what to do with you. No wonder all those fans love you so firmly. The fans take after their idol. Additionally, idols need to take responsibility of their fans' actions, while fans must defend their idol's behavior. Both sides must take care of each other." It was because Jun Xie knew this that she never acted haughty around others. Jun Xie wore large black sunglasses, a white blouse and light denim jeans. She was like a scroll painting, calmly emitting her own style. As soon as she walked out, the fans began screaming, "Jun Xie, Jun Xie, Jun Xie. My. Zungsen Mimi to wait for Nai, we seek to wait for you." Tiana play on her name. Jun Xie means to search or seek. And Nai, her surname, sounds like the word for you. Jun Xie felt their excitement and let out a dazzling smile in response. She removed her sunglasses and bowed 90 degrees in gratitude. "Thank you for coming to receive me. Thank you for your love, but you must remember to be safe. Don't push or squeeze. I didn't know you guys would be coming today, so there won't be time for autographs. Later, make sure to register at the rest area. I'll sign and have my assistant send out the autographs for you guys." Her eyes glittered while looking at the crowd, making them feel as if spring flowers were blooming around them, intoxicating them. This was Jun Xie, the woman that became the internationally renowned actress within 2 years. The most alluring quality was her pure and clean eyes. Even though her peach blossom eyes should make her appear more flirtatious, they instead gave her clear and innocent glow. "All right, Jun Xie, we'll always love you." A few emotional fans teared up on the spot. The reporters rushed forward to interview, asking why they liked actress Nai so much. Was it because of her beauty, her acting? 2/3 of the fans replied, "I like her because of her sincerity. Not only is she attentive towards her acting roles, but she also puts care in her fans. As long as fans sent her presents, she'll send back a gift no matter how busy she was." Although she told her fans to not send her gifts since it was expensive, her fans still couldn't hold themselves back. Therefore, she would often use her own actions to demonstrate her gratitude. Who wouldn't like an idol like her? Jun Xie started her career in her home country. She only stepped overseas after establishing herself as an A-list star. She raised her status one step at a time overseas. Naturally, this only made her even more likable to fans, who admired her hard work and saw her as a star that brought pride to her country. After appeasing the fans and reminding them to be safe, Jun Mai moved to the side to watch them register one by one. Meanwhile, Tang Guo called the company and got a dozen more workers to come. Together, they finally obtained all the fans' information before sunset. As soon as Jun Mai sat into the car, she immediately fell asleep leaning on the back of her seat. She really was too tired. The fans who were still at the airport watched teary-eyed at the silhouette inside the car. They quickly captured the moment on their phones. They wanted to tell all the other fans what kind of person their idol was. Only love Jun Mai, my goddess, my only idol. Picture album attached. There were pictures of Jun Mai bowing to her fans, pictures of her standing next to fans as they registered their information, pictures of her smiling friendly and talking with fans, and pictures of Jun Mai reminding everyone to be careful and stay safe. The final picture was blurry. From the closing window, you could barely make out the person inside the car. She appeared to be leaning back into her seat with her eyes closed, her face ovally pale. Her tiredness was obvious, making viewers of the picture sympathize and want to dote on her. Soon, the news spread. In half an hour, you've worked hard, actress Nai. My fans are so lucky. Welcome back, actress Nai. And other similar topics were trending. Weibo was completely overtaken by news about Jun Mai. Tian Chinese social network that is kind of a mesh of Twitter and Facebook. Even though there were haters saying Jun Mai manipulated this to cause a stir upon her return, their voices were drowned out as more and more videos were uploaded. Moreover, die-hard fans took the opportunity to upload videos and pictures of Jun Mai with her fans when she was still developing her domestic career. They explained their idol's great manners to newcomers, leading to even more people becoming Jun Miss fan. Every fan wanted such a sincere and genuine idol to look up to. Furthermore, she had beauty, good character, and talent, making it impossible for haters to find a flaw to attack. However, Jun Mai was unaware about the news on the internet. She slept until she reached her house's front doors and was lugged in by Tang Guo. As soon as she saw the couch, she fell back into deep sleep. Tang Mo could only resignedly go cook dinner for this sleepy young miss. Chapter 132. Jun Mai finally woke up 3 hours later. You're awake. Hurry and eat some food. After eating, you can go back to sleep. Tang Guo put down her laptop and beckoned for Jun Mai to come and eat. Jun Mai washed her hands and sat down at the dining table awaiting to be fed, all while yawning repeatedly. Tang Guo almost fell back into a stupor. My goddess, this is breaking the rules. Using your big peach blossom eyes to look at me with anticipation is too cute. While they ate, Tang Guo's phone rang. Jun Mai stayed true to her reputation as a walking RMB maker. TN RMB is the Chinese currency abbreviation. Variety show Powder with Color had invited Jun Mai for an interview. This show had pretty high ratings. When they decided to return home, Tang Guo researched the handful of reputed and well-received shows and varieties in the country. This Powder with Color was hosted by the celebrated Zir Kai Dai. Each week had its own theme. There was no fixed script nor specific requirements to fulfill. Besides having 4 guests per week, the show had a relaxed atmosphere. Jun Mai could use this show to formally greet the domestic audience for the first time. Rest up tomorrow. I'll pick you up at night. Tang Guo cleaned up and discussed the upcoming schedule with Jun Mai before leaving. Jun Mai washed up before going back to sleep again. Downstairs, the cell phone left behind lit up, yet there was no one to answer. Finally, after stubbornly ringing for another half-hour, the phone shut off completely. This scared the overly imaginative person that had been continuously calling Jun Xie. Without even thinking, he got in his car to go look for her. Jin Yan had received news of Jun Xie's return yesterday. He wanted to go pick her up but feared that she had forgotten who he was. Instead, he spent the afternoon and evening endlessly refreshing Weibo for pictures and videos of Jun Xie, the infatuation obvious in his eyes. He didn't know why, but his heart sped up crazily after seeing Jun Xie this time. He had long known that he loved her, but this time, he suddenly wanted to imprison her so that only he could see her. He didn't want her smiling towards others. He didn't want others looking at her with such adoration. She was his only, she could only belong to him. This sudden feeling had hit him abruptly and ferociously. He didn't even have time to stop the feeling from growing. He could only fall further and further. If Mir didn't remember him or didn't like him, he would have gone crazy. But he didn't want to give up. No matter what, he planned on tying her to his side. He had dialed a number he remembered by heart. However, no one picked up the phone on the other end. After calling more than 10 times, Jin Yan could no longer sit still. His imagination had gone wild. Did something happen to Mir? Why isn't she picking up? No, he needed to go check himself. On the other side of town, Jun Xie's second brother was also glaring at his phone. Feng Hua, tell us. Did you get through to your sister or not? Why are you just staring at your phone like a fool? A handsome 40-something father slammed open the door to the study room and asked his son. His tone was anxious. He had also called Jun Xie but failed to get a response. Feng Hua shook his head. Maybe she's too tired and fell asleep. I called you she said Mai was home. Dad, you and Mom rest up first. Don't worry, I'll go and check up on her. After reminding his son to be careful on the road, Father Nai let his son free. Jun Xie was snoring deep in REM sleep while her front door was continuously being knocked on. Finally, the determined pounding successfully woke up the girl nearing hibernation mode. As if sleepwalking, Jun Xie walked downstairs and thrust open the door. Then, she leaned on the doorway and sleepily blinked her eyes. Jin Yan has been knocking endlessly. Maybe Mir wasn't home. After knocking for a few minutes, he saw the lights turn on inside and nervously waited for the door to open. The view that he was greeted with made his heart burn. He really wanted to hide this little seductress away. She wore loose-fitting sapphire blue pajamas. The sleeves were embellished with white flower patterns. Hidden underneath her loose and soft chestnut-colored hair was an unusually striking face. Her brows were slightly knit together while her eyes were narrowed as she tried to blink away her sleepiness. Her eyes' usual dazzling brightness was replaced with softness like the spring breeze. Jun Xie finally cleared her head under his passionate gaze. Her sudden rise in heartbeat frequency and the familiar reaction of her soul told her that this handsome face with its striking features belonged to her dear husband. She let out a large bright smile and fell into his arms, sighing with satisfaction. Little Gij. This was the male lead of this book, Corporation's chairman, Jin Yan. She thought it would take some time before she bumped into this person, but it looked like she got lucky. Jin Yan's stiffness and carefulness was gone, replaced by a deep sense of doting and gentleness. He was Jin Yan. What should he be afraid of? Mir was the person he loved, the person that he refused to let go of in this lifetime. This had been clear to him early on, so what was even pick up my calls. So heartless. On the nose and spoke helplessly. Jun Xie laughed shamelessly. How would Mir forget little Jeej? But it's been so many years since we last saw each other. Little Jeej has become a big Jeej. You've also become more handsome. My little Jeej is the most handsome. She made a thumbs-up gesture and shamelessly praised her own husband. Jin Yan's entire heart was burning, refusing to calm down. Mere saying my Jeej was definitely the sweetest words in the world. You've gotten much taller. I can't call you a little Jeej anymore. Jun Xie rubbed her chin and mumbled to herself. Jin Yan immediately stiffened. What did Mir mean? Did she not want to seem close to him? No, that won't do. He won't allow it. Just as the demon inside him was about to erupt out. Only I can call you that, okay? You can't let anyone else, alright. Chapter 133. Jun Xie remembered that the female lead used to call him Jin Ji and Yan Ji. Humph. She wouldn't give others the opportunity. Even if she doesn't call him Yan Ji, no one else can. At least that woman definitely can't. As long as she doesn't actively stir up trouble for her, Jun Xie was willing to forget her. In the world of love, there was no right or wrong. The worst scenario was loving someone that didn't love you back. Alright, this name will be exclusively yours. Yan Ji will also be yours exclusively. Okay. Jin patted down Jun Xie's loose hairs while smiling wanly down at her. Jun Xie tilted her head and shimmied out of her lover's arms. She grabbed his hand and swayed it back and forth. Jin Ji has always been mine. No one can steal you away. Shall bite anyone who tried. No one will steal me away. Let's go in first. Are you hungry? I'll take a look at what's inside your fridge and make you a midnight snack. Jin sat Jun down on the sofa. He took off his overcoat, rolled up his sleeves and headed for the kitchen. Jun Xie hugged a bear-shaped pillow and foolishly smiled while watching his actions. How great! In each lifetime, her husband always cooked for her. In each life, her husband was a dragon amongst men but would always put down his pride for her. Her love for him wasn't any less than his love for her. Even though she didn't reveal all of her love directly, her heart has always been beating for him alone. Right after Jin Yan finished making Mir's favorite tangyuan soup with rice wine flavoring, the doorbell rang. Jun Xie looked up, perplexed. She looked at the hour hand on the clock. It was already so late. Who would be here at this time? Still hugging her bare pillow, she opened the door. After seeing who it was, Jun Xie beamed with joy. Second brother, what are you doing here? Jun Xie really likes her borrowed family. The memories of her eldest and second brother and her parents received from the original soul were all extremely warm. Nai Feng Hua pinched his little sister's cheeks. It's all because of you. You didn't pick up any of those calls. Do you know how worried Dad and Mom are? They wouldn't relax until I said I would come. He closed the front door for her and familiarly made his way to the shoe closet. But when he saw the pair of men's leather shoes, Nai Feng Hua furrowed his eyebrows. Little sis, who's here? What weasel actually fared to come to his sister's house in the middle of the night? What was he trying to do? The weasel. Jin Yan stepped out of the kitchen carrying a small bowl. Mir, come eat. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Jun Xie's eyes brightened. It had been so long since she had tangyuan made by her dear husband. In constraint to Zun mishappiness, Nai Feng Hua's face darkened. So it was this weasel. But what exactly was Wu Jinyan trying to do since they were in the same social circle? He had also heard about those rumors. Now Wu Jinyan was looking at his younger sister affectionately and behaving so carefully. Nai Feng Hua was left confused. But no matter what, he wouldn't allow his sister to be hurt. I was wondering what yellow weasel it could be. So it was you. Chairman Wu, why are you here instead of out with your little mistress? Even if those rumors were fake, Nai Feng Hua didn't plan on letting him off, especially since he was trying to steal his sister away. Humph. I'm going to torment you to death. Zun Mai had just opened her mouth wide to receive the sweet glutinous dumpling Jun Xie was feeding her when she heard her second brother's words. She widened her eyes and hurriedly choked down the dumpling. She pulled on Wu Jinyan's sleeve with a mixture of nervousness and determination. Jun Xie, Yao you have a mistress. Her face revealed her sorrow, yet Zun Mai was busy praising herself in her heart. Look how great her acting was, even her husband was getting anxious. Wu Jinyan shoved the bowl into Nai Feng Hua's hands and hugged Zun Mai to hurriedly explain. Mere Jun Xie only loves you. There's only you in my heart. Believe me, please. Jun Xie has never lied to you. He would never want to lie to her. Zun Mai blinked her wide eyes as her lips finally split into a sweet smile. Jun Xie is the best. I love Jun Xie the most too. Wu Jinyan has fireworks exploding in his head. Mir just said she loved him the most. What a good surprise, what a good surprise. He squeezed her close into his embrace. Now he was satisfied with this life. Nai Feng Hua's face darkened even more. He played himself. He pulled his sister to his side and glared at Wu Jinyan. Chairman Wu is such a distinguished busy man that you've become forgetful. So the rumors that have been spreading for half a year have all been fake. There is no wave without wind. Your company itself has been helping that woman to the full extent of its power. Do you dare say this wasn't your order? Nai Feng Hua ridiculed, anger brewing in his eyes. Zun Mai popped out from behind him to watch Wu Jinyan, her eyes crystal clear. Wu Jinyan's heart instantly melted as he turned to smile dotingly at her. Feng Hua, there's a reason for that. Yao'll find out the reason later. But no matter in the past or now, my heart has always been Zun Miss. No one could be her substitute. She is entirely unique. She is the only one in my heart. She will be forever the only one. No matter where or when, even if he had forgotten about her, he would fall in love with her all over again as long as they meet again. Zun Mai rushed back into Wu Jinyan's arms, placing her head onto his chest. The sound of his heart pounding resounded in her ears, calming her down immediately. Jun Xie, I only has you in my heart too. Nai Feng Hua made a cringe face while watching these two spread their lovey-doveyness. His dear little sister had been stolen away by this yellow weasel, but it also seemed like his sister very willingly ran off with a weasel. Sigh. No, he needed to go home and tell his older brother. His older brother will take care of this weasel. Humph. Wu Jinyan, I don't care if the rumors were real or not. Since you've decided to be together with my sister, then you must first get past Nai family. When you clean up all your dirty rumors, I'll tell my parents about you. If you dare go back against your word, our whole family will fight you. Wu Jinyan relaxed his shoulders and pulled Zun Mai to sit back on the sofa. He took back the bowl from Nai Feng Hua and tested the temperature. Since it wasn't cold, he continued where he left off in feeding Zun Mai. Seeing Mir slowly finish eating the tangyuan he made himself, a fire of passion brewed inside his heart. Nai Feng Hua almost stomped his feet in anger. Why did he want to beat someone up? Author's note. Memory refresher. This arc titled First Love is the same as the one earlier in World 2 TN labeled Arc 2 under Stories tab. The first love wait Moonlight in male leads Heart Nai Zun Mai. Male lead Wu Jin Yan. Original female lead by Kyan Y. A more in-depth world introduction can be found in ch29 Grand Hall of Time, Chapter 134. But unfortunately, he couldn't hit this man. The three people harmoniously got along for the night. The next morning, Wu Jinyan woke up bright and early to make Zun Mai breakfast before leaving for work. Nai Feng Hua returned home to report back to his parents. His little sister had originally wanted to call home, but she was afraid they would be asleep so late. Instead, she called the house phone and asked the night staff to inform her parents when they wake up. But Nai Feng Hua still wanted to go home before and so that they wouldn't be surprised if they see that weasel Wu Jinyan acting flirtatious towards Zun Mai. He knew that his parents actually liked Wu Jinyan. Zun Mai happily finished eating breakfast before returning back to sleep. She slept until her Jin Ji called her for lunch. When Tang Yuo came to pick Zun Mai up, she brought along the guest list for the interviews Zun Mai would be attending today. Seeing the familiar name, Zun Mi's lips helplessly twitched. There are some things that can't be avoided. For example, the plot line. Nai Zun Mai and Bai Kyan Y's first meeting was at the television station for a program. But it wasn't the one scheduled for tonight. Even though the time was different, the plotline still stayed true to its path. Zun Mai had a perfect smile on while walking into the television station. Her clear peach blossom eyes easily gained the affection of those around. Wow, it's really Queen Nai. I thought the program was just joking. Zun Mai heard the excited clamors of the fangirls as soon as she entered the rest area. Turning towards the noise, she saw a girl in a blue dress with a large butterfly bow tied at the waist. She had the trendy kitten eyes, plump lips, and tightly curled hair. She had the lollican look down perfectly. At the moment, her shiny kitten eyes were staring wide at Zun Mai. Zun Mai smiled widely and nodded at her. Miss Kin, Nai Zun Mai. Tang Yuo had already mentioned this cute girl in the car. She was a recent famous singer with a beautiful voice. Queen Nai, you know me. Amazing. Kin Siu jumped to Zun Mi's side. She really did like similarly aged, but more popular person. She had liked Zun Mai since she first entered the industry, but Zun Mai left for abroad before she could meet her. Zun Mai couldn't resist. She stretched out her hand to pet Kin Siu's head. Siu's singing is beautiful, especially the song Memories in the Rain. Tang Yuo distributed the snacks they brought to the staffers. When she walked into the resting area afterwards, she saw the two ladies standing together laughing. The dressing rooms were often two-person per room. With Zun Mi's current status, she could very well get her own private room. But Zun Mai didn't want special treatment, especially since she was back home after so much time abroad. Knock, knock, knock. A knock came from the dressing room door. Tang Yuo originally thought it was a staffer asking them to get prepared. Instead, when she opened the door, she was met with a very handsome young man. Coincidentally, this was a guest for today's program. Tang Yuo put on a professional smile. Mr. Lu, did you need anything? Zun Mai and Kin Siu also turned to the door and saw the man standing at the door. Oh, hello. I am Lu Jingsheng. Could I possibly ask actress Nai for an autograph? Lu Jingsheng's usually sunny persona was replaced with sudden nervousness. In his heart, he was continuously cursing his older brother. He didn't know what kind of crazy wind his brother was riding. But after finding out he was filming the same program with Queen Nai, his brother demanded that he get him an autograph. He even threatened to not let him come back home without an autograph. Of course. Where do you want it? Zun Mai stood up. Bao Bao just told her that Lu Jingsheng was the genius director Lu Qianyu's younger brother. He was one of Bai Qianyu's secret weapons to success. If not for all the help Lu Jingsheng offered, Bai Qianyu wouldn't have risen so quickly. Even if they had a behind-the-scene supporter, not just anyone had the chance to be in Lu Qianyu's films. Lu Jingsheng quickly shoved his notebook and pen closer to Zun Mai. He sighed with relief. Only then did he actually have time to size up the newly returned top star Queen Nai. She really was beautiful. Most importantly, she had a warm aura. All right. Zun Mai smiled and returned the notebook back to Lu Jingsheng. This kid was pretty funny. It was obvious he wasn't really her fan. Soon, the staffers began to call guests to prepare backstage. Before that, Qin Siyu took the time to get a handful of autographs from Zun Mai, smiling like a child with candy the whole time. Behind the stage, Zun Mai finally saw this world's female lead for the first time. Bai Qianyu stood in a white long dress. Her shiny straight black hair cascaded around her sunflower-shaped face. She really did look quite alike to Zun Mai. However, she had a completely different aura. Zun Mai didn't like her whole fragile and pitiful look. It reminded her too much of Qin Huici from the first world. It was that person that almost killed her dear husband. Qin Siyu had a bad impression of Bai Qianyu. Who did she think she was? All she was a kept mistress and a D-list actress. When her agent had sent her an invitation to star in her music video, Bai Qianyu actually said that she wanted a personal in-person invitation from herself. Seeing her goddess staring at that woman, Qin Siyu grabbed her goddess' hand. Goddess, don't get tricked by her fake mask. Humph, who knows whose mistress this woman is? She's barely a third-rate actress, but she's already acting so pretentious. Qin Siyu didn't mention her own experience with Bai Qianyu. She thought that it would make others think she was targeting her because of a personal vendetta. However, she was still angry with this woman. Every time that woman looked at her, it was with an expression of contempt. But in front of others, she would put back on that mask of that kind-hearted Mother Teresa image again. Zun Mai rubbed Qin Siyu's hair. As expected, more simple people had a way of being more perceptive towards others. On the side, Lu Jingsheng opened her mouth, wanting to say something yet unable to speak. He had a pretty good impression of Bai Qianyu. While chatting with her in the resting area, he thought that she was kind-hearted. He thought that the rumors couldn't be true. But before they could talk for long, he had been assigned that autograph task by his older brother. Now, hearing Qin Siyu's words, he didn't know how to retort. Chapter 135. Because in his heart, he preferred this outgoing and lively Qin Siyu. When the three of them walked over, they didn't greet her. They stood in their arranged places and waited for the staff to signal the start of filming. Zun Mai was naturally the last to enter. She was main draw of tonight's program. Bai Qianyu immediately saw the returning from abroad Nai Zun Mai, who was also wearing a white dress. Her eyes flashed with envy but quickly hid it. She put on a cordial smile and approached Zun Mai in the hopes of greeting her. However, she was stopped by Qin Siyu. Qin Siyu really disliked this woman. She could tell that Bai Qianwei was just here to leave a good impression. Humph, she wasn't going to let her goddess get polluted by this woman. Bai Qianwei glared at Qin Siyu. It was this damned woman again. She only got here based on her family's money. But just wait. When she gets into that man's bed, she'll be able to step all over her. She hid her emotions and secretly looked at Nai Zunmai standing on the side. She was jealous of this person. She always had the feeling that she was going to steal away something precious to her. From the first time she saw her, Bai Qianwei couldn't help but loathe her. Madam Host, the female lead is blackening. Bao Bao joyfully called out, obviously feeling a sense of schadenfreude. Zunmai raised her eyebrows for a second, speechless. How was she blackening during their first encounter? She hadn't even had the chance to anything yet. How unreasonable is that? At that time, the hosts on stage began speaking, breaking the uncomfortable atmosphere behind stage. Welcome everybody to this week's Powder with Color. Guess who our guests for today are? The host, Zir Kai Dai, wore a white dress with a mermaid hem. Under the studio lights, the dress shined. See you, see you, see you. Prince, Prince, Prince. Qianwei, Qianwei, Qianwei. Prince was Lu Jingsheng's nickname. Lu Jingsheng had a prince-like aura, and the most famous role he played was a campus prince. Based on the fanchets, Zunmai could tell that the news about her participation had been successfully kept secret. Zir Kai Dai smiled. It seems like everyone has been reading up on the news. However, there's one more special guest today. She is the pride of all women, and my personal famous idol. Can anyone guess who it is? Du Liu Shar. Lu Zhai Wen. One was the name of a famous singer, the other was an international model. Seeing Zir Kai Dai shake her head once again, the audience continued to make guesses. Suddenly, a shout sounded through the filming site. Queen Nai. A silence fell. Then, the audience began chanting. Zungsen Mimi to wait for Nai, we seek to wait for you. Zungsen Mimi to wait for Nai, we seek to wait for you. Off stage, the directors smiled ear to ear while watching the audience rise with excitement. They just might be able to create a new ratings record with today's broadcast. As expected, it was a good decision to first keep Queen Nai's appearance a secret. Har! It seems that everyone is a fan of Queen Nai. Zir Kai Dai spoke up quickly and expertly, controlling the mood of the show. All right, let's bring out today's guests. Bai Qianwei was the first to come on stage. She shifted to the side after a simple self-introduction. Next was Qin Siyu and Lu Jingsheng. When it was Zunmai's turn, the atmosphere reached new heights. The audience all rose to their feet with anticipation. They had just seen her pictures on Weibo yesterday and heard the news of her return. Today, they had the chance to see her in person. They were brimming with excitement. Wow, everyone is so enthusiastic. Thank you. Nai Zunmai. I thought everyone might have forgotten about me already. I'm truly thankful. Zunmai bowed to the audience with a smile. My. Afterwards, she also moved to her spot. She wouldn't try to hog the stage. This was Zir Kai Dai's territory. She was here as a guest. Zunmai's actions were very effective towards Zir Kai Dai. Although she had said Zunmai was her idol, she had always believed that she and Zunmai were on the same level professionally. But now, she truly did admire this person's attitude. Our Queen Nai is truly a beauty. Wow, I'm about to cry from being in the presence of all this beauty. Don't you agree? Zir Kai Dai returned to the center of the stage. Read. Zirkai nodded with satisfaction. But today is not just about appreciating Queen Nai and our other guests' beauty. We are here today to see if our 4 guests have the IQ to match their good looks. Are you ready? Our games are about to begin. Zirkai mischievously looked back at the 4. Before they could react, she turned back around to pick up the card laying on the table in front of them. Don't use normal logic or thought processing to make your guesses. First question: how many animals are present in the saying, Ling Tun Hu Yan Tian means to wolf down your food? Zirkai Dai took answers starting from Bai Qian Y. Bai Qian Y thought for a second before hesitantly answering. 2 types. Qin Siyu quickly responded. 2 types, Wolf Lang and Tiger Hu. Lu Jingsheng felt like it wouldn't be just 2 types. 3 types. He didn't know what the other animal could be, but he made a random guess. All the cameras and the audience members then turned to Zun Mai. 4 types: Wolf Lang, Dolphin Tun, Tiger Hu, Swallow Yan. The character Tun is a homophone for the character for dolphin. The character Yan is a homophone for the character used for swallow. Bingo! Correct! Zirkai Dai exclaimed exaggeratedly. Next question. They played a few more rounds of different games, with Zun Mai staying in the lead. They finally arrived at the last segment of the show, acting skills. There were 4 cards, each for different roles. Zun Mai, with her not good yet bad luck, chose often. One simple word, yet it contained layers of meaning. The first thing everyone thought when they saw the word often was that the role must require sorrow and emit pity. Before, Zun Mai might have acted her chosen role out in the way everyone expected, but now, the card Bai Qian Y picked was someone that was just betrayed by their lover. Qin Siyu's role was simple. She played a fan that just ran into her idol. Lu Jingsheng's role was a bit unique. He played a smiling idiot. They gave everyone 10 minutes to prepare themselves. Whoever was ready first could start first. Bai Qian Y was the first to step forward, successfully earning her a glare from Qin Siyu. Chapter 136. Zun Mai seriously watched Bai Qian Y's performance. You have to know yourself and your opponent to be invincible. As the female lead, her acting had to be good. As expected, Bai Qian Y was able to attract everyone's attention as soon as she began acting. She stood there wearing a white dress, in a perfect display of total despair. She had just the right amount of emotion in her eyes, only betraying a little of her character's inner turmoil. Seeing this, her original fans began to like her even more. Everyone in the audience gained new respect for her skills. Zun Mai perceived the audience's reaction, yet her lips were still curved in a light smile. Soon, Bai Qian Y finished her performance and was greeted by applause and cheers from the audience. Zun Mai also clapped. She had a positive assessment of Bai Qian Y's acting. From today's performance, she could tell Bai Qian Y had a high EQ. She knew when to let her emotions push out and when to reel them in. But what about her IQ? When Qin Siyu performed, she directly winked and dorned over Zun Mai, thoroughly portraying a fan's reaction to meeting her idol. This wasn't really related to acting. Rather, Qin Siyu's beloved idol was right there in front of her. She didn't need to act. Zun Mai helplessly patted Qin Siyu's head. This kid was pretty adorable. When it was Zun Mi's turn, Qin Siyu stood up to support her. Goddess, fighting. You're the best. Zun Mai took a few steps forward. She took off her shoes before continuing forward. All of the cameras and audience's attention was on Zun Mai. After all, they were eager to see the acting queen's acting skills. If she gave a superb performance, she would become the center of conversation. If there were flaws, she would cause another sort of conversation. No one wanted to miss the chance to see her performance in the flesh. She was alone, sitting on the ground hugging her knees, with an expression that said she was holding back tears. Her forehead furrowed and her mouth was pouting childishly. Her pearl-white toes were curled pitifully. It was as if she had been horribly wronged or abandoned by the entire world. Yet her peach blossom eyes still shined purely. She might have looked lonely, but the atmosphere around her said otherwise. It was as if she wanted to say often, so what if she was an orphan? She had wings made out of dreams. She had a future made from her own determination. She didn't even say a single word. Like Bai Qian Wai, Zun Mai only utilized her gaze and facial expression. But she added her own flavor, making it impossible for others to look away from her. She knew when to perfectly let her emotions out or reel them in. As expected of someone with the title acting queen Mimimi. This time, everyone called out a single name and gave a celebration that was exclusively hers. Zun Mai stood up and nodded to the audience as thanks. She put on her shoes and returned to her original spot. Today's program filming was successful. Zun Mai walked out of the TV station and into her assistant's car. She leaned her head back. Incidentally, she connected with Bai Qian Wai's envious gaze. Zun Mai raised an eyebrow. She really didn't understand this female lead. Forget it. She'll just change her strategy to fit her situation. So hungry, really want to eat Jun Xie's tangyuan soup. She'll call Jun Xie over to make it for her. She picked up her phone and began calling her husband. But halfway through, she remembered that she promised her two brothers to come home for dinner tonight. All right, she'll just have to eat it tomorrow then. Mir, are you done? I'll come pick you up. The man sat up straight in his chair. His white-collared shirt illuminated his perfect figure as he naturally emitted a powerful aura. Currently, he held a cell phone in one hand while quickly signing documents with the other hand. The sudden warmness on his face made the assistant standing next to him shiver. His boss did smile, but they were always cold smiles or ridiculing smiles. He had never seen such a gentle, calm smile. As expected, a beauty was always the fall of a great hero. But who was this Mir boss was talking about? The name was a bit familiar. He had definitely heard it somewhere, but where? Jun Xie, I'm going home tonight to see my parents. I want to eat your tangyuan soup. Can you make it for me tomorrow? I only have one appointment in the afternoon tomorrow. EGO and acting cute was such an easy ability for Zun Mai that she wanted to add it to her resume. All right, I'll make whatever Mir wants to eat. Jin Yan happily agreed to Mir's request. It made him think that Mir already thought they were close enough to make requests. Of course, the status of husband was pretty intimately close. The assistant was already completely shocked. It seemed like his boss was about to personally make food. Wow, he had been with his boss for so many years and yet he didn't know his boss could cook. But who was the other party? How could she have such a big influence on boss? Jin Yan ended the call and saw his assistant standing blankly while clutching more documents. He raised an eyebrow. How is it as soon as he arrived at the office this morning, he had the assistant clear those nonsensical rumors? Before, it was because Mir wasn't back and for an additional reason that he didn't bother to deal with them. But it was different now. Mir was back. Even if he was in a scandal, it had to be with Mir. His assistant felt like he was receiving unfair treatment. His boss had just been smiling warmly like the Hawaii sun, but now it was like the Siberian winter in here. Being his assistant really wasn't easy. "Boss, I've asked public relations to handle it." But he carefully checked his boss' expression before continuing. "But people are guessing that you got bored with Miss Bai. The agent is a bit flustered." She wasn't just flustered. The assistant was reminded of the last phone call. That agent had been outright panicking. Yu Jinyan narrowed his eyes and spoke coldly. "Tell them to act smart and do what they are told." Did they really think he didn't know what that woman was trying to do? If not because of her brother, Yu Jinyan wouldn't have helped her. How could she be so assumptive? Yu Jinyan let out a cold smile before continuing to go through his documents. He needed to finish quick so that he can go and buy ingredients. He needed to make food for his little kitten. She couldn't eat tangyuan every day. Mir was so skinny. He needed to make something nutritious. Zun Mai sneezed. She rubbed her nose and cutely scrunched her forehead. "It must be because Jin Xie is thinking about me." Humph. Chapter 137. Nai Feng Hu had been drinking tea. Hearing his little sister's words, he promptly spat out his tea. He awkwardly coughed a few times as the maids began to tidy up his mess. "Sis, how do you know it's that bastard that's thinking about you?" Zun Mai arrogantly lifted up her chin. "Besides me, who would Jin Ji be thinking about? He's mine. If he dared to think of someone else behind my back, then I'll smack him." She didn't believe that her dear husband wouldn't be thinking about her. Her lips curled up into a happy smile. The two brothers watched and shivered with fear. Their little sister had been completely stolen away. And she didn't even turn back for them at all after being stolen away. Their adorable little sister, It was all because of Yu Jinyan, that bastard. They really wanted to beat him up at least once, or else that wouldn't be able to feel at peace. Elsewhere, Yu Jinyan also sneezed. He smiled helplessly. His mischievous Mir must be saying bad things about him again. The husband and wife duo really did think alike. It could be that they had natural chemistry, or perhaps it was cultivated due to their numerous centuries of companionship. After eating a warm and fulfilling dinner with her parents, Zun Mai was taken home by her second brother. It wasn't that Zun Mai didn't want to stay. Rather, she just didn't want there to be any unnecessary inconveniencing. Zun Mi's identity as Nai family's youngest child was unknown to the public. Nai family was famous and rich. They were afraid that there would be some people wanting to cause trouble. They worried that their youngest princess could get caught in the crossfire. Therefore, the rest of the world only knew that there was a daughter in the Nai family, yet she had never been introduced in public. Nis family residence's district was a popular spot for paparazzi. If she stayed there, she could very easily be captured. Zun Mai understood her parents' and brothers' worries. She thought that the original soul must have felt extremely fortunate to have family that always looked out for her. "Okay, that's good, let's do another pose." Yes, that's perfect. Keep that pose." A woman used one hand to hold onto the railing. On her arm was a beautiful shiny women's watch. Her expression was a bit serious, her aura reflecting aloofness and elegance. But the main reason that everyone on set couldn't take their eyes off her was due to her natural noble air. The full-length white dress hugged her curves. Her normally mischievous peach blossom eyes seemed to hold the depths of the ocean, as if she had gone through unspoken hardships that only made her stronger and allowed her charm to show. Koi was almost jumping. This was the most intoxicating person ever captured under his camera lens. Her every move and every gaze could make everyone's heart speed up faster. Finally, after the last pose, Jun Xie let out a sigh of relief. Besides the promotion photo shoot today, she also had to shoot a commercial for this women's watch brand. She had originally thought that it could be completed quickly, but it still took from 9 a.m. to noon. They all said Toy was a man with a lot of issues and requirements, but his finished photos were always praiseworthy. Even Jun Xie was shocked by the results. Is there any last-minute assignments? If we're done, then I'm going to go meet up with Jun Xie. Jun Xie took the water Tang Yuor was offering and took a sip. Tang Yuor rolled her eyes. She didn't even know this goddess was completely stolen away by Chairman Wu. It had only been a day since they came back. Sigh. There's nothing for this afternoon. There's an audition in 3 days, Tang Yuor said after flipping through the notebook in her hands. Jun Xie was already an A-list star. If she wanted to maintain her standing, she needed to continue producing excellent content. There were numerous people that contacted her to act or represent their brand, but she needed to choose the best of the bunch. All right, I promise I won't be late. Jun Xie nodded solemnly towards Tang Yuor, but she couldn't hide the blooming smile from her face. Tang Yuor was already used to Jun Xie's nonsense. She rolled her eyes and they left the site together. While Jun Xie was shooting, Tang Yuor had checked on the news about last night's Powder with Color broadcast. The ratings were very satisfactory. Jun Xie had 80 million something fans, but now she had 90 million. All in one night. They needed to grab onto this good opportunity. Tang Yuor walked with Jun Xie into Wu Corporation's building. She was a good and thorough agent. She needed to protect and defend her artist. Most importantly, she needed to defend her goddess chastity. She needed to help her goddess make sure this chairman Wu was worthy of her goddess love. Tang Yuor walked to the front desk. Is Chairman Wu here? I would like to see him. The receptionist was both beautiful and professional, as expected of a worker in Wu Corporation. Good morning. Do you have an appointment? If not, I would need to ask for you to make an appointment first. We don't. Tang Yuor paused, a bit hesitant. Jun Xie didn't call Jun Xie before coming over. She had wanted to give him a surprise, but it seems like she had no choice but to call Jun Xie now. Just as Jun Xie to hit dial, a girl in a white long dress and big black sunglasses walked in with lunchboxes. She immediately saw them. The girl stopped for a second before continuing walking over. Actress Miss Tang. What are you guys doing here? Bai Qianwei took off the sunglasses and smiled at them. Seeing someone she knew that always stopped by here, the receptionist also greeted her politely. Miss Bai. Bai Qianwei's eyes flashed with slight anger before quickly returning back to a calm state, quick enough that no one would notice. Jun Xie's lips curled up into a perfect smile. Miss Bai. We're here to see someone. If you have business to get to here, then we don't want to delay you. You can go first. To Bai Qianwei, Jun Xie's actions were very respectful to her. In the eyes of the two receptionists, it was that Bai Qianwei was about to bully someone using the power of her relationship with Chairman Wu again. Actress Nai, no need to be so polite. Who are you here to see at Wu Corporation? I'll help find them. Bai Qianwei purposely strengthened her tone. She suddenly felt a rush of pride. Jun Xie only debuted a little earlier than her and had a little bit of luck on the way. If they waited one more year, she can definitely surpass Jun Xie. But even now, she can definitely overpower her as a superior here. Bai Qian Wei could come and go freely at U Corporation. She could very easily assign anyone here to track down a worker. Zun Miss' phone call had already been picked up. However, Bai Qian Wei had been disturbing her the whole time, so Zun Mai hadn't been able to reply. But Wu Jinyan couldn't sit still. He quickly stood up, not even finishing signing the half-complete document in front of him. Mir was here. So happy. He was so happy that he couldn't even wait for the elevator to come. He ran down the stairs. Miss Bai, thank you for your good intentions. But I don't think I'll need your help. He should be on the way down right now. Zun Miss' light smile held the ability to thaw out the coldest winter. Chapter 138. She laughed coldly on the inside. Bai Qian Wei at least had some IQ. She understood to use a method where it'll look as if she was being helpful but instead was actually hurting her. If it were the original soul, she would definitely have felt insulted. Unfortunately, she had already been replaced by an experienced demoness. Tang Yuer kept her feelings concealed and maintained an expression of indifference. This Bai Qian Wei was nothing but a Klist newbie that looked a little similar to Mai. Everyone knew what her words just now meant. Bai Qian Wei's face also darkened, but she held it in. She put on a fake smile. Since you don't need my help, then I won't involve myself in your matters. I'll just wait for your person here with you. Just in case your person is delayed, I might be able to lend you a hand. In her head, she was cursing Zun Mai out 1,000 times. Zun Miss' lips curved into a shallow smile. Why was this female lead clinging on so stubbornly? Miss Bai, thank you for your goodwill, but that won't be necessary. Behind her dark sunglasses, Zun Mai narrowed her eyes deep in thought. Tang Yuer and the two receptionists were silently cursing. This Bai Qian Wei really made them speechless. Before Bai Qian Wei could say more, a pleasantly surprised voice interrupted their conversation. Her face flashed with astonishment, as that voice was too familiar to her. She turned her head to happily greet the newcomer. Yan Ji. Bai Qian Wei quickly stepped forward and bashfully called. Unfortunately, his gaze never turned to her. Instead, he rushed past her. Bai Qian Wei froze for a second. What happened? She turned her head to follow his path, yet saw a scene that almost made her explode with jealousy. Mir, when did you get here? Why didn't you tell me so I could pick you up? Did you eat? Are you hungry? Jin Ji will make food for you. Wu Jinyan ran over and grabbed Zun Miss' hand with worry. Zun Mai took off her sunglasses and smiled while tilting her head. Jin Ji, did you eat? Wu Jinyan answered obediently by shaking his head. Humph, you don't care about yourself at all. If I wasn't here, were you planning on skipping lunch? Look at how late it is already. Seriously. Let's go. I'll take you to eat something nice. Zun Mai was angry but still worried for her dear husband. All those stories about the CEO being able to chase after the female lead and stay by her side 247 without worrying about his company were all fake. Her dear husband spent every day in the office, as busy as he possibly could be. Wu Jinyan didn't attempt to retort. Okay, let's go eat. Where is Mir taking me? To eat seafood. I heard there's a new restaurant near Bin Jiang Road with good reviews. Moreover, there's a lot of healthy vegetable dishes too. Jin Ji, you need to take care of your stomach more. Zun Mai hooked onto his arm, completely ignoring the people next to them. Wu Jinyan dotingly took the sunglasses in her hand and helped her put them on. He then took the large hat that Tang Yuer handed over and used it to cover almost half of her face. After being satisfied with the results, he finally allowed Zun Mai to pull him outside. When the two completely disappeared from sight, the people left behind finally recovered. They looked at each other before immediately returning to their own work. Bai Qianhuai's hand that was holding the lunchbox were squeezed tightly, exposing the blue veins underneath. Her face contorted. She should have known the feeling she had at the television station was right. As expected, Zun Mai was going to take away the most important thing to her. Yan Ji. Yan Ji was hers. She won't let anyone steal him away. Tang Yuer quickly took her leave. She needed to first do some PR work. If those two are spotted together, she can respond at the first moment. The two receptionists were very excited. They already had heart eyes from coming into contact with their goddess. But because they were at work, they could only hold their emotions in. Then, they were able to see such a handsome and loyal pup-like side to their boss. Their boss and their goddess was absolutely too compatible. Before anyone noticed, Bai Qianhui hid back her emotions and left with her lunchbox. When she exited U Corporation's headquarters, she headed straight for a nearby alley. After making sure no one was around, she took out her phone and dialed a number. After giving an order, she ended the call with satisfaction. Hidden in the shadows, her face darkened with malice. Zun Mai, you deserve it. After watching the scene via Bao Bao, Zun Mai realized that she really did like watching the female lead darken. She just didn't know how exactly the female lead planned to attack her. Zun Mai and Wu Jinyan reserved a private room at the restaurant. Zun Mai was feeling very generous today. She ordered a plate of seafood along with a lobster meal package. For her dear husband, she ordered tremeller and ginkgo root soup and chestnut squid. Afterwards, she proudly proclaimed that they could definitely finish it all. Wu Jinyan decided to just let her be. He quietly put on the gloves and began peeling the lobster shells for her. Zun Mai rested her chin on the palms of her hands and silently watched her husband work. She couldn't help but pull out her cell phone for a photo. Click save. No matter how many times she saw something like this, it would feel just like the first time. She would always get a warm, bubbly feeling of happiness. It was powerful and indescribable. Wu Jinyan worked skillfully. In his mind, strange images appeared. It was as if he had done this for hundreds of years already. Yet, he couldn't remember eating lobster with Mir before. Although he was confused by the sudden feeling of déjà vu, he didn't slow down his movements. But Zun Mai still noticed her lover's sudden confusion. Jin Ji. Mir. Try it. See how it tastes. He fed Zun Mai a piece of a lobster he just unpeeled. Zun Mai obediently bit down. Her eyes immediately widened. So good, it tastes too good. Jin Ji, you eat some too. She picked up some to feed to Wu Jinyan. Just like that, the two of them happily spent lunch feeding each other back and forth. Meanwhile, a trap had been formed for Zun Mai outside. All they needed was for Zun Mai to fall in. Right on time, Zun Mai and Wu Jinyan walked into the rearranged platform. Before sitting in the car, Zun Mai saw something hidden obscurely behind a slanted tree. Her lips curled upwards. She had been wondering how the female lead would attack. So Bai Qianhui chose such an old method like throwing dirty water Tian to dirty someone's name. But did Bai Qianhui really think that Zun Mi's reputation was so easy to ruin? Wu Jinyan clasped Zun Mi's seatbelt on for her and helplessly pinched her cheeks. Mir, Don't do this again, okay? It'll make me worried. Don't make me worried, okay? He had seen the sudden flash on them too. Chapter 139. Zun Mai grabbed onto Wu Jinyan and rubbed her face onto his arm. Jin Ji, I won't let myself get hurt. Believe me. How could I bear to be separated from you? But she stopped for a second, her voice a bit reluctant. I just want to know why you would help that woman. Also, I saw her carrying a lunch box today. When she saw you, she almost pounced. I'm jealous. I'm unhappy. Even though she knew that her husband wouldn't possibly have any relationship with a female lead, she still wasn't happy. He was obviously hers, why should he be linked with others? Just now, she didn't dodge or hide. Instead, she allowed those paparazzi to capture their side profiles because of personal motives. Jin Ji was hers. She wanted everyone to know that. All those irrelevant others should quickly back off. Wu Jinyan paused for a second before laughing. In the evening air, his voice sounded like it was filled with seductive charm and melted his cold air. He pulled her into his arms tightly, as if he wanted to merge her with his soul. Mir, I'm so happy, so happy. Knowing your jealousy makes my heart burn with passion. But there was still a need to explain the truth. I have absolutely no relationship with Bai Qian Y. But it started a few years ago. Bai Hao Ran, my bodyguard, helped me once when an enemy trapped us. He distracted them away from us. It can be considered saving my life. By the time we found him again, he was 2 steps away from death's door. He begged me to find his little sister and take care of her for him. I agreed. When I found his sister, Bai Qian Y had already been drugged. I saved her in the nick of time. Then I found out she was in the entertainment business, so I told my workers to help her out. That's it. As for how all those rumors, I really didn't know about them. When I did find out about them, I was just too lazy to explain. My Mir wasn't even here, who would I even explain to? The rest of the world thought this meant he was quietly agreeing, leading them to intensify their rumors. Meanwhile, others who knew that his heart already belonged to someone else would see Bai Qian Y's appearance and think that he saw her as Zun Mi's substitute. That was complete nonsense. In his heart, Mir was irreplaceable. Even if there was someone that looked exactly like her, he wouldn't be moved. The only person in this lifetime that could ever move him was Mir. Zun Mai had mixed feelings about Wu Jinyan's explanation. Jin Ji, how could you let yourself fall into such a dangerous situation? Do you know what I would do if I came back? But you weren't here. She pulled on Wu Jinyan's ear while nagging. Mir, be good. Don't worry, I wouldn't do something that I didn't have complete confidence in. So even if Bai Hao Ran wasn't there that day, he would still be able to escape. But since Bai Hao Ran has good intentions, he of course needed to return his good deed. But just because he felt in debt didn't mean he was willing to give himself up. People can call him cold-blooded or cruel. But besides Mir, no one could occupy even the slightest space in his heart. Looking at his red ears, Zun Mai felt a bit sorry. She leaned in and blew. Her warm breath fluttered onto Wu Jinyan's earlobe. The sensitive touch almost made him forget to hold back. Be good, Mir. It doesn't hurt. Let's go home. Since Mir wanted to announce her ownership of him, he should at least help her by being cooperative. But there was some things that still needed to be taken care of. He couldn't let any harm come to Zun Mai. After the two spoke honestly, Zun Mai felt her heart relax. Even lying in bed gave her the urge to wander through Weibo. She looked through the results of yesterday's interview and saw that the comments were full of praise. She flipped through a few pages with interest, unable to hide the smile on her face. These fans were too cute. Golden grass goddess. I want to have your children. Fairy that will blossom, my goddess beauty could surpass the heavens. The white rabbit is white, cry, my mom asked, why I was kneeling and licking my computer. Venus, the screen is dirty, let me lick it clean. Many voices sounded out in harmony. There was also acknowledgement of her acting ability. However, Jun Xie noticed that there was some little rumors floating around either accidentally or on purpose. Forced love is not love. Am I the only one that noticed? Queen Nai and Bai Qianwei look very similar. Poisonous perfume upstairs. You're not alone. But Bai Qianwei is the one that looks like Goddess Nai. Dear Diary agreed. Bai Qianwei looks a little like Goddess, but their level of acting skills are incomparable. Passerby name. I think Bai Qianwei isn't that bad at acting. Their styles are also similar. Within half an hour, the comments had diverged in a different direction. Jun Xie tapped her chin. Was this a coincidence? Bai Qianwei had nothing to gain from doing this when she was still seen as inferior to Jun Xie. Was Bai Qianwei really willing to hurt herself 800 times over, just to smash the opponent 1,000 times? So ruthless. Not bad, that's an attitude Jun Xie could appreciate. If only her actions weren't directed at her. Jun Xie didn't know that this really was all just a coincidence. When Bai Qianwei saw the news, she smashed all the items on her dining table. Who did this? She was so much prettier than Jun Xie. How dare they say it was her that looked like that woman? Damn it, who hired these people to say such things? It must have been Jun Xie. Jun Xie was jealous of her, so she did this. No, she definitely won't let her win. Jun Xie, I'll let you bask in glory for one more day. Jun Xie looked up at the sky helplessly after finding out from the system figures that she had randomly increased the female lead's hatred for her. She felt that this plotline has become so unpredictably strange. So sad. She stood up holding a large teddy bear and took a selfie. After being satisfied with the result, she opened up Weibo for editing. Jun Xie is not her pig very happy tonight. Because I have his company. Laughing emoji. She added 2 pictures, one of which was taken by her at the seafood restaurant. However, she edited it so that only her chin was showing. But a man's hands movements were clear to see in full high definition. He was peeling that lobster shell with so much love. The other photo was her selfie from just now. After sending out her post, she threw her phone to the side and plopped onto her bed to sleep. Jun Xie said he was coming over tomorrow to make her breakfast. So excited. The Sleeping Beauty Jun Xie didn't know that her Weibo post immediately flew to the top of the site's trending list. The country's newly returned acting queen suddenly posted such a photo that made everyone's imaginations run wild. Chapter 140. Jun Xie wore a pure white sleeping gown while sitting on the edge of the bed with her slender legs draped over the side. Her chestnut hair softly curved along the outlines of her face. Her head was slightly tilted. Her eyes leisurely looked up, making viewers suddenly feel breathless, seduced by her beauty. But in the next second, her eyes were filled with clean pureness with a bit of sleepiness, as if she wasn't fully awake yet and was working on autopilot. Jin Yan opened the front door and was greeted by such a mouth-watering and beautiful scene. He put down the things in his hands and walked forward, bending down to slip Jun Xie's feet into a pair of slippers. Then he pulled her to the bathroom. After preparing her toothbrush and a towel, he pinched her cheeks. Go wash up. I'll go make crystal tangyuan for you. And shrimp dumplings. TNMMM, get me a man like this. As soon as she heard the word eat, Zunmi's eyes brightened. Renewed with energy, she began washing her face and brushing her teeth. Jin Yan held back laughter as he watched Zunmi come to life. He then turned to begin preparing food for his hungry kitten. He had never noticed before how much Mir liked to eat. But it was so unexpectedly cute. He really wanted to pet her. Zunmi didn't know what Jin Yan was thinking to himself. Her entire brain was engulfed with thoughts about her little tangyuan and shrimp dumplings. She quickly tidied up, changed into sweatpants, and hopped down the stairs. It was as if she was afraid that there wouldn't be any left if she came too late. Zunmi happily picked up a beautiful shrimp dumpling. She ate each dumpling in one single bite. When she finished half of the entire plate, Zunmi put down her chopsticks and jumped back into her room and grabbed her phone before flying back down. Click, click, she captured images of the breakfast spread. Zunmi had decided that she wanted to spread her happiness to others. But to others, she was just about to commit jealous-inducing PDAO. Jin Yan watched Zunmi dotingly the entire time, even helping her rearrange the table so to capture a more flattering photo. After eating breakfast, the two went to the amusement park hand in hand. It was early morning on a weekday, so the park wasn't that crowded. The two quickly went through half of the rides. But when the crowd grew as the sun rose higher and higher, Zunmi and Jin Yan decided to head back. Today's adventures had warranted them another appearance within the paparazzi's camera lens. But they couldn't be bothered. Why didn't the pictures from yesterday spread? That's because Corporation already warned that whoever dared to report any unfavorable news about Zunmi could be blacklisted. Jin Yan was Corporation's chairman. You can go against the heavens or the earth, but you wouldn't dare go against him. Therefore, the anticipated crazy news storm was easily resolved. Only those involved knew the truth. Bai Qian squeezed the picture in her hands, the hatred in her eyes flowing out. How did she forget that Jin Yan treated Zunmi differently? There was no way she could get what she wanted with this method now. But that's not her problem. If she can't do any public damage, she'll do private damage. She looked at the computer in front of her and opened a new chat window. The only JK. Can you help me with something? Tian, her chat name, the only, is Yi in Chinese. The same Y from her name Bai Qian Y. JK, it's YER. Tell me, of course I'll help you. Your brother and I were comrades. The only in sending you a photo. Can you help me disperse? Don't let anyone know you got it from me, and cover your tracks too. JK, alright, got it. Bai Qian Y quickly sent over the file to JK. Under the computer screen's light, her face glowed with malice. The internet had been brimming with comments. First, they were about Queen Ni's return. Then, they were about comparing Bai Qian Y's looks to Zunmi. Later on, they were about Queen Ni possibly announcing her mysterious lover and guessing who her boyfriend was. Afterwards, that HD picture of Queen Ni with a tall man was uploaded. In a quick moment, arguments about whether this was real love or whether Queen Ni had turned into a kept mistress spread and intensified by the hour. It originally wasn't supposed to become such a hot topic. However, the male lead's identity had been discovered. After they discovered that the man was Corporation's Jin Yan, aka Bai Qian Y's rumored boyfriend, the story became a love triangle. Moreover, the two girls involved were practical doppelgangers. Slowly, the narrative of the substitute and the first love formed. Everyone thought that Queen Nai had to be the first love, while Bai Qian Y was the substitute. Now that the first love was back, there was no use for the substitute. There was an unprecedented level of negativity towards Wu Jinyan. There were also comments expressing their disdain of Zun Mai. Of course, Bai Qian Y the substitute was also disliked. But out of the three, Bai Qian Y had it the best. She even gained some sympathizers. After all, Bai Qian Y had posted her own Weibo after discovering how heavily implicated she was in the situation. My only 1v I would have never thought my happiness was all just a lie. I don't want to lose, yet I've lost. A simple and short post without any attachments. Yet it had the power to twist public opinion. The already negative public reaction took a turn for the worse. Meanwhile, the two other stars of the scandal were cuddled together munching on chips and watching TV. Zun Mai leisurely pose made those that ran over out of worry immediately regret their actions. Little sis, what are you going to do about this? Second brother Nai flopped down opposite Zun Mai to block the television behind him. They were here worried to death about her, and yet she was watching TV. Tang Yuor was also concerned. Mai, do you have a plan? I just got a call from the director for tomorrow's audition. He said they already chose someone else. And that person, coincidentally, is Bai Qian Y. I won't complain about that, but Director Lu's audition is coming up. If he knew that you're covered in scandal, he'll be reluctant too. Lu Qian Yu was infamously difficult and callous. She was worried that their almost done deal would be affected. Zun Mai ate the chip that Wu Jinyan was feeding her. She took a sip from the teacup in his hand before speaking. Second brother, Gior. Don't worry. When I went out to eat with Jun Xie earlier, we already noticed those people following us. I just didn't imagine that Bai Qian Y would use this method. But it's fine, we were preparing to announce our relationship anyways. I was just planning on having you arrange a press conference for tomorrow. Since Bai Qian Y wants to be a white lotus flower, I'll make sure she's darkened inside and out. Humph. Not only had Bai Qian Y tried to scheme against her, but she even tried to pull her husband down too. That's unforgivable. And that woman's Weibo post. Was she seeking death? If Bai Qian Y wanted to use her to gain fame, she should at least check to see if luck was on her side. Translator Real Talk Guys. How does a college student look for job internships? Any advice, guys? Chapter 141. Although Tang Yuor didn't quite understand what Zun Mai was planning on doing, she still did as she was told. Making a decision on what to do was better than not doing anything at all. Wu Jinyan had actually wanted to react to the news immediately. But Zun Mai held him back. So since Mir wanted to solve the problem herself, he will support her decision. But he would stand right behind her and ensure that she wouldn't get hurt. The news that Queen Nai would be holding a press conference spread like wildfire. Soon, the reporters filled up the hall. At 2:30, Zun Mai arrived on the stage accompanied by Tang Yuor and her assistant. When the reporters saw Zun Mai come out, they immediately hurled out question after question while shoving their way closer. Zun Mai lightly furrowed her brows. Be careful. Please sit down first. I'll answer all the questions, so there's no need to push and shove. If there's accidents and injuries coming out of her press conference, she'll start another wave of bad press. But it looked as if the reporters might have misunderstood her intentions. Some of them looked up at her, touched. There were no signs of anger or disdain on her beautiful glowing face. She only had a light smile. They had all thought that her behavior at the airport was for show. But now, they saw that she not only treated her fans and workers well, but she actually held high respect for the reporters as well. Because of her short words, Jun Xie mistakenly gained their respect. Soon, everyone quieted down and returned to their seats to prepare their questions. Even if they were touched by her actions, they still needed to do their jobs. We've called everyone here today to clear up a few things. Please wait until Mai is done talking before asking your questions. If anyone has malicious questions, we will kindly ask you to leave. Tang Guor spoke quickly to silence anyone with immoral ambitions before they could even begin. No matter what happened, she needed to protect Mai first. The reporters all looked at Jun Xie nervously while clutching their pens to their notebooks in anticipation. Jun Xie adjusted the mic near her seat. Everyone should already know the reason for today's press conference. I wouldn't say it's to clarify anything, since a part of it is true. Then, what part of it is true? A reporter quickly asked. Jun Xie raised an eyebrow. This is not QA time yet. Please allow me to finish speaking. That photo is real, and everyone has already discovered the man's identity. But there's a part that was wrong. Jun Xie and I have known each other since childhood. It's also true that I returned for Jun Xie this time. But Jun Xie definitely did not use anyone as a substitute, and definitely did not have any ambiguous relations with anyone. As for those rumors that spread, we've already collected all the information and are preparing to hand the information over to our legal team for settlement. To Bai Qian Wai, I really do have to say she's a good schemer. Jun Xie helped her once. She unsuccessfully wanted to climb into his bed. Seeing that she was his entertainment company's own artist, Jun Xie had decided to not pursue legal action. The company would naturally have taken care of a strong artist, but who would have thought that she would take such an immoral path? Of course, there's evidence of all of this. My assistant will send it over to everyone later. From the start to the end of her speech, Jun Xie held a light smile on her face, as if she didn't see this whole situation as severe. She didn't bother looking at how the reporters were reacting, and instead continued speaking. Since we're all here today, I'll take this opportunity to announce something. Jun Xie, are you willing? She stood and spoke, looking at the entrance doorway with anticipation. Today's main star was finally here. To others, her decision might seem a bit rushed. After all, Jun Xie had just returned home a few days ago. But to Jun Xie and Wu Jinyan, they've waited for too long already. They wanted everyone to know about them. That the other person has someone already, so don't even think about flirting with them. The reporters all turned to follow the direction of Jun Xie's gaze. They saw the man from the photos calmly walk in. He smiled warmly at Jun Xie, completely unlike his normally cold temperament and yet also unlike the gentleness that he often showed Jun Xie. Instead, his smile carried a masculine charm, as intoxicating as the scent of a red wine stored for decades before finally being let out. I'm very much willing, my mirror. His bright voice coupled with his face was enough to intoxicate listeners and viewers. Jun Xie was pulled into Wu Jinyan's embrace. Her smile was brighter than the sun. Jun Xie, you are also my Jun Xie. Wu Jinyan put his arm around Jun Xie and nodded. He walked to the seat that was prepared for him. Soon, the happy smile on his face disappeared and he returned to the cold, ruthless Wu Corporation's chairman that everyone else knew. It was like the momentary show of warmth came from a different man entirely. Hey, I don't think I need to introduce this one to everyone, right? Jun Xie's lips curved upwards, speaking in a relaxed tone. I am Jin Yan, Mir's legal fiancé. Jin Yan gave a simple and blunt introduction, without his gaze even resting on the reporters. If not for Naifeng Hua holding him back, he wouldn't just be Mir's fiancé. By now, he would already have been her husband by law. Just thinking about it made him unhappy. Had he known it would be like this, he would have just taken Mir to the registration office already. The reporters were about to burst. Was he going to explain his words? After receiving the resentful looks from the reporters, Jin Yan opened his mouth again. I have absolutely no relationship with Bai Qian. I only took care of her on her brother's behalf. I have someone I love. I hope that people will stop causing trouble for my Mir. He eyed the reporters on sight to make his warning clear. The reporters looked at each other. Can they please let the poor reporters write a story without feeling as if they are putting their lives at risk? Jun Xie hid her laughter. It was truly great watching the reporters gasp from shock. It's all their fault for thinking my Jin Xie was easy, humph. As if they had all been reminded by Jin Yan's words, there was not a single reporter willing to ask a question. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Jin Yan took Jun Xie and walked off the stage. They left Tang Yuer angrily stamping her feet. Why is she always left to take care of their mess after they run off? It was either the female lead had great luck or Zumi's luck was horrible. This press conference successfully answered the questions raised before and tied Jun Xie with her Jin Xie romantically. Yet it was like Bai Qian wasn't even part of the scandal. Although she did lose a number of fans and was cursed out a few times online, nothing major happened. The television drama offer that she took from Jun Xie was still hers. Chapter 142. The night air was refreshing. Jun Xie and Jin Yan walked along the Wellet Bin Jiang pier comfortably. Jin Xie, when people die, do you think they really become stars in the sky? The extravagant lighting on the pier couldn't compare to the night sky lit up with stars. Jin Yan caressed Jun Xie's hands to make sure they wouldn't get cold. I don't know if people will become stars. But I do know that when I die, I'll become a ghost spirit that clings by your side. No matter where you go, I'll follow you forever. He felt like he had the ability to follow Mir forever and ever, without end. Jun Xie tilted her head to look at Jin Yan. Her eyes were filled with emotion that even she couldn't describe. Light yet passionate, ordinary yet intense. Suddenly, fireworks lit the pier and shined down on the two. Jun Xie rested in Jin Yan's embrace, watching the ever-changing colors of the sky. There are always people that say, no matter how beautiful the fireworks are, they would only bloom for a few seconds. But she still liked them. Life was like fireworks. The moment in life where everything is in full bloom was the most beautiful but also the most unique. Even if it's short, if you could leave the moment with a powerful and glorious way to prove your existence was worth it, then wouldn't that be considered a kind of forever? After Jin Yan sent Jun Xie home, he returned to his office to take care of a few things. Although they cleared up everything at the press conference today, there was still a possibility that there could be more trouble. It was time that he used the information he had in his hands. Tang Yuer had the assistant give all the reporters a copy of all the things that Bai Qian did. Although she was curious about where Mai even got the information, she decided not to ponder too much on it. On the second day, Numerous large newspapers released the news about Jun Xie's press conference the day before. The most talked about news was her relationship with Jun Xie. Most of the public were in support of their relationship. There were some that couldn't accept that their goddess had been stolen away so quickly. The rumors about her being kept still didn't completely die down, but the rumors of her being kept combined with the rumors about their true love. These theories were saying that the two started off as her being kept, but emotions eventually grew over time. This was because all research showed that Jun Xie came from an ordinary background with not much influence. Thus, some creative minds eventually saw this as evidence that she was kept. How could a female celebrity with an ordinary background claim that she knew a corporation's chairman when they were young? Wasn't that obviously self-contradictory, even though it wasn't a severe problem just yet? Jun Xie's reputation did take a hit. Tang Guo was completely swamped with worry over this young miss. She knew that this new matter was definitely because of Bai Qianhui. She wanted to change the focus so that she wouldn't be so strongly affected by the scandal. Tang Guo would have never imagined that this was actually all schemed up by Jun Xie. She wouldn't have been so stupid as to accidentally leave behind unfavorable information about herself at events like a press conference. She wanted to give Bai Qianhui the opportunity. It would only be interesting when someone believes they are winning but then falls from the very top. Jun Xie picked up her phone and sent out a Weibo post. Jun Xie is not our pig-kept woman, mistress. Excuse me, but I am an aristocrat myself. Picture. The picture was of her narrowing her eyes and looking straight into the camera while exuding aristocratic air, taken directly from Toy's recent photo shoot. This was only the beginning. Everything else was prepared. She was only waiting for the opening ceremony. She put on her jacket and walked out. Today was the day of Liu Qianyu's movie auditions. Apparently, Bai Qianhui also received an audition invitation. This female lead sure was strong. Tang Guo was already waiting at the company. Today's auditions were being held at a military base. No one knew what the audition piece would be. Are you confident? Tang Guo was more nervous than Jun Xie. Her hand shook as she pushed open the door. Jun Xie smoothed out her hair. Today, she wore a pair of blue jeans. She was the perfect image of youth and spring, as if she was a young student walking on a school campus. Guo, you have to believe in me. I don't think it's going to be an acting test today. They had invited quite a lot of candidates. It looked like they were hoping to choose from a wide variety of personalities. Moreover, the audition site was inside a military training base. There was definitely a deeper meaning they were going for. But she was excited. She loved this kind of perplexing situations the most. After their car passed through registration and inspection, it stopped on the outskirts of the base. Tang Guo and Jun Xie got out of the car and headed inside. They walked onto the training grounds, where there was already people waiting. One of them was Bai Qianhui. She seemed surprised to see them, as illustrated by the fact that her eyes almost jumped out of their sockets. Standing next to her was a tall and handsome man. His first impression was that he was warm and gentle. She didn't recognize this man. Tang Guo quickly stepped forward and introduced him to Jun Xie. This is this year's most probable best actor. He's Alistair Su Chenzai. He's been nicknamed the Warm Prince. Her gaze switched to somewhere directly ahead of them. She lowered her voice. That person under the tree over there is the acting king, Tang Zuzier. Jun Xie nodded in understanding. Your brother, I know. What, you guys are still fighting? Based on Guor's expression, Jun Xie knew there was still some tension. But their tension wasn't too extreme. It was all because Tang Guor wanted to enter the entertainment industry, but her brother Tang Zuzier wouldn't allow her to. After all, he was already a part of the industry, so he knew exactly how treacherous the field was. He was scared that his little sister would get hurt, so he wanted to stop her thoughts. He hadn't expected her to promptly move away from home. Tang Guor shook her head. The problem between her and her brother had already been solved. She was just surprised to see him here, so she was momentarily shocked. Go, you haven't seen each other in years. He must really miss you. Jun Xie patted Tang Guor on the shoulder and walked away to a nearby tree. On such a hot day, she wasn't willing to just stand there under the sun. More people slowly began arriving. There were both men and women auditioning today. Without exception, the girls were all dressed to the nines. Even if they weren't wearing makeup, there was no hiding their aura of glamour and brilliance. Jun Xie was the only oddity at the site. Under the 3040 degrees heat for an hour, those standing within the sun's reach were seeking shelter. At least, Jun Xie was feeling a bit bitter, but luckily she was wearing long sleeves. Although it was hot, she was doing better than those who came exposing their arms and legs and were now becoming red tomatoes. Didn't they say this was an audition? Where's Director Liu? Why did they have to come here? I'm dying out here. Where are they staffers? They're not even giving water. What are they trying to do? If no one comes soon, I'm leaving. I just got a spa treatment done yesterday. But now my skin is turning like this. Forget it. Are they messing with us right now? More and more complaints sounded out. Jun Xie silently leaned on the tree trunk and kept her eyes closed. Chapter 143. The test began the moment they walked onto the training grounds. Auditions were a lie. This was a large period epic. There were many scenes that were going to be filmed at the military bases and required actors to train alongside military soldiers. The extras in the drama were all real soldiers. They were prepared to go all out to portray the founding of their country. If certain actors were unwilling to bear hardships, then they will be rejected early on. In the communications room, Lu Qianyu and a group of staffers watched the scene at the training grounds along with a few captains and majors from the military. Lu Jingsheng huddled in a corner, silently thanking his stars. Luckily, he had trained in the military before. Or else, he would have been forced to do the same thing by his brother. Was it really a good idea to have all those people be stuck outside? Lu Qianyu watched a certain spot on the screen. His eyes filled with satisfaction. As expected of the person that he had always had a good impression of. She was the only one that was suited to play Gu Zai Sai. This was a story that would recount an entire generation. It was the story of a generation of military soldiers made up of civilians that all shared the common goal of resisting the invasion of foreign forces and protecting their country in hopes that it could become a powerful nation of its own. The founding of the nation rose up from the blood and corpses of the lives sacrificed. But how many people still remembered those heroes from before they had used their blood and sweat to build the unbreakable city walls of today? All of the ordinary faces of those citizens all took part in these extraordinary deeds. This was a story about real history, and the main characters of their drama truly existed. The 80th anniversary of the founding of their country held deep, profound significance. Lu Qianyu, What are you waiting for? The major of the 8th Army garrison watched the screen frowning and asked Lu Qianyu harshly. This damn fool didn't tell him his little sister was here too. If he had known, there's no way he would have allowed his little sister to burn out there in this heat for so long. Lu Qianyu turned towards the man that had just spoken. He was a handsome man with well-defined features and a lean physique, especially his wild eyes. On his bronze skin, his eyes shined sharply and illuminated his arrogant air. Shang Mao, I know you care for Mai, but this is something that she needs to experience. Or else, how is she going to bear with the rest of filming? Do you understand? How could he not hurt for her too? He liked Mai too. Although it seemed like Mai didn't recognize him. That wouldn't do. When filming starts, he'll definitely go complain to Mai for forgetting him. Zhang Mao looked at Lu Qianyu with disgust. Are you stupid? My little sister was born in Nai family. How could this be difficult for her? She started training in our family early on. Even though their family liked to protect his little sister, they still understood when to be strict. She had undergone special training starting at age 8 continuously until 13. It was also at age 13 when his little sister met that bastard. If he knew that bastard would try to steal his little sister away, he would have made his sister train for an additional year. Ever since he received Feng Hua's phone call 2 days ago, Zhang Mao had been in a constant state of unhappiness. Lu Qianyu awkwardly touched his nose. Would it be worse if he told him that he had forgotten about the training? Whatever, it was about time to end it anyways. He already knew which people could remain and which people he needed to reject. As long as they were able to get through this month of training, they could officially begin filming by next month. He led the group out of the communications room and headed for the training grounds. Zhang Mao ran ahead to get water for his sister. Standing outside for an hour on such a hot day could give someone heat stroke. Those that had been cursing before immediately shut up after seeing the group of men in military outfits. They quickly hid their expressions from their faces so that others wouldn't be able to discover even the shadows of their previous anger. Lu Qianyu stood in the middle and scanned over everyone. He raised his eyebrows and spoke indifferently. There are 2 options for you: either leave or stay. Give me your answer in the next 2 minutes. If no one leaves within these 2 minutes, then I'll take it as everyone chose to stay. Next to him, a captain pulled out a stopwatch to count down the time. The actresses that had been complaining now looked at each other. There was obvious hesitation on their faces. Everyone that came today were all considered strong in both popularity and skills. They technically didn't need to be in this drama. However, the influence of this drama was huge. Since this drama had the support of the government, it would be broadcasting simultaneously on numerous television channels. An actress that acted in a government production would be able to have a very high acting price. 2 minutes passed by quickly. No one left. Zun Mai stood leaning on the tree the whole time without making a sound. She was busy thinking about what should she ask her second brother to bring over. Based on how things were going, it looked like they were going to spend the night here tonight. As expected, Lu Qianyu revealed his plan. Today, everyone can rest up. The instructors will bring you to your dorm. You can have people send in any necessities you will be needing, but this place provides daily amenities and training suits. For the remainder of the month, we'll be here for special training. Those that are able to bear with training will be allowed to stay. To those that cannot, we can only say sorry. Everyone should be clear what this show is about, so this measure of ability should not come as a surprise. My speech is done. Everyone is now free to do what you need to do. Lu Qian, you didn't bother with those that tried to come forth to speak with him. He headed straight to the person standing under the tree. Zun Mai felt a shadow cover her, so finally opened her eyes in confusion. A handsome man with medium-length hair was standing in front of her and smiling. She blinked her eyes, feeling a bit awkward. She didn't recognize him, and the original soul didn't have any memories of him either. Mimi, you heartless child. You've forgotten about me. The smile on Lu Qianyu's face stiffened. His eyes were saying, "Do you have a heart?" while he glared at Zun Mai. Zun Mai froze even more, completely confused. "Ah, that Director Lu. Do we know each other?" Zun Mai asked inquisitively. She really couldn't remember. She had scanned thoroughly through the original soul's memories but couldn't find anything. Lu Qianyu nodded his head ferociously. "I even hugged you when you were young. You always smiled so adorably at me. You even said you would marry me when you grew up." My God, Zun Miss Head could only think of WTF right now. She definitely did not say that. "Original soul, you cheat. When did you seduce this man?" "Lu Qianyu, you bastard, don't bully my sister." When Naijing Mao came back with water, he saw a shocked little sister. Chapter 144. This Lu Qianyu was also a bastard. Anyone that coveted his little sister was a bad person. Zun Mai perked up hearing a familiar voice. "Big brother!" She jumped to her feet and ran into her brother's arms. She gave Naijing Mao a big teddy bear hug and sighed happily. Naijing Mao patted his little sister's head and handed the water bottle in his hands to her. "Drink some water. You must be tired from standing here for so long. It'll take you to rest up." He started pulling her away when he remembered something and came to a halt. He pointed at Lu Qianyu and spoke to Zun Mai. "Little sister, that's a bastard right there. Don't bother with him. There's something wrong with his brain." "God damn it, Naijing Mao, you're the one with a non-functioning brain." Lu Qianyu exploded. He knew that he and the two Nai brothers were never meant to get along. "Stop right there. Explain yourself before you leave." He jumped in front of Naijing Mao to stop him. But Siskin Naijing Mao barely spared Lu Qianyu a glance before walking around him. "Big brother, is this okay?" Director Lu Zun Mai worriedly looked back at the exploding dragon Lu Qianyu, her heart squeezing. Why didn't she know before that Director Lu was so lively, but his words about marrying him really wasn't comfortable to the ears. Naijing Mao smoothed out Zun Mi's hair. "Don't think about him. He's always like this. He'll be fine after he rests for a few minutes. What do you need? Get Fang Hu to get it for you. If there's anything that happens this month, come find me." But it. He first brought her to his own office to get familiar with the route before sending her to the dorms. The conditions inside a military camp were naturally not luxurious. Each room had about 8 beds. Although there was only a handful of actresses, they still were expected to squeeze together. There were less men, as Lu Qianyu already knew he was going to use some of the military soldiers themselves. In total, there were about 30 non-military members on the training grounds. Tang Yuor and Tang Zuzir exchanged a few words when they bumped into each other and then left. The military requested that only actors could remain on the grounds. Other personnel were not allowed to stay. "Queen Nai, we truly are fated we meet again." Bai Qianwei walked over carrying a pot. Her face stiffened for a second before she adjusted her expression. She smiled and greeted Zun Mai. Zun Mi's expression didn't change after seeing Bai Qianwei, but the estranged look she gave was still obvious. "Miss Bai," she responded. She then turned to begin preparing her bed. The bed she chose was the one closest to the window. Bai Qianwei glared at the person with her back turned to her. She stopped by a bed near the door and also began tidying her bed. When the rest of the actresses came in, they all looked back and forth at the two of them. They all eventually went to greet Zun Mi. Of course, this was a good opportunity to form a connection with a true Alistair. She wasn't just an acting queen. Now she was also Wu Corporation's chairman's fiancée. If she was willing to extend her hand in aid, they would be able to walk the road to success peacefully. Zun Mi could also tell what they were doing, but didn't condemn their actions. This was the way society worked. If you weren't useful, no one would try to network with you. Queen Nai, hello Jian Zai. Jian Zai stepped forward after the other girls finished their introductions. She wore a simple short-sleeve shirt and blue jeans, giving off a clean and sunny feeling. There were never a deficit of pretty ladies in the entertainment field. In a field of beauties, the woman in front of her could only be considered bright and cute. But her clear eyes were large and full of life, adding a sense of uniqueness to her otherwise ordinary features. "Hello, Nai Zun Mi." Zun Mi smiled and nodded in return. This girl was similar in personality to Qin Siyu. They were very outgoing and friendly, without a sense of scheming. Jian Zai was actually a bit nervous. She really liked Queen Nis acting in When You Return, which made her heart clench. That was a story of one-sided love. It was very moving and was critically acclaimed. It was also that movie that earned Zun Mi her Best New Actress award and allowed her to become popular enough to be an Alistair. Then, she went abroad and gained a Venice Award for the fantasy epic Holy Light. She was always her idol, who had climbed up and up using her own talent. As long as you're determined, you can too. Believe in yourself. Fighting, Zun Mi could clearly sense her yearning. That kind of yearning made her feel a bit shaken. Some memories that she had never thought of suddenly rose up. After a couple of 100 years, she had almost completely forgotten about orphanage life. As expected, happiness was able to wipe out sadness and bitterness. Jian Zai perked up and looked up at Zun Mi. "Really, do you think I can? Don't you already have the answer with determination and will?" Zun Mi patted Jian Xie's shoulder, encouraging and affirming her words. This child had a very open personality, but was just a little sensitive. After bonding, the two began strolling around the giant training camp they would be staying at for the next month. There was a slowly moving river and a lush green forest. Zun Mi could tell that many people were going to leave here with trauma. Luckily, she has cultivated a strong soul. Every time she traveled to a new world, she would use her spiritual power to first nourish her body so that it would be ready to deal with her mission. Bai Qianwei stayed in the shadows observing Zun Mi. She had been uneasy ever since seeing how Director Lu treated her. Afterwards, she saw a very tall man doting on her, further deepening her hatred. She also didn't know why she hated Zun Mi so much, but she just felt that Nai Zun Mi would steal away everything she had. The feeling hadn't been this strong at the television station, but it grew ever since that person left her without the slightest hesitation. Since then, she knew that there were some things that she could only depend on herself for. But she couldn't let go of an opportunity to attack Zun Mi. This woman had just publicized her relationship with that person, but was now here hugging another man intimately. She was interested to see what would happen if this news got out. She secretly took a few more pictures. She prepared to find a good time to destroy Jun Xie's reputation. Aren't you worried something would happen? Jun Xie had gotten familiar with Jun Xie over the course of the afternoon and began calling her by her nickname. She also knew about all of Bai Qianhuai's hidden movements. Her father was the chief of police. Growing up with him helped her cultivate a strong sense of intuition. Her father had originally wanted her to be a policeman like him, but she fell in love with acting. Because of this, the two had gotten a lot of arguments. She wanted to create achievements to show her father that this was no longer an era where acting was looked down upon. An actor could also gain the approval of the public. Jun Xie was the best example. Chapter 145. Jun Xie shook her head, looked in the direction of the leaving person, and smiled. No death comes without one's own doing. She stretched. They were assembling at 6 a.m. tomorrow. Might as well go to sleep early tonight. Later, she needed to text Jun Xie to make sure he didn't forget to eat breakfast tomorrow. Jun Xie realized that Mai must already have a counterattack ready. Wow, she really had such high IQ. At exactly 600 a.m. the next morning, an alarm sounded, abruptly dragging dreaming souls back into reality. Jun Xie's body also came with an acute disease of horrible morning waker. Although she was awake, Jun Xie was still in a daze. She shook her head, trying to wake herself up. Afterwards, she grabbed her pan and quickly went to the public sink outside. Military conditions were definitely incomparable to home living. At home, it was convenient with functioning hot water and electricity. But here, the water was completely cut off after 10 p.m. The water started back at 6 a.m. but was shut back off at 6:30 a.m. If anyone woke up late, then they would have to suffer the consequences. Afterwards was breakfast. At 7 a.m., they assembled again to begin training. Within a week, the girls had already lost their eager expressions. There were already a few people ready to leave. The men were doing a bit better as a whole, but there was one person that stood out to Jun Xie. That warm man from the first day seemed to be comparable to Tang Zuzir and Lu Jingqing. He barely broke a sweat during training. Jun Xie also had a new impression of Bai Qianhui. Even though she knew that she couldn't endure it any further, Bai Qianhui still persisted. She pushed her body to the limit every day. Jun Xie both understood and condemned her ruthless training. It was good to want to change oneself for the better, but one also needed to understand how to use the body's abilities for the better. Blindly pushing forward in training was only being stupid. Jun Xie, with her slender arms and legs, also put in her all. At least they showed that the women here were competitive. JK, get the timing right. I want to see the results by the time I get out of here. Behind a tree in the forest, a sharp voice angrily said to the man on the other side of the phone. I don't care. I want her to be utterly ruined. All right, that's it for now. I don't have any more time right now. She shut off her phone. She fixed the impression on her face and walked out of the forest. There was 3 more days before training ended. As soon as they left the training grounds, they were headed straight for filming. She wasn't going to let Jun Xie become the female lead so easily. She had believed the female lead role was hers. Cheng Mao, are you going to keep doing this? Mimi is so strong. How could she be anything but female lead? Besides, the female lead's scenes are just a little bit heavy on the action. Her physical disposition can handle it. Lu Qianyu felt a bit helpless. Because this was a film in celebration of the anniversary of the country's founding, the expectations and requirements were higher. Therefore, many scenes that would usually warrant for a body double will be done by the actors themselves. But he trusted Mimi. Besides her, no one would be qualified to play Gu Zai Sai. Nijing Mao really wanted to slap Lu Qianyu. "I'm warning you, Lu Qianyu. If my sister gets hurt, I'll beat you up so hard that you won't be able to get out of bed for 3 months." Lu Qianyu's lips twitched. Don't worry. How could I bear for Mimi to get hurt?" After reassuring Big Brother Nai, the two began discussing the plot. Each episode was planned to be about movie length in time. There was going to be 3 episodes total. After editing, they were going to start the broadcast at the anniversary ceremony. Bai Qianwei didn't listen to the rest of the information. Worried that she would get caught if she stayed for long, she decided to sneak away now. The monster of jealousy brewing in her heart was officially emerging. She had worked so hard during this time, all for that role. But now she found out that her opponent had once again stolen the role away. She was just as strong as Zun Mai, yet all the good news was for Zun Mai. But there will be a day where Bai Qianwei will replace Zun Mai as the queen of the screen. A napping Zun Mai was awoken by Bao Bao's voice. "Madam Host, the female lead's hatred has broken through new grounds." What was this? Zun Mai really didn't remember doing anything to piss her off. Why was the female lead always blackening or increasing hatred out of nowhere so tiring? She pulled out Bao Bao's monitor videos and viewed Bai Qianwei's actions in the forest. After watching, she didn't know what to say. Where was this coming from? The invitation to audition also clearly stated what role the individual was invited to audition for. How was this her fault? But this JK, who was he? How was he related to Bai Qianwei's brother? Bao Bao, look into JK. Bao Bao quickly used his system's searching ability to look into JK. Information slowly formed. Madam Host, this JK is a top-ranked hacker. He is the young master of the Fallen family. His name is Jiang Kai. He used to be in the army with Bai Hao Ran. After leaving the army, two stayed in contact all the way up until Bai Hao Ran's death. There was an ensuing year of no contact. Then, a year later, he approached Bai Qianwei. But here's the weird part. This JK had never even met her before. He didn't even know that Bai Hao Ran had a sister before. After a further investigation, he gasped in shock. Madam Host, this JK was also in an accident on the same day as Bai Hao Ran. He was hit by a car and subsequently was in a coma for a year. There was no further info. But this information was already very useful. Zun Mai curved her lips up. Things were becoming more and more interesting. Hack into JK's laptop and blur all the previous pictures. Also, send the recording of their conversation to Jun Xie. Hell know what to do. Although Bai Qianwei had said she wanted to depend on herself, she still was looking for others for help. When she could no longer rely on her Jun Xie, she pretended to be independent and rely on herself. But she still ended up calling on JK. The thing from last time was also his doing. Bao Bao obediently did as Zun Mai told and nestled comfortably on her shoulder. It had been too long since he had come out. Madam Host has almost forgotten all about him. Zun Mai helplessly patted the white furry ball. How could she forget about this fellow? When Wu Jinyan received the news, he immediately emitted a very dangerous air. This Bai Qianwei really was looking for death. She had repeatedly attacked his baby. Also, this JK. A hacker humph. Jin Yan wanted to see how great he was after he lost a hand. Chapter 146. Time went by quickly. Everyone had stayed, even those who had been complaining on the first day. Besides Tenna Skin, everyone's condition was okay. When they left the 8 garrison's gates, they were greeted by a man with a cold atmosphere. Yet when he saw Zun Mai, the coldness melted immediately. His now gentle features illustrated him as an elegant and handsome man. However, the air around him reminded others of his suppressed power. Mir, I'm here to pick you up. Look at you, you've become so skinny. Jin Yan walked forward, grabbed Zun Mi's hands, and gave her a thorough glance over. He had just fattened Zun Mai up a little, but in a month, she slimmed down again. Zun Mai leaned back. I didn't lose any weight. My big brother's here, so there's no way I was going to go hungry. But I do miss Jin Jie's shrimp dumplings. Let's eat them tomorrow, okay? If there was one thing that Zun Mai was unsatisfied with during this month, it was the food selection. The food here was very simple. Although the ingredients were all very healthy and tasted good, it wasn't enough to satisfy the luxury eater, Zun Mai. Jin Yan pinched Zun Mi's nose and dotingly said, all right. I'll make whatever you want to eat. Let's go. Well, go home first. Your second brother is waiting for us over there. Nai Feng Hu had wanted to come here himself, but remembering that his identity would have caused a stir, he could only let Jin Yan replace him. Those standing behind the two all silently stood without moving and watched them from afar. They didn't step forward to disrupt them. Bai Qian squeezed her hand into a fist. The scene that she had fantasied about numerous times actually occurred in reality for Nai Zun Mai. Why would this high and mighty man also lower himself to gain that woman's favor? No, didn't she ask JK to act already? Why was Jin Yan still treating Nai Xun Mai so only had she been unsuccessful in her scheme? No way. Deep in thought, Bai Qian missed the murderous gaze that Jin Yan directed at her. It was this person. He really shouldn't have saved her back then. Not only did it lead to scandals that harmed his name, but she had targeted his Zun Mai. But that's not her problem. He'll make sure to take care of everything soon. Thinking about the man that must be hiding in a corner somewhere clutching his hand, Jin Yan let out a quiet, bloodthirsty chuckle. Unfortunately, he had escaped. But Jin Yan thought he had gotten his point across. Zun Mai said goodbye to Jian Zai and Tang Zuzir and left with Jin Yan. She had already greeted her eldest brother and Lu Qianyu before exiting the gates. The actors were only leaving to rest for 2 days. On the 3rd day, they'll be back. Jin Yan secured Mir's seatbelt before starting up the engine. Mir, I've already finished everything. What do you want to do with that woman? Zun Mai leaned back comfortably on the leather seat and lazily answered. She put in so much effort to get here. If she found out her efforts were all for nothing, she could forgive her for scheming against her. But she would definitely not forgive Bai Qian for coveting her Jin Ji. Jin Yan immediately responded. I understand. Don't worry, Mir. But Zun Mai shook her head. Jin Ji, I'm handling this myself. There are some things that I want to know. But don't worry, I won't let myself get hurt. She promised gravely with wide eyes. Jin Yan turned to Zun Mai. He finally gave in after seeing the determination in her eyes. Jin Ji, Do you think that I'm a little different than the innocent and kind-hearted image of me you had before? Does that make you not want me anymore? Zun's tone was a bit low as she chose her words carefully. She really was nervous about this. The original soul's personality was truly innocent and kind-hearted. Jun Xie portrayed that same image to the outside world, but she just couldn't pretend around this person. She wanted to show her truest form to him. She hadn't even thought about whether that would make him hate her or not. Screech! The sudden braking grinded the car to a halt. The sudden stop made Jun Xie's body to fall forward. Luckily, she had her seatbelt on, or else she would have smacked into the glass. She turned to the side. What happened? Could it be that Jun Xie unbuckled his seatbelt and hovered over Jun Xie? He placed his finger under her chin and forcefully tilted her face up to look into his fierce eyes. Jun Xie let out a pitiful expression to lessen Jun Xie's anger. However, she didn't know that this look could also ignite the harsh urges of men and make them want to ruthlessly bully her. He wanted her to cry and beg and let out an even more pitiful gaze for him. Jun Xie wasn't experienced. He leaned down and ruthlessly captured her pink lips. With absolute precision, he pushed further and swiped his tongue through her mouth. He was like a king surveying his property. He needed to place his mark on every corner and inch of her. The powerful larger tongue continuously bonded with the smaller tongue, sucking and licking. When Jun Xie was running low on oxygen, Jun Xie finally let go. But he didn't remove his tongue. Instead, he gently licked her lips. He then kissed her reddened forehead. No man could hold back in her presence, especially when she was his heart's treasure. It was like he had been enchanted. He kissed further and further down, stopping to explore her neck. Her shirt buttons had long been unbuttoned. Her pearl-white heels made Jun Xie go dry in the mouth. Jun Xie's eyes were bloodshot red. He ruthlessly left his possessive marks all over her skin. Jun Xie's lips were slightly separated, desperately searching for air. The trembles of her body distracted from her rationality. Jun Xie. Jun Xie breathed helplessly. The temperature in the car was rising at an alarming rate. Beep beep beep. A shrill horn sounded, interrupting their intense atmosphere. The limited amount of reason Jun Xie had left returned to him. Looking down at the girl below him, his lower body once again rose in salute. Jun Xie wrapped her arms around Jun Xie's neck and leaned her head onto his chest. Jun Xie, let's go home first. When we go home, you can do whatever you want. Her cheeks flushed red, but her sweet smile were as pure as mountain flowers under the moonlight. Jun Xie hugged Jun Xie close so that she could feel the change in his body. You really are a vixen. Wait until we get home, he whispered in her ear, his desire embedded deep in his voice. Beep beep beep. The cars behind them sounded incessantly, determined to destroy their mood. Chapter 147. Jun Xie cursed and climbed off Jun Xie. After buckling up both of their seatbelts, he slammed on the accelerator and zoomed away. As soon as he entered the doorway, Jun Xie impatiently picked up Jun Xie and headed straight upstairs. Soon, suggestive groans and seductive moans sounded from the master bedroom. The sounds continued from sunset all the way to dawn. Meanwhile, at their parents' home, Nai's second brother sat in front of a table of all of Jun Xie's favorite seafood dishes. He held a cell phone in his hand. The cell phone was making the dialing sound yet again. But no matter how many times he called, the other party refused to pick up, making Nai Feng Hu almost want to flip a table. He had first thought that the two of them were in an accident. But when he worriedly called his big brother, he found out that those two already left. Others confirmed that Jin Yan's car had entered his little sister's residence. He didn't need to guess the rest from there on out. That damn bastard. No, he needed to fight him at least once. Even if he couldn't beat him, he needed to get a few punches in. Today was destined to be a day filled with news. While Jun Xie had been undergoing special training, the Weibo she posted was rising up on the trending list. Moreover, there was now the release of a voice recording on Bai Qian Wei speaking with a man about harming Jun Xie. It successfully reignited the interest that had been fading away about the love triangle between Queen Nai, Bai Qian Wei, and Jin Yan. When Jun Xie was done sleeping, it was already 3 in the afternoon. The first thing she thought was that, in the future, she needed to be cautious when in bed with her dear husband. She couldn't handle the energy of a man that had held it in for over 20 years. Last night, no matter how much she cried or begged, he refused to relax. He tossed her with all he had. If she hadn't nourished this body through cultivation, her bones would have fallen apart from overexertion. She stood up and stretched her limbs. Besides some soft spots, everything was normal. There had been a white sleeping gown draped over her. But where was Jin Xie? Don't tell her he just committed a dine and dash. If that was true, she'll definitely pummel him. Meanwhile, Jin Yan was in the living room fighting with Nai Fenghui. Nai Fenghui's skill would usually be considered a weak opponent to Jin Yan. If not because of his dear mirror, he wouldn't be treating him so easily. Nai Fenghui's anger had only grown after fighting Jin Yan. But he also knew that he couldn't beat him. Humph, just because I can't beat you doesn't mean I can't do anything about you. Wait until my brother and dad find out about what you did. Let's see if you'll be able to stay so relaxed afterwards. Since he couldn't overpower him by himself, hell just add in a few more people. Nai's second brother didn't care about being a gentleman or playing fair. Jin Yan's lips twitched but didn't say anything. He looked at the time on the clock. Mir should be waking up soon. He ignored Nai Fenghui and turned to carry out the porridge he made from the kitchen. Jun Xie was still in her own world, thinking about how she would teach her loyal puppy a lesson when Jin Yan came in with porridge. Mir, I made your favorite, Quixie millet porridge. He sat by her side to feed her. He first tested the temperature. He only allowed his Jun Xie to drink it after making sure it wasn't scalding hot. Jun Xie basked in her special treatment, her heart warming with sweetness. A wide smile graced her lips, making Nai Fenghui behind them break out into a cold sweat. Their family's precious princess has really run away from them. Second brother, have you eaten? Jun Xie felt the pitiful gaze and chocked. She felt both helpless and touched. Nai Fenghui immediately perked up. No, I haven't. This bastard wouldn't let me eat. Jun Xie turned to look at the man still busy trying to feed her. Seeing him not even look with the least bit of guilt, she felt even more helpless. Second brother, go get something to eat from the kitchen. Jin Xie probably made a lot. Based on her knowledge of her husband, he would rather make too much than have her finish her meal still hungry. Nai Fenghui shot a victorious glance at Jin Yan's direction, and joyful went down to eat. When he saw this man cooking when he arrived, Nai Fenghui's saliva almost drooled out. But that bastard wouldn't let her eat. Humph, but look who's eating now. After finishing the porridge, Jin Yan helped Jun Xie wipe crumbs off the corners of her mouth. Mir, is everything prepared? He had wanted to take care of them directly so that they wouldn't even be able to think of causing another scandal. But Mir rejected his proposal, saying that being so quick would be cheap of a method for them. The best plan would be to give them hope and then despair so they can experience a true rollercoaster of emotions. Jun Xie curved her lips upward. It looked like those bystanders and drama watchers were useful. She looked around, wanting to get her phone so that she could check for changes in opinion on the internet. But she couldn't find the object of her search. Bu Jinyan prompted handed over his own phone. He definitely wouldn't tell her that he had purposely placed her phone downstairs so that certain people wouldn't call and disrupt their happiness. Jun Xie looked at Bu Jinyan. Did he think she didn't know what her own husband was thinking and scheming so adorably naive? She signed into her Weibo and realized her follower count had grown. She remembered that her follower count fell once due to the news a month ago. After clicking on new followers, she realized they were all blackened fans. TN is basically those accounts used to spam negative comments. Her most recent post now had over 100,000 comments. These people sure were determined. Jun Xie looked at some of the recent ones. Plum is not sour. My goddess doesn't need any of that. Her own money is enough to keep 100 boitoas already. I'll bet a bag of peppers, hee hee. Do those that think they are rich aristocrats even have any shame? Aren't they afraid of losing face? But then again, even her face is plastic, so what is there for them to be scared of? Water's passcode in this modern society ruled by beauty. I believe attractiveness equates to righteousness. There's no ash in the ashtray. Actually, based on reason alone, Queen Nai is pretty good. Whether or not she was a mistress, her accomplishments are impossible to ignore. In Just a Passerby, I will silently agree with the comment above. They were half in support of her and half bashing her. There were rational and extreme comments, but nothing has completely crossed the lines yet. Jun Xie originally thought her Weibo post would cause an unprecedented amount of negative backlash, but it seemed like her kind image was rooted deep in everyone's hearts. With that and the addition of her diehard fans' protection, things were actually pretty stable. She backed out of her profile page. As expected, the trending list was covered by news of Bai Qianwei and Jun Xie. Jun Xie felt a bit shy. If she kept occupying the top trending list every day, wouldn't she get cursed out by those that couldn't make it onto the list? Everything you need to know about Queen N's competition with her doppelganger. Every article title tried to grab in readers. Jun Xie clicked into the first one and was immediately frozen in shock. Chapter 148. She did plastic surgery to look like Bai Qianwei. WTF, that's absolute nonsense. Jun Xie had debuted first. She was also the first to become popular when Jun Xie had become an A-list star. Bai Qianwei had still been a nobody. How did they twist it so that it was Jun Xie who decided to copy Bai Qianwei's pretty face? This illogical explanation stood at the top of the discussion board with an explanation even more illogical. The poster said Bai Qianwei was older than her, so she naturally had the face first. Bu Jinyan saw her face change and leaned over worriedly. He immediately saw the discussion forum page. His face darkened immediately. He had only been busy for one night. How did the discussion turn in this direction? His voice lowered. Mir, I won't listen to you. Bai Qianwei needs to be taken care of. There was something off about her. She was able to come out unharmed every time, making him even more suspicious. Jun Xie. Bu Jinyan picked up the dishes and rubbed Jun Xie's head. Sleep some more. Leave the rest to me. His mirror should live in a sheltered castle, untouched by anything filthy. She should live joyously and without worry. When Wu Jinyan left, Zun Mai immediately called out Bao Bao. Bao Bao, what's this? This storyline seems a bit off. Bao Bao nestled into Zun Mi's arms before powerlessly speaking. The world's consciousness is too strong. Bai Qian Y was supposed to be ruined this time. She was able to create a plot twist because of Zheng Kai. Although he was supposed to be left completely helpless after his encounter with your man, he still had some influence left. With the aid of the world's consciousness, he was able to succeed. Bao Bao was also annoyed. They always attack the mission so professionally and creatively, but there's always a problem at the end. Zun Mai bit her lip. All right. She was once again knocked down by the power of female lead Halo. Whatever, she'll have to stop playing around now. Wu Jinyan moved quickly. By afternoon, the rumors online had been taken down. Instead, there were pictures of Zun Mai from elementary school up until the time she entered the industry. The plastic surgery rumors were shattered instantly. But it did spark up interest in doing the same with Bai Qian Y's face. The difference between her childhood photos and recent ones were too stark. Could anyone really go from an ugly duckling and turn into a beautiful swan? Even if ugly ducklings could turn into beautiful swans, Miss fans clung onto this tidbit as they had found the final piece of the puzzle. After being attacked for so long, they finally had a chance to be on the offensive. They had silently endured others' curses on their goddess. Now it was their time to strike back. Weibo once again fell into a frenzy. Many people were targeted, especially the drama productions that had at first invited Zun Mai to participate, but then replaced her with Bai Qian Y. Even when those drama productions tried to rescue their public standing by announcing their intention to switch out the female lead, they still weren't able to escape the public's wrath. By the time Zun Mai woke up again, the online frenzy had reached its peak. Little sis, you're finally awake. Nai's second brother had spent his whole afternoon glaring at Wu Jinyan in the kitchen. He had also taken part in the online battle. He had his company's in-house lawyer group send those people a letter. Those that dare slander their princess must bear the consequences. Of course, they also had less legal ways to making others understand a lesson. Second brother, don't worry. There's nothing wrong. Where's our parents? And the eldest, her eldest brother had demanded she go home to eat. They're at home, waiting for us. As for the outsider in the room, there was no way he was inviting him over. His big brother said it best his last name is Wu, so he has nothing to do with them. Zun Mai stretched lazily and sat next to Wu Jinyan. She naturally leaned into his embrace. Then Jun Xie, let's get going. Wu Jinyan's stiff face immediately bloomed with a smile. All right. Mir, I already bought a gift. He helped her up and they headed out together. He was even more heartless than Nai Feng Hu. He didn't even give him a side glance as he walked by. The two had already rounded the corner before Nai Feng Hu recovered from his shock. Wu Jinyan, you bastard, give me back my little sister. He rushed after the two, gritting his teeth. The mood at Nai family was great, especially after seeing Zun Mai arrive with Wu Jinyan. Father and Mother Nai happily pulled Wu Jinyan away. Wu Jinyan also hid away the petty side of him that had been fighting with Nai Feng Hu and instead became the polite junior. He seriously answered all of the senior's questions without any reluctance. Nai Feng Hu and Nai Zhengmao gritted their teeth off in the sidelines. They had deep animosity towards the man that was here to steal away their little sister. Uncle, Auntie, Mir and I decided to go register our marriage at the bureau in the next few days. As for the wedding, we'll have to trouble you to help. If there's anything that you need, please tell me directly. Jun Xie felt that they had spent enough time discussing pleasantries and decided to get straight to the point. He had already wanted to steal Zun Mai away. Unfortunately, there was always someone causing up trouble for them. Now that the two seniors were here to offer protection, he wanted to see what these brothers could do to stop him. Humph. Father and Mother Nine nodded with satisfaction, obviously agreeing that this should have happened long ago. Jun Xie, we don't have any requests from you. Mai has always been the apple of our eyes. We might have protected her a little too well, so she might be extremely soft-hearted. You must look after her well. If there's anything, you have to let us know immediately. Father and Mother Nai were actually extremely upset over the recent scandal. If their little princess hadn't kept telling them that she had a plan, they would have already taken action. Jun Xie nodded and squeezed Zun Mai's hand. This recent scandal had gotten out of hand due to his negligence. Luckily, they could still rectify the situation. That man, who had already lost a hand, was now getting acquainted with forest beasts. Dad, Mom. Don't worry. This kind of incident will never happen again. He definitely wouldn't let this happen again. Hearing Jun Xie change the way he addressed them, Zun Mai's parents patted his shoulders, pleased. They were very assured placing their daughter with him. Meanwhile, the two sons in Nai family only had grievances. How could their parents so easily sell their sister away to this rat? Shouldn't they prevent this from happening so quickly? How could this wolf pervert be compatible with their family's princess? Eldest, second eldest. Help out Jun Xie when you can. Alright, don't let him get too tired planning everything. And stay on alert with all the news regarding your younger sister. Chapter 149. Father Nai had made the final decision. If those people dared to act out, then they should be stepped on. The Nai sons nodded reluctantly. Got it. They easily decided on the plans for the future. Zun Mai would continue filming Lu Qianyu's film. Jun Xie and Nai Fenghui will prepare the wedding, even though Nai Fenghui was vehemently against this part of the plan. Zun Mai officially entered the filming site pretty early. However, there was another person that had arrived even before her. Bai Qianyue was here. According to Lu Qianyu, there was a character in the show very suitable for Bai Qianyue. He had smiled at Zun Mai and told her to just wait and see, making Zun Mai seethe in silent irritation for a while. But now, seeing Bai Qianyue in her character's costume, she finally realized why Lu Qianyu kept saying the character was very suited for Bai Qianyue. Bai Qianyue was playing a spy. It was a spy that had plastic surgery and then sneaked into her opponent's camp. Zun Mai could only roll her eyes. To help her take revenge, Lu Qianyu really did put in his all. He had arranged such a wild identity for the spy. During the month of special training, she had become extremely familiar with Lu Qianyu. She also found out more about the alleged marriage declaration. It had happened when she was 2 years old. Young Zun Mai had decided to sell herself after Lu Qianyu bought her a lollipop. Lu Qianyu had been 5 or 6 years old. When young Lu Qianyu saw the cute little Zun Mai, he wanted to play with her. But Zun Mai would just ignore him. Lu Qianyu would then take out a lollipop from his backpack and bribe her. She didn't know better as a kid, so was easily convinced to marry him. Luckily, Lu Qianyu only seemed a bit disheartened after Jun Xie cleared up the matter with him. After all, it was just a promise between kids. Moreover, she wasn't even the original Jun Xie. If she didn't have a good impression of Lu Qianyu, she wouldn't even have bothered explaining the situation to him. Jun Xie and Tang Zuzir's promotional photoshoot finished quickly. In the drama, the two played a pair of siblings. They had mutual affections for each other but could never be together. In the era of war and fire, there was a group of people that were willing to fight back, placing justice for their countrymen above their own lives. They advanced forward with unyielding spirit and perseverance. They resisted foreign enemies and stabilized domestic powers as they took steps towards victory. Some of the most outstanding fighters was a pair of siblings. The sister was named Du Zai, meaning to meet an old friend at Huang River. Her older brother was Gu Nan, meaning the heart is not at rest when it is filled with worry for old friends. Their parents had been participants in the revolutionary vanguard. Therefore they gave their children names that together meant no peace for the old friend. They hoped that their kids could be calm in the face of catastrophe. As children, the siblings suffered from the destruction of their home country, the invasion of powerful enemies, and the tragedy of the deaths of their parents. Memories of the dark red color of blood seeped into their hearts. Their beating hearts began to numb. They naturally inherited the mission to rebuild a strong nation. One joined the army and the other entered the intelligence department. They lived amidst life or death situations and grew as their obsession deepened. To each other, they were the only thing left in the world that they cared about. Their feelings for each other were silently planted during this time. As they were sabotaged and betrayed again and again, as they fought battle after battle, their already hardened hearts completely sealed off. Besides each other, no one else could enter. Zai used her wisdom to continuously provide her brother with strategic plans. She used information from the intelligence department to give her brother advanced notice. The last battle lasted 5 whole years. Gu Nan's team won. But in the battle, he also lost his most beloved sister forever. Her continuous interception of intelligence and private use of information had been discovered by someone with an ulterior motive. They said that Gu Zai was a spy privately feeding their enemies. Before Gu Nan could rush back and save her, she died on the gallows. But her death also revealed the true spy hidden deep within the intelligence department. It was the same person that had framed her. The army had been in a long stalemate with their enemies due to the spy's actions. She had seduced the intelligence department's deputy director. She gained his trust along with the trust of the senior information officer. She regularly delayed or directly modified the communication of important information, causing the director of the Intelligence Bureau to make the wrong calls of action. The final scene was Gu Nan's wearing a marshal's uniform and standing in front of a gravestone. On the gravestone was the picture of a bright and cheerful girl. She had short hair, a pair of peach blossom eyes that were clean and pure, yet her smile revealed a bit of her mischievous side. She also wore an army outfit. On her shoulders was a badge of honor reserved for the Major General. The beginning of the path to reunification was built by the two of them. Yet the end of the road was so heartbreaking. Gu Nan, his old friend had already left him, so his heart could no longer be at peace. That was the entire drama. The one most touched on in the script as Gu Zai's character. Although she didn't necessarily have the most scenes, she was definitely the most memorable character. Jun misacting, from her expression to her posture, had the addition of a special heroic air that military personnel carried. Her immersion encouraged the entire cast and crew to move quickly and increased their impression of the skills of the acting king and queen. The drama shooting also went off without a glitch. There wasn't even anything to complain about with Baekhyun Y. Some even said that if Baekhyun Y was a bit more quiet and less dramatic, she could have become popular. Jun Xie ignored all of their talk with a smile. Inside she was thinking, wasn't it obvious that Baekhyun Y's acting improvement was because she was playing herself? Both Baekhyun Y and the character she was playing were both Sesame Tengyuan and black on the inside. Jun Xie had made the right assumption. Baekhyun Y had thrown all her negative emotions hidden inside her into this character. But unfortunately, there was Jun Mi's acting that had set an example for everyone on set. Moreover, no matter how suited she was to play this character, it was hard for the spy to gain any of the audience's sympathy. After 2 months of completely sealed-off filming, the shoot finally ended. The reshoots that needed to be done were done, the refinements for the scenes that needed to be touched up were refined. There was only half a month left before the anniversary date of the country's founding. Liu Qianyu waved his director's hand and requested everyone to work overtime to finish editing the final cut of the drama. Chapter 150. The 3 cordially invited editors immediately slipped into a state of darkness. Jun Xie went right back to Nai family's residence. Farther, Nai was thinking. Since Jun Xie already had the ability to protect herself, and she was already publicly engaged to Wu Jinyan, then there was no need to hide her true identity. She was Nai family's little princess, after all. Jun Xie didn't mind revealing herself now. Besides, when this historical epic broadcasted, her identity would be discovered anyways. The media would definitely dig deep, even more so now that she planned to announce her wedding with Jun Xie. "Mir, you're back. Come and look at the wedding gown. Do you like it?" Wu Jinyan held a slim red gown, and excited showed it off to Jun Xie. Jun Xie's originally smiling face suddenly froze in shock. Her eyes watered with tears. This wedding gown was too similar with the one she wore in the previous world. They were both embroidered with a phoenix. Both were red with golden sleeves. The difference was that one was long-sleeved while the other had sleeves that ended right off the shoulders. Looking at the uncannily familiar gown, Jun Xie had an incredible guess. Did Jun Xie remember something? Had Jun Xie regained his memories? "Jun Xie, why did you choose this gown for me?" Jun Mi's voice was a bit choked back. Her eyes looked up at him in glimmering anticipation. Wu Jinyan didn't understand why his mirror was tearing up, but he knew it was related to the gown. He immediately threw the gown aside and went to hug Jun Xie. He comforted, "Mir, don't cry. If there's something wrong, tell Jun Xie. Do you not like the gown? I'll have someone burn it now. We can make another one. Well, make one that you like, okay?" He kissed her teary eyes helplessly. Jun Xie shook her head and made a fist around a bundle of Wu Jinyan's shirt. "Jun Xie, no. I really like this wedding gown. I was just surprised. Can you tell me why you chose this kind of gown? I really like it. I'm really happy." She waited for an answer. Although she didn't mind that her husband couldn't remember her, there was a question that she hadn't dared to think about. 1,000,000 points was a large number. She had gone through so many worlds and had only managed to save about 100,000. If one day she did save up so many points and left, what about him? Wu Jinyan noticed that Jun Xie was a bit saddened. His face scrunched as his heart hurt for her. "I don't know either. Sometimes, I get these flashes of images of you wearing this gown. I thought, maybe it was because I wanted to marry you so much, so I kept imaging you wearing a red wedding gown. Then, I drew those images on paper and had the design team improve and produce the final product. My drawing skills aren't that great. I keep feeling like it's a bit different than the one I keep thinking of. But it's still very beautiful. He excited rambled before remembering that Mir seemed to have some strange feelings about the dress. He carefully watched Mir's expressions. After seeing her begin to return to her calm demeanor, his heart finally relaxed a bit. Mir, if you don't like it, well, change it. Don't force yourself, Jun Xie will worry about you. Seeing unhappy makes me unhappy. So you must be happy, okay? Zun Mai understood Jin Yan's meaning behind his words. A brilliant smile emerged on her face. Jun Xie, when did I ever lie to you? I really do like this wedding gown. Thank you for letting me see it again. Even though it wasn't exactly the same thing, but it allowed me to make a hopeful guess. Jun Xie, I'll wait for the day that you completely remember me. Jin Yan saw Zun Miss change in mood and finally relaxed and smiled back. Jun Xie, wait here. I'll go try it on. She shimmied out of Jin Yan's arms and ran upstairs with a gown. She had a late realization that she was at her parents' home and not her own apartment. Luckily, her parents and brothers went home. The oblivious Zun Mai didn't know that her parents and brothers had all been upstairs watching in secret. Even the anti-Jin Yan representative, second brother Nai, was moved by the two's interactions and the revealed information that they had heard. What more was there to think about when you meet such a doting and caring person? Get married first before thinking about anything else. Jin Yan couldn't take his eyes off of Zun Mai as she walked down in the red wedding gown. Your wedding gown will burn across the sky's horizon like fire, and embed in my heart like cinnabar. It is said that your eyes flutter with the world's peach blossoms, but it has only brought me a shower of peach blossoms rain. His husky voice whispered the familiar song lyrics. Mir, I won't be the person that hurts you underneath peach blossom rain. This was his promise. This was his everlasting vow. He would abandon himself before ever abandoning the most important person to him. Zun Mai hugged the tall and handsome man in front of him, leaning her entire weight into his arms. She knew that her lover was someone that kept his promises, even if he didn't remember them. Even after all these worlds and lifetimes, she didn't deserve such heavy affections from him. But that was fine. They could remain in debt to each other, so that they would never separate from each other. Where there is happy men, there are sorrowful men. When Bai Qian Wei still couldn't get a hold of JK after 3 months, she knew that this person might truly be gone. She collapsed and hid in her apartment, as if she had lost all purpose to live on. She was numb. Even now, she still didn't understand how she arrived to this point. Shouldn't she have revolutionized the entertainment industry to become the queen of the new era? This wasn't fair. None of this was fair. Why did Zun Mai take everything? Why did she have to be the one that was ridiculed by everyone? But pitiful people had their hateful reasons. Tiana saying that basically means there is a reason that some people end up in pitiful situations. Akakarma. They were at this point, but Bai Qian Wei still refused to self-examine her role in the situation. Instead, she placed all the blame on others. Soon, the 80th anniversary of the country's founding arrived. On this day, the entire nation celebrated. Every television station watched the large flag wave above the central square. Across the large square, soldiers of all areas of the military and wearing all colors and uniforms filed in. They carried with them their unique air of rigidity and perseverance, making others stop in their tracks instinctively. It took 30 minutes for all the men to finish filing in. Afterwards, the drummers and flag bearer walked to their positions. When the national anthem sounded, everyone from serious spectators to curious onlookers felt united in the military soul. They vigorously sang the simple national anthem as if it were the most beautiful prose in the universe. Chapter 151. Blood, deaths, shouts, and tears were eternal traces in their history. This anniversary celebration lasted from 7:30 a.m. in the morning until 12 noon. Not a single person left in the middle of the celebration. Zun Mai and Tang Zuzir along with the rest of their group were also given positive publicity due to their historical epic. Meanwhile, Bai Qianwei was gaining a negative public opinion that was attached to the villain role she took on within the show. The cursing on the internet had evaded into reality, perhaps due to the fact that her portrayal of the role seemed too realistic. If anyone recognized her on the streets, they would point and stare. It was worse with little children, who would even throw things at her. Zun Mi's acting was of course better than Bai Qianwei's. Therefore, they received two completely contrasting reactions. When Zun Mai was recognized, people would rush to her and tell her, "Queen Nai, I'm so glad you didn't die for real. I really like you a lot." She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Zun Mai leaned on her husband's chest and used her iPad to surf through Weibo. The truth is in the acting beauty's king. Numerous different topics regarding the historical epic had rushed up to the topic of the trending list. The most popular of the topics was about Zun Mai and Bai Qianwei. Zun Mai clicked into one of them and immediately understood what becoming public enemy one was like. Big Madam Bai Qianwei's acting wasn't this good before. How did she get so good suddenly? Am I thinking too deep into it? Red Fruit Loop upstairs, you're not overthinking it. She's obviously playing herself in this drama. Nintifiver, she's playing herself. I agree. The desperate 13th sister Bai Qianwei used to act innocent flower roles. She was fine, but not spectacular. But this time, it seems like she finally found her calling. Along with her previous actions, it's hard to believe this improvement isn't because she's able to play herself now. Amu Jai, so is this telling us actors need to be cautious while acting? They might accidentally reveal their true personalities. The imported ball, haha. Oh. Upstairs, do you guys have to speak so bluntly? Slowly, the topic changed to kick Bai Qianwei out of the industry. Protest Bai Qianwei, villain is her calling Bai Qianwei. Zun Mai was truly surprised. These people must either have high IQ or creative imagination. They were able to guess that Bai Qianwei was taking inspiration from herself in her acting, with the addition of people purposely fanning the flames in the background. Bai Qianwei completely lost any ability to stand upright in the celebrity industry. At the end of her road, she still didn't understand where she had made a mistake. Instead, she took the path of mingling between numerous rich merchants, hoping to gain a chance to start over. But she had forgotten Wu Jinyan's status. No one would dare defy his orders. When she realized this, she became like a rabid dog trying to jump over a wall. My only v Wu Jinyan, you slag. When you saw that bitch Nai's on my return, you immediately dumped me. Do you think I don't have proof? My proof is the hotel security cameras. Since you won't admit it, don't blame me for not showing mercy. She attached a video clip where a drugged Bai Qian Y was shown stumbling into the presidential suite on the top floor of a hotel. Then, about 2 or 3 hours passed. It looked like Bai Qian Y had regained her senses as she walked out of the room. She smoothed out her clothing. When she looked up, her face was noticeably pale. A while later, a man appeared at the doorway. It was Jun Xie. A man and a woman came out of the same room. The woman had been drugged. Before she went in, her condition was off. But when she came out, she was back to normal. Her outfit had also changed. Something must have happened inside. The paparazzi reporters were like rabid dogs. They began furiously questioning Bai Qian Y. Bai Qian Y seemed to have decided to just go all out. If anyone invited her on any show, she would accept. She began telling everyone about every detail of her relationship with Jun Xie. For the next few days, Jun Xie's news dominated the internet, TV, and newspapers. Even Zun Miss fans exploded and furiously cursed out Bai Qian Y. To them, Bai Qian Y was just someone that envied their goddess good fortune. So she decided to use this method to shatter everything. They firmly believed that Jun Xie, who loved their goddess so deeply, would not have cheated on her. Even if he did, then it must have been because Bai Qian Y schemed the whole thing to happen. If this was any other situation, Zun Mai might have decided to sit back and watch the drama unfold. But this time, Bai Qian Y had stepped on her line. There was no way she was going to sit back now. She used her connections and the power of Nai family's status to find a list everyone related to the hotel incident that night. Then she pulled up the recording and found out each individual person's identity. She then went to her husband to get the video from his own room. She didn't plan on giving Bai Qian Y any room to climb back up after this. It was about time to end this game. Jun Xie had originally planned on acting himself. But when he found out that his mirror was already on the move, he decided to let her handle it. His baby believed in him and was even determined to help prove his innocence. He was too happy on the inside. Whose wife was as great as his mirror was the best lover in the whole wide world. Meeting her was his greatest joy in this lifetime. When Zun Mai stormed into Jun Xie's office, she saw her dear husband smiling in satisfaction. She resisted the urge to put her palm to her face. Jun Xie, what are you thinking of? Why are you smiling so brightly? She narrowed her eyes slightly as her lips curled upwards. Jun Xie was pleasantly startled by the sudden voice. Mir, why are you here? Before, when he wanted to bring Mir to work, she had always refused. She had thought it was because his company had bad feng shui or a bad interior design, so Mir didn't like it. He had even been considering maybe changing to a larger and grander building. Zun Mai rolled her eyes and plopped down into a chair, completely disregarding the elegant image she upheld in public. If I didn't come, you were about to be labeled as someone else's. Humph. Jun Xie immediately stood up to explain. Mir, you have believed me. I've never even touched that woman before. I had been going to sleep that night when my assistant came in to inform me of an urgent matter. He might have been too anxious on his way in and forgotten to close the door completely behind him, allowing that woman to slip in later. I had wanted the assistant to throw her out, but then I heard him call her Bai Qian Y. I then remembered that Bai Hao Ran said his little sister was named Bai Qian Y. So I had the assistant throw her into a cold bath instead. That released clip wasn't complete either. During that time, I had asked my assistant to go out to buy her some clothes. When she left, I had sent the assistant out too after giving him some orders. When I was done with my matters, I walked out. Chapter 152. But the footage of my assistant entering and leaving the room all disappeared. Jin Yan obediently retold every detail of the account so that his mirror wouldn't be hurt by any misunderstandings. Jun Mai was satisfied. She already knew that her husband had nothing to do with the female lead, but everyone would enjoy experiencing evidence that their lover cared about them. Jun Xie, I had someone go view the surveillance camera from your room already. Bai Qian really is more and more outrageous. She really is courageous to twist the story so completely. Jun Mai had thought that Bai Qian had a pretty normal IQ at the beginning. She had even tried to scheme against her back then. But now that it was the key moment for her, her IQ was failing. Since she had lost all reason, did her logical thinking skills also falter? Why else was she doing a Hail Mary so urgently? Okay, whatever Mir says goes. Jin Yan was willing to give up power and play the infatuated king, while Jun Mai was even more willing to take on the role of the evil seductress that bewitches the king. The situation was steadily declining. As Bai Qian continued to stir up drama, Jun Mai began retaliating. She had been waiting for the right moment to defeat Bai Qian just as she was regaining another inkling of hope. Jun Mai is not a pig to those slandering my husband. How are you feeling? Hee. You really don't know your own place. She added 2 video attachments. One showed Bai Qian mingling with multiple rich businessmen. The male leads were all blurred out, but the different body types were enough to show that she had been meeting with more than one man. The other video was the unedited version of the footage Bai Qian posted from a different perspective inside Jin Yan's suite. The truth was loud and clear. It completely illustrated how she entered Jin Yan's room, how Jin Yan's assistant threw her into a bathtub that was filled with cold water and ice cubes. Jin Yan's reaction to hearing the name Bai Qian was also clear to see. Everyone could see that Jin Yan had originally wanted the assistant to throw her out. After hearing her name, he decided to help her. Connecting this with Jin Yan's declaration that he had only helped Bai Qian because of her brother, the truth became more and more obvious. Jin Yan didn't even know who Bai Qian was. The only reason he didn't throw her out was because of her brother. When the 2 videos came out, they once again sparked large controversy. Some helpful souls even pulled out Bai Qian's brother's information and explained their findings to the drama watchers. Everyone else oohed and ahed. So it was like this. Someone had died for him, so he wanted to complete his final request. After all, Bai Hao Ran's request wasn't too extreme. After understanding the entire story, everyone then turned their attention to the first video. Those movements and coquettish actions was really blinding. Moreover, there were some extreme moments in the clip. Bai Qian was tied up while a man slapped down with a whip. Her face was actually scrunched up with happiness. This clip alone would have been enough to ruin Bai Qian. This time, onlookers and participants in fueling the flames to this situation felt as if they had been fooled by Bai Qian once again. They had basically been used by Bai Qian. No one would like this feeling. It was one thing if they chose to attack someone, but it was another to be directed like an attack dog. The grievances and anger in their hearts all relentlessly charged at Bai Qian. Bai Qian had become the street rat that everyone yelled at. In this heated atmosphere, Jun Mai and Jin Yan announced the news of their wedding. A month later, the wedding took place in a wedding chapel in Gamel Tien 95. Sure, the author just made up a country by stringing together foreign sound words in Chinese. This was the translation that Google suggested. Yes, that's right. I resorted to Google Translate. There were beautiful grassland, crystal blue lakes, and clear blue skies. There were gardens filled with beautiful blooming flowers and uniquely structured buildings. When Wu Jinyan held Zun Mi's hand and walked up the red carpet, the crowd cheered. The audience watching their live broadcast also sent their sincere blessings to them. At the Wainan Film Festival 2 days ago, Zun Mi had earned the highest prize for her participation in the film celebrating her country. She had officially become the national treasure of acting. Not only did she have a huge impact in the international community, but she had fan bases in numerous countries around the world, stabilizing her position as an international star. Moreover, her identity had finally been revealed. A host during the festival had asked if any family members were attending the festival with her. Zun Mi bluntly pointed at a certain direction. The cameraman had panned over instinctively to see who she was pointing at. The whole crowd had gasped. She was Nai Shuji's daughter. She was the legendary protected young princess of Nai family. No wonder why Queen Nai had posted that Weibo before. She was already an aristocrat. Why would she need to be a kept mistress who would dare be her substitute? It would have been more probable if the rumors had said she kept a boy toy herself. Now wasn't it reasonable that she had known Wu Jinyan since they were children? Happy gasps and blessings sounded on and on. On the other hand, Bai Qianhui hadn't appeared in public since the release of those videos. It was as if she had disappeared without a trace. Hearing this news, Zun Mi and Wu Jinyan smiled at each other. Since she wanted to succeed so much, they felt the need to help her out. She remembered that there was a place with a red light district that had a preference for cute, tender-looking girls. More importantly, that place had a high-level customer stream. If she got lucky, she might be able to get noticed long-term by one of them. Of course, Zun Mi wasn't stupid enough to think that Bai Qianhui had failed. After all, she was a female lead. So she very unkindly gave her a curse. As long as Bai Qianhui started thinking about wanting to kill her, then she will be bitten by locusts to the point that she no longer had then spare brain cells to even think about anything. Speaking of which, Zun Mi had wasted so much points for Bai Qianhui. This constraining bug alone costed her 999 points in the space market. A year after they announced their wedding ceremony was complete, Wu Jinyan picked Zun Mi up bridal style and took giant steps towards the waiting plane, impatiently hoping to begin their honeymoon trip. In this world, they didn't travel all around the world. Instead, they explored for 3 months before obediently returning back to B City. When there was time, they would take the entire family on vacation. When Zun Mi discovered that she was pregnant, she didn't know what to feel. To be honest, she had almost forgotten that she could even have kids. 3. Turning to see her husband's splitting grin of happiness while cautiously placing his hand on her stomach, Zun Mi's heart swelled. No matter what, this was the product of her and her husband's love. 10 months later, a pair of twin boys were born. Chapter 153. As time went on, the 2 boys were more and more like Wu Jinyan. Not only appearance, but in the way that they doted on Zun Mi. Whatever Mom said was right. Even if it were wrong, it was now right. And whatever Dad said, it was wrong. The second year, Zun Mi received news that Bai Qianhui had died. She hadn't died due to those people with the weird sexual kinks but because of asphyxia. When the doctors investigated later, they were shocked. Her insides had already been eaten out by an unknown thing. She was only left with one layer of skin and wide eyes. The resentment and hatred in the eyes couldn't be hidden. The face that was still visible was also covered by a distorted expression of disdain. Anyone that looked at her now could guess the pain she felt in her last moments. The underneath of her nails were filled with flesh and blood. If she hadn't been a celebrity before, no one could even recognize her in this shape now. Jun Xie's expression was very calm, but on the inside she sighed. How much did Bai Qian hate her that she didn't suppress the grudges in her heart even when she knew that the locusts appeared every time she thought negatively of Jun Xie. Forget it. Dust returns to dust. Soil returns to soil. She didn't want to keep dragging this on. She calmly lived through another 60 years. This time, Wu Jinyan left before she did. He held Jun Xie's hand. Even though his eyes had deteriorated to the point that everything in front of him was blurred, he still looked right up at Jun Xie. Although he didn't say anything, Jun Xie understood everything that he wanted to say behind his gloomy eyes. Tears slipped from the corners of her own eyes as she leaned over to kiss his eyes. Jin Ji, wait for me. Without you here, there's no purpose for me to stay for another 10 years. Hearing the promise that he wanted her to make, Wu Jinyan could finally be at peace. Jun Xie laid down next to Wu Jinyan and nestled into his arms. She pulled her soul out from her body and left the world. When the twins opened the door, they saw the two hugging each other, both carrying peaceful smiles. Their parents' relationship had always been the object of jealousy from others. They never shouted at each other, nor did they ever misunderstand each other. Their decades together passed by as if it had been yesterday when they first saw each other. As a young Jun Xie sleepily opened the door for a breathless Wu Jinyan. When she returned to the Sea of Stars space, Jun Xie froze for a moment. It took her a while to shake off the sad emotions of the past world. She adjusted her mood and let go of all the excess emotions. She'll be seeing her husband in the next world, so she didn't need to be sorrowful. Bao Bao scrunched in Jun Xie's lap and worriedly looked up at his madam host. Seeing her return to normal, he let out his breath and happily flopped into her lap. Calculate this world. Jun Xie hugged Bao Bao and stroked his fur. Main mission: make Jun Xie the queen of the entertainment world completed. Rewarded 60,000 points. Side mission: gain the love of the male lead completed. Rewarded 30,000 points. Hidden mission: counterattack the female lead. Rewarded 30,000 points. System reward 10 attribute points. Innate genius talent ability enabled. Fortunate star pill X2, 1 bottle of vitality medicine. Personal numbers. Host Jun Xie. Level 29 100. Age 20. Character multiple. Charm 100 100 maximum limit reached. Physical strength 70 100. Luck 15 50. Talent 20 50. Points 334,732. Inventory Zai Sui Pill X5. Darhuan Pill X10. Advanced Nutrient Fluid X5. 1000 Feather Mask Golden Feather Clothing. Fortunate Star Pill X2, 1 bottle of Vitality Pills. Evaluation: a level upgrade available after 4 more completed mission grades of S. Notes: because host went out of character but was not discovered by others, you are penalized with a lower score. After reading the information on the system panel, Jun Xie's lips twitched. So this was another way they were going to punish her for out of character while she was learning so much. 3. Why is the max for talent and luck only 50? The attributes Jun Xie wanted to gain the most were these two. But why were their limits so low? Bao Bao rolled around on Jun Xie's lap. That's because these two are very powerful. If they had a 100 max, then Madam Host wouldn't even have to do anything. The mission would be over as soon as you stepped into the world. Talent and luck were very frightening. You were practically untouchable when you surpassed 40 on both. Jun Xie nodded in understanding. Then do I get to decide where I want to add in the attribute points? That's right, Madam Host. Bao Bao hugged Jun Xie's leg happily. Add 2 to physical, 3 to luck, and 5 to talent. She didn't know what the next world would bring, so she needed to be prepared for all cases. Host Jun Xie. Level 29 100. Age 20. Character multiple. Charm 100 100 maximum limit reached. Physical strength 70 to 100. Luck 1850. Talent 2550. Points 334,732. Inventory Zai Sui Pill X5, Darhuan Pill X10, Advanced Nutrient Fluid X5, 1000 Feather Mask Golden Feather Clothing, Fortunate Star Pill X2, 1 bottle of Vitality Pills. The inventory is not bad. Jun Xie felt a bit more reassured. The previous worlds have taught her to expect the unexpected. She shouldn't underestimate any opponent. She needed to pull out the weed before they had time to spread. Although she was able to come out of those worlds in one piece, she still had created unnecessary trouble for herself by not acting out instantly against her targets. Bao Bao, select the next world. After adjusting her condition, Jun Xie impatiently wanted to be reunited with her dear husband. Bao Bao stood up. A white glow emitted from his body. Soon, a turntable appeared in his hand. Jun Xie observed it with curiosity. Was this a new upgrade? She rubbed her chin, her eyes filled with interest. Madam Host, we temporarily cannot go to another 5-star world. We need to go to 6-star worlds now. Because I upgraded, the requirements for the world and the character are a bit higher. He spun the turntable and watched the red pointer bounce before landing on a world based on online gaming. Jun Xie widened her eyes, dumbfounded. Online gaming, for someone who has never played any games, this was her lethal point. She was about to curse this turntable out. Did it really have to hurt her on its first time? Madam Host, look, our luck is so great. We got online gaming. Bao Bao jumped up and down. He had heard that there were many cool things to check out in the online gaming world. Jun Xie's expression fell. This was considered good luck. Chapter 154. However, later experiences will tell Jun Xie that this indeed was considered fortunate. Let's have a look at the plot. She had no choice but to charge forward now. Bao Bao thrusted a golden-edged book into Jun Xie's lap and looked up at her with anticipation. Jun Xie began concentrating on flipping through the book, titled Online Gaming: An Encounter Across 1,000 Miles. The writing seemed pretty sophisticated. After reading a few pages, Jun Xie confirmed that it was indeed sophisticated. The plot was very simple. The female lead, a newbie to the gaming world, was dragged into a new immersive game by her roommate. Afterwards, she started her beautiful love story. This book didn't have a roller coaster of drama, but there was a hidden point in the story. Chaos was an immersive virtual game that the Imperial Marshal spent 5 years producing. The book didn't delve into the specifics of the Marshal's motives. It only stated that this was the creation of a second world. There were many powerful families within the higher levels of the military. They all arranged their heirs, or men with high abilities, to prepare for entering the game even before the game had been officially announced to the public. Naturally, those below them would notice such big movements. To avoid starting unnecessary controversy, the marshal made a list of the first batch of users. The female lead was lucky enough to be on it. She didn't have the backing of a prominent family, but she did have a pure and innocent, beautiful face. At school, her pure youthful look easily gained the attention of many sons of those powerful families. As soon as she entered the game, she was taken as a mentee by the 10th place ranking player. During the trial period, those with high-profile backgrounds had already entered the game. They were playing 2 months before the first batch of users had access to the game. For many gamers, 2 months was more than enough time to get familiar with a new game. The female lead's roommate also had the intention of showing off when she brought the female lead into the game, but she could have never thought that the female lead would surpass her and gain the attention of her male idol. The one thing that the roommate absolutely couldn't handle was that her master was also interested by the female lead. The seed of jealousy was planted down then. But since she came out of an influential family clan, she understood to hide her emotions. She first used her gentle and warm image to gain a good impression from everyone. Then, in a group fight, she framed the female lead and had their clan leader kick her out. But how could the female lead be so easy to hurt? The reality was that the unlucky one in the end was the roommate. Someone had posted the female lead's true appearance. It was discovered that she was also the school flower TN most beautiful girl on campus of the literature department at the university. Some even called her their female goddess. When the female lead's fan club at school found out that she had been framed online, they were furious. They mobilized all their resources to investigate the matter and found out that it was the female lead's roommate that had framed her out of jealousy. They forced the roommate out of the game. They didn't even spare her at school, ultimately forcing her to transfer schools. Of course, this wasn't the end. As the female lead, there would always be dangers and trouble around her, so that the hero can save the damsel in distress. Just as the roommate situation was over, a little junior sister entered. The junior sister's skills were higher than the roommate's. While completing a plot in the online game, she led the female lead into a hidden story mission within the game. No one had passed the mission yet. The beasts there were still at 100 energy. As a bad gamer, the female lead's game level was 80, entirely due to the help of her master and her other suitors. Naturally, the female lead would have been completely destroyed in a battle with a beast. Luckily, the male lead, the mysterious first place holder in the game rankings chart, appeared and killed the beast in one strike. Afterwards, the female lead chased after the male lead continuously. In the end, the male lead got annoyed and finally agreed to be together with her. Jun Xie really didn't understand the logic behind this reasoning. The most illogical part was that, after discovering the junior sister had intentionally harmed the female lead still asked for the junior sister to be treated with mercy. She said that she should be thanking junior sister and that there was no way the junior sister had acted on purpose, even saying that the roommate hadn't also meant to do what she did back then. It was because the female lead hadn't been there then that the roommate had been misunderstood by everyone. So she felt bad for the roommate. Afterwards, everyone was influenced by the female lead's kindness and forgave the junior sister. The male lead also appreciated this new side of the female lead. In the end, they lived happily ever after. After reading the entire book, Jun Xie didn't know what to say. She knew what kind of person this female lead was, a holy white lotus flower. Even though someone was a bad person, she'll still think they were forced to do their bad actions and that they needed to be forgiven. If everyone treated every bad person like that, then the world would be a mess. Jun Xie wasn't against being kind, but she didn't believe in being so blindly kind-hearted. Throughout the book, the female lead caused a lot of trouble. It was her suitors and master that helped her resolve her difficult situations. Wanting to be kind-hearted at the expense of making trouble for others wasn't being kind-hearted, but rather being a troublemaker. But this time, Jun Xie didn't see any character that shared her name. Did she miss something? Bow bow, let's go meet the female lead. Jun Xie threw the book up and collapsed on the bed with a smile. Female lead, you better not show your kind-hearted side in front of me, or else I'm afraid I won't be able to hold myself back. She didn't plan on attacking this female lead. Of course, that was on the condition that she didn't block her way. Darkness enveloped her. When she opened her eyes again, Jun Xie found herself lying in a magnificent room. The bed beneath her was made from black jade, offering warmth in winter and coolness in the summer. The surrounding furnishings were also luxurious but not tasteless. It was a bit similar to a palace. When she pushed the door open and walked out, she found that she was stepping on Kashner. An enormous fluorescent mirror clearly depicted Jun Xie's entire body. A golden coat of soft black hair obediently fell over her shoulders and down to her waist. She had her same face, yet there was now a small birthmark on the side of her forehead. It was an alluring and captivating red. Currently her lips were arched up as her fingers stroked through her long locks, emitting temptation from within. Bow bow, where are we right now in the plot timeline also? Why don't I have the original soul's memories? Whose body was this? She didn't remember seeing her in the original plot. After a long while, Bao Bao's soft voice finally sounded. Madam Host, the female lead is about to come fight you. Also, Madam Host, you are the only beast in Chaos that is at level 100. You are an advanced AI NPC with a hidden identity demon clan. There's also another mysterious hidden aspect that you need to uncover by triggering it with related content. Madam Host, Bao Bao can't come out too much in this world. I'm afraid it'll look like unfamiliar data fluctuations in the game. That would cause trouble. But the market and the space inventory can be used as usual. That's right, Host. You must be careful to hide your identity. Or else the game engineers might notice that something is abnormal and try to kill off your character. Chapter 155. Bao Bao then disappeared, leaving Jun Xie befuddled in the middle of nowhere. She had transmigrated into a beast also. He should at least tell her what kind of beast she was. How could he only say that the female lead was about to fight her soon? Wait, the female lead was about to fight her soon, and she was at level 100. It can't be what she's thinking, right? She quickly ran out the palace doors and gazed up at the sign above the doorway. All right, it was exactly what she thought. The words Juzian Pavilion hung proudly over the door, making it impossible for Jun Xie to stay in denial. She silently dried bitter tears. She never thought that she would ever experience being attacked as a mission within a virtual game. She really didn't want to suffer through this. No, this big sis wasn't just going to foolishly wait for them to come. She needed to think of a way to vigorously rebel. Jun Xie carefully searched through her memories as she headed back into the palace. She used her spiritual energy to pull out all the memories she could find within the NPC body. After scanning the book again, Jun Xie was even more confused. Why did she feel like this? NPC was like the god's favorite in Chaos. TN god's favorite, or more literally God's darling, is used to denote the fact that someone is basically OP or really lucky. Chaos was a story about gods and demons. Her hidden identity was demon. Naturally, there was also a god clan. Coincidentally, the male lead was a king within the god clan. The female lead was even more weird. She was a fallen immortal. Jun Xie didn't understand where an immortal came in within a book about gods and demons. TN basically gods and demons are Xuanhuan characters, whereas immortal is a status gained in Jun Xie novels through Taoist cultivation. Forget it, this was an internet novel. It was normal to have a few confusing plot points, but that didn't mean she was happy about it. Mainly because she already felt that her husband was slowly approaching her. Based on his air, he was a god. She could already guess his identity. Her husband was the male lead in this world. This was the main reason she was sighing on the inside. Her husband was her to fight her. Her heart was so weary, she needed her dear husband's warm words to comfort her. After venting out the resentment in her heart, Jun Xie began to seriously approach the situation. The story within Chaos was about the time after the war between the gods and demons. The kings of both sides had fallen, causing their underlings to fight amongst each other for power. There were rules to select the new king. Yet the candidates needed to gain experience to return to their home realm. Naturally, the ending was that the god clan won and the demon clan was completely wiped out. Jun Xie didn't have the patience to read on afterwards. She was more worried about fixing the most imminent problem. This NPC had high authority and freedom in this world. Unlike NPCs in other games, who were tied to their designated locations or had plots to carry out so repeated the same lines, this game had advanced NPC characters. She needed to take some time off to take a look. Jun Xie opened up her inventory to check if there were any treasures. Oh, right, fortunate star. How did she forget? She quickly took a pill and hoped that her dear husband will show her mercy in a few minutes. As she swiped through her inventory, Jun Xie's eyes landed on the 1,000-feather mask and golden feather cloak. She placed the mask on her face and watched as her clothing changed into the golden feather cloak. Since Flower Spirit, her faux identity, were known for loving gold, this would fit perfectly with her established character. After preparing everything, Jun Xie decided to conduct a tactical escape. As long as she wasn't inside the palace, the female lead and her junior sister wouldn't be able to come fight her. Then, the female lead wouldn't be in danger and her husband wouldn't need to come help her. Such a good plan. Jun Xie strutted out the back door. In the process, she made sure add a cloaking ability for herself. Immediately, the Flower Spirit Queen NPC sign above her head disappeared. There were no signs above player's head. Only NPC had an identity sign. However, there was a saying that stated disasters cannot be avoided. There were some things in the storyline that were simply unavoidable, no matter how much you try to reverse the plot. Black lines appeared on Jun Xie's head as she spotted the two people wearing an ocean blue sect uniform and approaching her. Shouldn't the female lead and the junior sister be walking on a different path? She had hidden herself so well, yet she still ended up bumping into them. Hello, do you know how to get to Jiuxian Pavilion? Me and my junior sister are a bit lost. Shan Warren Kai carefully spoke. This woman in a golden mask was really beautiful, even when only her pearl white chin was visible, especially the air she carried. It was much stronger than hers. Even though Shang Yuankai was very well-loved right now, only she knew how restless and empty she felt on the inside. Because she was a chubby child and was bullied by others, she still felt inferior now even though she had slimmed down. Therefore, she wanted to help everyone she could when she grew up. She wanted people to praise her, to like her. That way, she can suppress the anxiety in her heart. Zun Mai played with the bamboo flute in her hand and looked up at the female lead with interest. She was a little different than she imagined. You want to go to Ju Xian Pavilion to fight the Flower Spirit Queen. Shang Yuankai was bewitched by Zun Mi's voice. It was clear as green jade, as soothing as spring rain. A level 80 and a level 76 want to fight a level 100 Flower Spirit Queen. Are you too confident, or do you think the Flower Spirit Queen was just going to sit back and do nothing? A word of advice: if you don't want to die, go back and level up first. Zun Mai was speechless on the inside. Did the female lead even have a brain? Did she not see the difference between 80 and 100? Shang Yuankai froze and bit her lip, a bit helpless. Her innocent and youthful face paled, as if she were a little white rabbit fallen into a hunter's trap. Meanwhile, next to her, Zai Qin's expression darkened as she almost gritted out a tooth. She had already reached this point. Should she return without any success? Damn it, who was this random woman? Why hadn't she seen her before? Zun Mai didn't mind being the brunt of this cannon fodder junior sister's resentment. The ranking chart's hidden players had probably been updated as she walked out of Ju Xian Pavilion. No matter who investigated, they wouldn't be able to determine that she was a bug. While the three stood blocking the road and staring at each other, a man appeared from far away. He was a cold and calm man. His dark eyes lacked any sign of emotion, as if there was no room for feelings in him. Yet his entire melancholy atmosphere made everyone forget his ruthless eyes. His moonlight white robes were noble and solemn. His atmosphere was as ethereal as an immortal, with a sense of pitiful solitude. But Zun Mai could see fiery passion burning through those indifferent eyes. Her lips curved upwards immediately. Her dear husband really was still the same. He was still able to recognize her on first sight. Worthy of praise. But Wage seemed to have forgotten to check for this world's mission. Chapter 156. She knew she had forgotten something. 3. Forget that for now. Her husband was most important. Watching the man approach closer and closer, Zun Mai could no longer keep the smile off her face. She was just about to speak when the man interrupted, said something that froze her in her place. What part of the game did you get your mask from? Are you selling it? How much? His voice was cold with a sliver of passion. It was a feeling Zun Mai was very familiar with. But right now she really wanted to swear. So what he had been looking at with so much emotion wasn't her, but her mask. Siyu Fan didn't care what this golden-clothed beauty was thinking on the inside. He only fixated his gaze directly on the mask on her face. It really was beautiful. He really wanted to collect it. The clothes she was wearing was also pretty good too. His hands began to itch. Would she be willing to sell that too? But the one he wanted to collect the most was her person. He didn't know why, but when he first saw her, he felt like this person was supposed to be his. Sir, after seeing that his eyes were finally on hers, Zun Mai held back her emotions to respond. Terribly sorry. But no, I'm not selling. Geez, she was too confident. What happened to their soul contract, their ability to recognize each other at first glance? The expectations versus reality was so saddening. CU Fan's eyes flashed in puzzlement. Jun Mai could also see the hurt peeking out. Move aside. Her temper wasn't great. It was one thing for her husband not to recognize her, but it was another for him to make her blood pressure rise so much in anger. Shang Yuan Kai and Zai Qin had expressions of shock while looking at the man that had suddenly appeared. He was too famous. This was the first place of the ranking chart, the mysterious and elusive great god. If you don't sell your mask, I'm going to follow you. CU Fan didn't know why this person was angry. He just wanted to form a connection with her. But it didn't matter. Even if she ignored him, he'll follow her. Humph. Jun Mai gritted her teeth. What did he mean? Why did he want this mask so much? Yaowu? She didn't even know what to say. All right, if you want to follow, then follow. Do whatever you want. She believed that, with this NPC OP levels, she would be able to shake him off if she wanted to. She wouldn't punish him now. After he falls in love with her, she'll make sure to settle the score. She bypassed the 3 people in front of her. She wanted to go check out the 9-tailed fox mission. They said that there was a boss deep in the mountains. She wanted to see if she could use their inner spiritual power to help nurture Xiaobai. She hadn't planned on taking Xiaobai out in a Xuan setting, but Xiaobai was too cute. But as soon as Xiaobai entered the Xuan plane, he was forced to fall into a deep sleep, or else he wouldn't be able to handle the strength of the new plane's energy. She would need Xiaobai to cultivate up to God-Beast level. CU Fan froze for a second before quickly following after Jun Mai. Shang Yuan Kai and Zai Qin looked at each other before also leaving. Since that flower spirit queen wasn't there, there was no point in going. Zai Qin had more pressing matters on her hands, so decided to temporarily put her issues with Shang Yuan Kai aside. Her master had always wanted to win over this great player but never had the chance. Now she knew this god was interested in that woman's mask. Then, if she helped him get it, would that leave a good impression on him? She schemed quickly in her head. She completely omitted the possibility that Jun Mai wouldn't want to sell her mask. Quickly, Jun Mai and CU Fan walked through 2 small paths and reached a forest with vibrant mountains and clear waters. The 2 quickly became the point of gossip for chaos players. God C was quietly following a woman wearing a golden feathered mask and clothes. It was a beautiful scene, because it was also talked about because of the hidden mysteries within the scene. This beautiful woman's name was unfamiliar, but she had jumped all the way up onto the hidden gods ranking chart. Those who had just been trying to observe their gaming idol suddenly bumped into the 2 of them in strange and outrageous ways. Jun Mai completely ignored everyone, including the person following alongside her. She roamed while searching for game missions to complete. But Jun Mai was still a bit confused on the information her system panel was showing her about her mission in this world. Main mission: discover the purpose of chaos and return to reality. Side mission: get revenge for the original soul and counterattack the scum man. Related mission needs to be triggered. Hidden mission needs to be triggered. She didn't understand the last 2 question marks. But more importantly, she didn't even understand the first one, the purpose for chaos. It looked like there was some big secret hidden inside the game. But what she was pondering about was how to return to reality. To appear in the outside world, she would first need a physical body. Where was she supposed to find a body? How was she supposed to cross over the barrier that existed between game and reality? These were important questions, and she didn't like stressing about them. She swirled her head around and saw the man blinking down at her pitifully. "See, handsome, are you sure you want to follow me around?" Jun Mai looked straight into his eyes. Tian Hai's name in the game means "see handsome" literally. But it also sounds like a homonym for Marshall C. I don't know if that's where the plot is going, but with my years of Chinese novel reading, there's a 95.6 chance that's exactly where this is going. Why did she feel like her husband had some weird habits in this world, especially this game name? It was too disgusting. Okay. Finally hearing the Golden Beauty speak to him, Cu Fan heart almost flew up. "If you don't give me the mask, I'll keep following you. Wherever you go, I go." He just wanted to follow her. Jun Mai squeezed her temple. She felt a coming headache. "See, handsome, this mask is compatible with my clothing. I found it during the Jiu Zion Pavilion mission. There's only this one set in the entire Chaos world. I've now cultivated it to be my fighting armor. So terribly sorry, but there's no way I'm selling it." Because this was her husband, she explained the situation clearly. Cu Fan's eyes flashed with pity, but his expression stayed firm. She was completely wrong for thinking this person felt cold and indifferent. Not when his thoughts were clearly visible through his eyes. This guy definitely didn't have face paralysis. If he showed symptoms before, he was faking it. "Come with me to fight Jiu Zion Pavilion. If we can't win, then I won't follow you. I'll cling onto you instead," Cu Fan clarified to himself. Jun Mai was silent. This fellow must think that she wouldn't ever attack him. But now her hands were suddenly itchy. She took a deep breath. Jiu Zion Pavilion's flower spirit isn't there. Even if you want to fight in that storybook, you can't. Also, I'm going to go find the nine-tailed fox now. You can go be free. She forced out a smile. Cu Fan lowered his head to think for a second before nodding his head. Jun Mai was finally able to sigh with relief. She immediately began walking straight ahead. The nine-tailed fox territory was right ahead. She pulled out her icy blue jade flute from her space inventory. In her hands, the flute slightly glowed with light, illustrating its abnormal abilities. Meanwhile, Cu Fan, who had just decided to continue clinging to Jun Mai tomorrow, suddenly widened his eyes. End Vol 2 Part 1.